secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We have reached the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Feels like the week has gone along pretty quickly. We're already at a Wednesday. Hopefully that continues for the second half of it. I am Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We have Peyton Russell running things behind the glass, and Ryan has us up on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. You okay?
We'll see. I got the Imodium. Got some in my pocket here. Got diarrhea.
When did this start?
Late last night. Yep.
Eat something?
I don't know.
Questionable?
It could have been the Bobby burrito that he had yesterday.
That was good.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what happens when you go to these, these fly-by-night burrito spots.
There you go.
The
man has spent God knows how much money in breakfast on us since he's been here, and it's like you crapping on Jared Sandler's free food at the charity. Literally.
Yeah, well, that would have been an upgrade, I think, on my stomach at least. On my stomach at least.
Bobby, it's time to ice him out. Ice him out with the breakfastesses in the room. What'd you have for dinner?
What do we have for dinner? Oh, we had salmon. Salmon with a salad.
Salmon could do it too.
I was having this before that though. This was like I could feel it before.
Yeah.
Nothing was like flying through, but I could feel it happening. Like I could feel that my stomach starting to rumble a little bit.
So you're in the danger zone this morning?
I don't know. I got these. I took an Imodium, so I think it might be good.
Okay.
I got more here. They say every 4 hours. So
then got the kid homesick as well.
Luca is homesick. I got the call yesterday.
Maybe you got it from him.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I did. I got the call yesterday that he was had 101 fever at school. So I went and picked him up, and they're like, "Well, now I didn't know this rule. You can't come to school the next day. If you leave school with a fever, you're at least in their district, you're out the next day too. If you leave school, yeah.
So what happens? He says he doesn't feel well. He goes to the school nurse. They take the temp. Gone.
It's over. Whatever it is, you're out, and then you got to go. You got to be gone the next day too. So he is. I got a text from his mom that he's throwing up this morning.
Nice.
102 fever. So I figure I'll be sick by the weekend, and then you guys will be sick next week.
This has been a vicious sick season.
Yeah.
Vicious flu season. I did not get my shot, Aaron Rodgers, my flu shot, and look what happened. My whole house been hit with it. Myself twice. Amanda, 2 weeks, can't take anything while pregnant. Ollie going to that germ fest school that he's in.
Man, that's the culprit right there.
Man, he just can't come home without looking cruddy with snot in the nose.
Dude, it's the way it is.
Yep. Can't
the way it is.
All right, Dallas Stars in action last night. We had a lot of scoring against Detroit.
Pass for Wyatt Johnson in behind Wilping. Hintz came in front. They couldn't clear and they score. Wow. Boy, Costin thought he had it cleared. He didn't. And the Dallas Stars have the lead 3-2. 2 early goals in the middle stanza.
Man, that crowd went quiet unless they just potted it down like Peyton during a music segment, according to Bobby Belt's audio engineering ears. Red Wings TV with the call. Stars win 5-4 on the road. They had to hang on at the end after being up 3 scores. Mm-hmm. They won the game in the second period with 25 shots on net and 4 goals.
Yeah, and look, I mean, you're gonna find periods where you just put a bunch of pucks on net and then they all find the back of the net. And then you're gonna find periods where you do the same thing, you even have more, and you can't score at all. And that second period was one of the first ones. That was one of those things where whatever they threw on net, they were finding openings. They were finding ways to get that puck through the net. It's a good win. Detroit's a pretty darn good hockey team. And now you get an upstart Anaheim team that is, not the greatest team in the world at all. They got some young guys, but nothing that you want to really fear about. But it's a team you got to beat them.
Spits and Suds.
Absolutely.
Spits and Suds. Go ahead and get the hockey recap with the podcast tonight at 7:30 again on ABC. Like the national game of the week is being broadcast on a hump day.
Hump day.
It is the Suns against the Mavericks. Mavs are going to be hosting Phoenix. And some pretty good news on the TV side moving forward. The Mavs are going to WFAA, Channel 8. 13 of their remaining games in the regular season will be broadcast on WFAA, meaning about 7 million North Texans will be able to watch them play for free. So, little different alternatives to Bally and all that stuff, but 13 of the Mavs' final games on Channel 8.
So, will they still be on Bally?
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe the ones other than the 13 will be on Bally.
And the 13 will not be simulcast on Bally, so just a WFAA, which is good now because we have it apparently at DirecTV.
Channel 8's back. They got it. They got it solved.
That's what I don't know. I don't go to whatever, but that's what I'm told. Told it's back, so now we'll get to watch it. Cool.
I watched the Adrian Beltre ceremony yesterday, the first one announced to the new class of 2024 heading to Cooperstown. The full Adrian Beltre praise at 6 o'clock and throughout the show here on your home of the World Series champs. He got 95% of the vote. He was the first phone call that they made with the congratulations that they showed on MLB Network. So congratulations to the great one.
It was a foregone conclusion. Got a very high percentage of the vote with 95%. That there's a lot of guys that were between him and perfection, but that is one of those where the only people who didn't vote for him were ones that were just saving their vote for
steroid guys.
Either steroid guys or just abstaining in general from voting.
Not wanting to put him in like a first time? Or?
No, I don't think there was that. I think a lot of it is a lot of times they'll do, hey, I know this guy's going to get 100% of the vote almost, so I'll take my 10 votes and I'll put them on guys like Matt Holliday to keep him on the ballot.
Keep someone alive.
Yeah, keep somebody alive. Get him above the threshold or whatever. So,
were you surprised the class was only 3? When they started to talk about Todd Helton and the guy at the podium said, and finally I was like, oh, this is ending pretty quickly. Beltre, Todd Helton, and Joe Mauer. Joe Mauer, the second one introduced. Helton got 80% of the vote.
Yeah.
Mauer got 76% of the vote. Billy Wagner just missing out at 74.
Yeah, I think they said Mauer made it by 4 votes. No, I wasn't surprised because, I struggle with Billy Wagner. I don't think of Billy Wagner as a Hall of Famer. I think of him as a rip-off artist. He just ripped off Mariano Rivera's walk-up song. That's all I think of him as.
Did he have the same song?
Same one. In the same city. Like the balls on him. How do you think you are? And then I was surprised. I guess I should have been surprised, but look.
I always have a hard time, by the way, judging closers. Like, obviously, Mo, no hesitation, but when it comes to Lee Smith and Hoffman and Wagner, like, I don't know why I have this mental blockage. Yeah. I'm not saying they shouldn't go in. I have a hard time judging them and making a call.
Hoffman loved to give up a big hit in a spot.
That's great for a closer.
Right. Lee Smith was like the guy who, in our generation, kind of like made the closer famous. Right, in like the late 80s, early 90s. Eckersley too, Gossage, and those guys are in. Hoffman was a great, Lee Smith was a great one, but I struggle with Billy Wagner. I don't have a problem with he gets in. I just wouldn't have voted for him.
Alex Rodriguez gets 35%. You need 75%. A-Rod got 35%. Manny Ramirez got 32%. So the quest for the possible juicers continues. Who else do I see on here that got votes? David Wright, Torrey Hunter got some of those votes that were out there. So Adrian Beltre, first one in. Pepe, did you take this in last night?
I did, and it's really exciting to see Beltre go in, especially since he played. I think the part of his career with the Rangers, the most success, I believe. And it still hurts that we didn't get him a World Series ring. He went in, we know, without a ring. It hurts because he was so close and played on some really good Rangers teams and just couldn't get done. But congrats to Beltre, first ballot. Incredible.
The full praise coming up at 6 o'clock here on your home of the Rangers. A stunning firing in the association. This coach, brand new, and he's brand new out as well. And the weird deaths of the Kansas City Chiefs fans that fan base cannot understand. We'll tell you about it, the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. Just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us on this station.
Coming up in the next G.
RJ here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And the chartwreck.com text line is open at 877-881-1053. The Milwaukee Bucks fire first-year head coach Adrian Griffin. Bam, see ya later. Get out of here. He was 30-13, but the Bucks had dropped from 4th to 22nd in defensive efficiency, although you have to attribute a lot of that to Drew Holiday leaving, fantastic all-around guard who ended up with the Boston Celtics. But they were not feeling it. Obviously, there had to be some griping behind the scenes. What role do the big stars play? But Milwaukee second in the East, 3.5 games back of Boston, a half a game up on the 76ers.
I was stunned. Covered him here when he was with the Mavericks on 2 occasions. Great dude. Stunned that this happened. He to be hired in the summer and not even 45 games in with a good record. It's very Dave Blatty. Remember Dave Blatt was fired around with the same, almost the same record.
Cleveland?
With Cleveland.
Yeah.
And that was just a member of the LeBron coach killing club that he's a player of.
Yeah.
But maybe install a new system and the new guys, they hadn't nailed it down yet, or maybe it's the regular season NBA and the players are just geared up for the playoffs. That is a team that I don't think cares about the regular season at all.
Everybody crowned them the champions when they got Dame.
Yeah.
Everybody
did. And yeah, the defense has not been great for them, 120 points a night, but how much of that is the players are just pacing themselves? We're just getting ready for the playoffs. I have no idea. I don't know.
A couple of the different reports that I've read out there, you never know with these aggregators, right? They recap things, but I don't trust it 100% fully. I read that Giannis pushed for Adrian Griffin, they were set to go ahead and hire someone else, but Giannis wanted him. I've read that Adrian Griffin didn't mesh perfectly with Dame with the offensive system. I'm not watching Bucks basketball a lot, all right, night in and night out. But when you look at Dame's numbers, now again, better team in Milwaukee than Portland, but there's a big drop-off here. Dame Lillard last year was at 32 a game. This year he's at 25. Dame last year shot 46. This year he's shooting 42%. He's shooting worse from three-point land. So I can't really speak to how great it's meshed with Dame, Giannis, and that entire team. But Adrian Griffin gone. And guess who they're about to hire?
Mr. 3-1.
Doc Rivers.
Man, so that's improvement.
They're gonna they just made sure they're gonna get a 3-1 series lead and blow it. That's gonna happen.
You know what I'm more interested in than Doc Rivers coaching the Bucks? Who replaces Doc on ESPN ABC? They got rid of Van Gundy and Mark Jackson.
Yep.
Do you bring back one of them?
Gonna have
Or you
to.
gonna have Mike Breen and Doris Burke carry you through the NBA Finals? Doc is going back to ESPN, and then if you're ESPN, do you hire him again once he's done with this job or the next job, and bring him back when he's leaving you in the middle of the season?
It's very Jay Cutler, right? Where he left Fox. He had signed with Fox, and he's like, wait, him. Miami wants to play a quarterback. I'm gonna go with them. I don't know what you do there. Who's even there? Who's even left? You bring Windhorse on? You bring Windhorse as your analyst?
Can't be an analyst.
No, you're going to bring on, is Legler still there? I don't even know. Is Legler there anymore?
Legler is there. Is Reddick gone? Has anyone seen J.J. Reddick on ESPN? Is he gone? Perkins can't do it. So that's what I'm more interested in. Who replaces Doc on television with Mavs? And is he going to be on tonight? Mavs Suns, ABC, 7:30? Doc Rivers on this game?
He'll be on it if he doesn't sign today. Boy, I tell you, the good news is maybe he just gets silence for 2.5 hours. You have to listen to A announcers. Maybe they fire Breen too.
Oh, and he bitter like Michael Lombardi watching the games on mute because he can't stand any of the announcers. You and Lombardi have that in common along with JFK.
Right.
Yeah. But no, go get Richard Jefferson. He's been doing some color commentary.
You can do him.
You can maybe do that.
Billis, if you want to bring him over from the college game. Bring in Jay Billis for a little bit. There's guys you could do.
Adrian Griffin gets whacked. Were you the one who brought up Tristan Thompson versus Draymond Green? I thought that was an interesting point.
Was me.
I do whatever I can to not talk about Tristan Thompson, who seems to be.
I'm surprised he's still in the league. I had no idea.
He's still with the Kardashian. I don't know whether he's with Khloe or not. She's taking him back 14 times after he's cheated on her nonstop.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
So he was suspended 25 games without pay for testing positive for ibutamoren, a growth hormone, and then SARMs, which is used by like weightlifters, bodybuilders for muscle mass and enhancement. So he was suspended for 25 games for that. And that's more than a quarter of the season in the NBA. But Draymond, the repeat of repeat offenders, absolutely cold cocks somebody and gets about 10 games.
Over and over.
Over and over. Over and over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And I mean,
so the substance over the swinging. That's what the NBA puts more of a punishment on.
Right. So the NBA puts, back alley PEDs as a greater offense than, let's see, what has he done this year? He's choked Rudy Gobert. How about this? They think that's a greater offense than targeting European basketball players. That's what Draymond Green does. He targets Europeans. From Sabonis to Gobert to, who was the latest that he did it with? Nurkic?
Yes.
All those. Any itch. If you have an itch on your last name, he is after you, man, in the NBA. And the NBA views that as less than half as bad as Tristan Thompson taking PEDs.
Yes. I want to save the KC fan story for 6:40 because we're going to need longer than 3 minutes. How about the marathon smoker controversy?
The chain smoker, dude.
Yeah.
This guy is amazing. He was chain smoking during a marathon, and he was DQ'd for it. All right? I've never seen anything like this.
Where was this?
This was a Chinese marathon runner.
Okay. He's just stopping and smoking, or he's running and smoking?
So his name is Uncle Chen. He's a Chinese runner. He's 52 years old.
Oh, hell yeah.
So he finished the Zeeman Marathon in
race.
3 hours and 33 minutes. 3 hours and 33, which is an incredible time. It doesn't even sound real. Puffing cigarettes the entire way. Chain smoked the entire race. And so, it's like a beer mile, but this is a cigarette mile. Literally every mile he's lighting up a new cigarette. And he was disqualified as a result because of a smoking ban in the area. But he finished the race. This is amazing. I don't know how you do this. I have no idea how you can chain smoke. I don't care if he's smoking. He's hindering himself. It's making him worse. Somehow it's not hurting him at all. But this would have been great if he crossed the finish line with the heater in his mouth.
Yes.
And what kind of lighter is he using? A torch? If you're running here, the wind coming against you, I don't know how you're going to be able to light that thing up.
He should not have been disqualified. I guess unless I'm sure this is the case. The cigarette smoke was messing with the other people.
Had to be, right? Had to be.
I can't be running and inhaling.
No,
these
that's exactly what it is, and I get it from that perspective.
So was he doing 1 a mile? Does it say how many?
He
smoked?
What's a marathon? 28 miles?
26, I think.
26?
I don't think any of us know or qualified to know.
Yeah,
26.2 because it's on the
it's
back
13,
of cars.
it's 26.2.
There you go.
I'll
ring my
the people who put 0.0 are both amazing and losers at the same time.
What do you mean?
The 0.0 bumper sticker. They're just making fun of the people who put 26.2 on there. It shows that they've never ran anymore. It's very, very funny, but it's also okay.
I like it.
I like it, but I also like.
Can we make fun of marathoners but not cyclists, as we learned as a station? You can make fun. You can make fun of the marathoners, but not people on bikes.
I think you can make fun of them because you're not actually. There was no advocating of hitting marathoners.
Oh,
that was.
Okay.
That was the issue.
Okay.
That was the issue.
All right.
But this is remarkable. Like big ups to this guy. I don't know how he did it.
Uncle Chen?
Uncle Chen is a work of art, man. He really is. Lighting up a cigarette that's more than a pack.
Well, it's like the people whenever we get into the in shape argument, you always bring up the cardiovascular point. We used to work with a guy in sales here who was a heftier dude, but I think he ran all the time or ran marathons.
Ran marathons.
Yeah. It didn't make sense.
It makes sense,
man.
Slamming
beers and eating barbecue every single week, and then he's out there running the marathon. How are you doing this?
Abs are made in the kitchen, I guess.
877-881-1053. You ever been a runner, Pepe?
I usually do. When the weather gets nice, I'll go around the neighborhood and go for a run, 1.5 miles, because I hate treadmills. Ellipticals, treadmills.
Treadmills.
Just like RJ does nightmares.
Yeah, I hate those. So I gotta have a different view. I gotta be running on like a sidewalk or something. Even if it's 100 degrees, I'll go in the middle of the summer because I love sweating and then just like laying down on the floor whenever I get inside. And I usually just go jump in the pool right after too. That's my like.
Why do you hate treadmills?
Because it's just I'm running in place. It's the same view the whole time. I get bored. Even if I'm listening to music, I get tired too soon. I need a view.
What about the TV? You got a TV on right there.
I don't go with the TV.
Okay.
I just go with the music.
All right. Well, I suggest it.
Oh.
I suggest it. I saw like a big time athlete talk about all the getting on an elliptical and said it was like the worst workout of their entire life. I can't remember who it was, but they were just like, "This is awful. This is terrible."
The elliptical,
Yeah.
it's boring.
It's awesome. It feels like such an easy workout.
Oh, it does. It
Yeah.
does. You're just sitting there. The recumbent bike, it's the other one, right? You're just sitting there late lounging. The assault bike, get away from that.
Assault?
The assault bike, it's like you get the handles.
No, the worst is the stair stepper.
Awful.
That's vicious.
Oh, it's terrible.
Vicious. All right, let's celebrate the greatness of Adrian Beltre. He is officially a Hall of Famer. We pay homage to the great one that played for your favorite baseball team on the home of the Rangers, and Adrian Beltre's celebration is next.
There's no reason to search. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3-0. Here's the pitch. Swinging a hard hit ball inside third, base hit down the left field line. Mazzara gets to third. Adrian going to second. He's got a double for 3,000.
The first one in last night. Congratulations to Adrian Beltre, getting 95% of the vote. Part of the 2024 Hall of Fame class for Cooperstown that also includes Joe Mauer, Todd Helton, and Jim Leland. But Adrian Beltre leads the way.
There shouldn't have ever been a doubt. There was a doubt when he got here.
Yeah. That was
one of the latest kicks I've ever seen.
More than Steve Nash.
Oh, man.
That's all I always think of first in terms of that next team jumpstart to MVP level play.
So he had, Nash was, 30 when he went to Phoenix? And he had already, established himself as one of the better point guards in the NBA. It was late with Dallas, but, Beltre was 32 when he got here, I think it was, or 31, and that's when he, became a consistently great player, or a guy at the top. So, I think Beltre is even later, probably.
Nash never averaged more than how many points a game in his career?
19 and a half.
18 and a half.
Yeah.
If you just looked at this, right? If you talked about Steve Nash, two-time MVP, and you went and looked at the numbers, his best years on paper, 18 and 11. 18 and 11. A lot of people do that with Reggie Miller, too. Nick Wright always kills Reggie. He's one of the most overrated players ever. If you go look at Reggie's numbers, you're like, oh, okay.
His sister's better.
Honestly, it's there's a lot of Randy Johnson in this. Randy had a late kick. Randy.
What? I was thinking dominant in Seattle, though.
Yeah, but what year do you think? 1995? He was 31 in 1995. And that was his first Cy Young. He had 2 years prior to that where he finished second and third, but finishing second and third in back-to-back years is not getting you in the Hall of Fame.
He was an all-star his first year. He was 26. He didn't get any Cy Young votes until he was 29.
Yeah, and doing a few Cy Young votes and an all-star is not getting you in the Hall of Fame. You need several Cy Youngs or close to it.
I forget. He pitched till he was 45.
Yeah.
I forget he was that old.
So in 1995, when that was their breakout year, he was 30. That's a late kick.
And Adrian got here, as Bobby said, at 32. So Nash at 30 to Phoenix, Beltre 32 here.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yep.
Now he had seasons before, we know, usually in contract years. 48 with the Dodgers. He had 48 bombs. And he hit 25, 26, 25, 28 while he was in Seattle. So he was, 25 home runs a game basically, and then came here, was in the 30s. Obviously, the amazing defense at third base.
Yeah, that was it. That was one thing you could count on every single. Didn't matter whether it was, hitting well in Seattle or not, hitting well in LA or not, Boston or not. The defense was always there. It was there from the get-go.
Magic Johnson to me. That's what I always call him. That's what I always think of him as. Even last night, screwing around, having fun when they showed the phone ringing. And his wife was like, that's Cooperstown. And he's like, yeah. And then he has to get to the third ring. He's like, should I answer? They're like, answer it. And messing around, touching the head, him and Beltre, pretending who's going to drop or catch the pop-up. He just had that Magic Johnson type fun while he was playing. And last night he was asked by MLB Network, what was it like when you got the call?
I was glad that it was over. Obviously, I'm honored. It's something that is amazing to be even just on the ballot. And to be able to now call myself a Hall of Fame is something that I even dream of. I always wanted to be a decent baseball player, good baseball player, but I never thought about being a Hall of Fame. Now that I'm in, it's really an honor. I'm humbled to be called that, and it was kind of sweet and nice the way you got that call, and when you see Cooperstown and the phone call, and I kind of settled in. Okay, man, I think you are going to make a Hall of Fame. So it's really nice.
And he also goes in with Joe Mauer and Todd Helton, along with Jim Leland, longtime manager, that ends the 2024 class.
No Gary Sheffield, no Billy Wagner.
Man, you're really sad about Gary Sheffield.
He went down a lot. That just goes to show you the discrepancy in the younger voters and the older ones. So the younger voters generally hand their votes in to Ryan Thibodeau, who puts together the chart, and there's about 200 voters that don't. Most of the 200 voters are the old school voters who have had their, they didn't get their votes through blogging and such. It was their vote was through, being a member, like a newspaper writer or whatever, just older guys in general. And the younger guys generally vote for PED guys, and the older guys do not. And that's where the discrepancy was for Gary Sheffield, because he was at 75% yesterday. When we ended the show, he was at the number. He was exactly on the number, and then he dropped to 63.
How do you drop?
Because
the votes are already in.
There was only 200 votes in. There were still
those are the ones made public. Yeah.
There were still 200 that were not made public, and of those, he was on half of them, if that.
Which CJ Nitkowski had. The guy who has to feel sick is Billy Wagner. Like CJ Nitkowski had the note yesterday that from 2023 to 2024, 3 writers dropped Wagner from their vote. So they had Wagner last year. They didn't have him this year. And then he said when you take the 2 Boston writers who only voted A-Rod and Manny, that's 5 votes right there, and Wagner fell 5 votes short.
Why would they take him off?
Don't know. They didn't vote for him this
How
year.
could you take him off?
I don't know.
Once you've decided, you decide, I would think, in your mind, unless I guess you get talked out of it. But the percentages went like this. Beltré with 95. Helton with 80. Maurer was 76. You need 75. Wagner was 73.8. Sheffield 64. Andrew Jones 61. Carlos Beltran, who Bob Costas said is going to get in at 57. A-Rod 35. Manny Ramirez 32.
Yeah, Beltran probably will get in. This was his punishment was going to be that he was going to be forced to wait a little bit for the Astros sign stealing, because he was sort of one of the kind of the
leaders.
trumpeter leaders of that. So maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, but I mean, do you also look at him and say definitive, Hall of Famer?
No, not necessarily.
837 OPS, 300 home runs or whatever it was.
I think people look at him, and a lot of people look at that 04 playoff run, and he was just so amazing. I think it was 04. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was where he got traded in the middle of the year and he came in and he just went nuts. But I don't know. Beltran, I don't automatically think like that's all. Not more so than I do Gary Sheffield.
No, I think Sheffield should be in it first. Beltran is like one of those professional hitters. But I think that Sheffield should be in ahead.
Professional thief too, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Who's been more entertaining as well than Beltré? Like while watching, like having fun with the theatrics and everything. By the way, 4-time All-Star, 5 Gold Gloves, 4 Silver Sluggers, 3,166 hits, 477 home runs.
I'm trying to think who like anybody else who plays with that
flair.
sort of.
Manny Ramirez. I liked his theatrics throughout his career.
A lot of that was lalaziness.
A lot of that was
I was
laziness.
gonna say I don't know that it was fun as much as just like.
Well, he high-fived the guys in the stands.
Sammy always got Sammy Sosa always got told the big smile and he's always so happy and until you bring him to a congressional hearing and then he doesn't remember how to speak English.
Manny was unintentional fun.
Yeah.
Like Beltré was he had a good time. Like him and Elvis just calling for pop flies was fun, right? Manny would he made a play in left field in Baltimore, jumps the fence and high fives somebody. Like that's fun, but it was also like, what is this guy? Like this guy just made a bonehead play and here he is doing that. He would do other plays. It was like, you got to be kidding me. What's Manny doing?
Dontrell Willis tweeted, I need to hear my name in Beltré's speech. He's 9 for 10 off me with 8 doubles and a home run. So there's Dontrell giving it up. So congratulations to Adrian Beltre. By the way, some other baseball notes, former Rangers. Joey Gallo going to the Nationals. A 1-year, $5 million contract. Joey last year, these were his, what do they call it? The slash line?
Slash line, baby.
177, 301, and 440. He hit 21 home runs, but he struck out 43% of the time, the highest single-season mark ever for a player with at least 300 plate appearances.
I mean, that's like that. As bad as those numbers are, like that OPS is still like 750. Like just a little bit more, and he's in the 8s.
Last time his average ended above 200 was in the 2019 season.
It's almost 5 years ago.
to almost 5 years ago.
Pre-COVID.
Hasn't been, and then how about this? With the deal, the Nationals more than doubled their previous free agent spending. They're rebuilding, right? They had the 1 year deal with Dylan Floro at 2.25, and then a utility man at $2 million. So they doubled up their free agent spending with Gallo.
They're sitting here. They're saying, we have $10 million to spend, and we're going to spend half of it on Joey Gallo.
I don't know if they have just 10. I don't know. Could be the case. And then, as Sandler tweeted the other day, how much of a bullet did the Rangers dodge with Anthony Rendon? Rendon went on this podcast and basically said, man, they need to shorten this. Now, I never wanted Anthony Rendon here. They definitely dodged a bullet, but I'm going to take up for him here. Rendon went on the Jack Vita show and said the season is just too long. We got to shorten the season, man. There's too many dang games. 162 and 185 or whatever it is. Man, no. We got to shorten this bad boy up. And then I think it was a DraftKings baseball guy said no one hates baseball more than one of the game's highest paid players who gets paid not to play. And Jonathan Papelbon chimed in and said, I can confirm, play with Rendon literally hates baseball. Yeah, it's long. Isn't that what you signed up for? Just tell the team you want to play half the season and give back half your salary.
Man, I'm sure there are guys that play a sport and they don't like it.
Of course.
I know there are. I know there are. They're just good at it, and they know they can make money off of it.
This provides, not totally, because obviously he wasn't driven by money necessarily, but do you remember the old Buccaneers punt returner Jaquez Green at the late 90s? Jaquez Green was famous for telling...
Florida Gator?
Yeah. He was famous for telling people he never, enjoyed football. It's that when he was, in high school, he grew up playing Madden, and he loved the game so much that he was like, I want to be in this game. It's not even that I love football. I just want to end up in this game. And so that's what pushed him to become a professional football player.
Yeah, it's like how many people are miserable at work doing what they do, can't wait for retirement. And because these guys are blessed with the athleticism to go ahead, I don't get mad. Maybe 30 years ago, 20 years ago, sports fan Sean would be like, how dare you? It's like, okay, not everyone is going to absolutely love what they do. You do it because you make millions of dollars.
Right. Or because you're good at it, or someone's willing to pay you.
You think every single NBA player thinks they should have 82 games? Yeah, football players, They say, no, we shouldn't extend the season. That doesn't mean they hate it. They're looking out for their health and safety.
That's it. They want to hang out at home more.
Yeah.
I mean, being a Major League or whatever, being a Major League Baseball player, money aside, just take the money out of it. That is a nightmare grind.
It is a nightmare.
It is a grind, man. It is every night until midnight. You have a family, you have no home life. None. You see the kids in the morning, if you even wake up in time, and then you're just hanging around until you go to the park and the travel. But then the money comes in, and it's like, oh, well, I could deal with this.
Yeah, I mean, it was David Irving. He always hated football. He was really great at it. He never cared. Players have this happen. What's that?
He was good.
No, he was really good, by the way.
I don't know why you overrate defensive ends around here who love to be, space cadets. Randy, and Irving.
It's funny. I heard from somebody recently that David Irving had apparently said he was watching the Cowboys playoff game, and David Irving was like, I could go out there right now and play for this team.
Sure, Dave. Cool. Awesome, man. 877-881-1053. Truckback.com. Text line. Wow. Text us your top 3 Beltré moments throughout the entire show. We're going to sprinkle them in. Your top 3 Beltré moments, and we will run them down as he officially gets welcomed to Cooperstown. You want an out for Dak and McCarthy? You may have gotten it yesterday. Your let it ride option, one more and done after this story. We'll bring it to you on the home of the Cowboys next. But let me.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss. That's soda.
All right. Mike Bassick would absolutely love this segment. You want to start early? You want to start messing with him early in his headphones?
Already did.
Okay. Where's my marker?
That
That was a big marker,
You're
man,
going to concuss
too.
me again?
It's down here. Well, if you keep breaking the rules, then keep getting punished, and we got to get harsher
Mom will see you
punishments.
soon.
Wow. That's messed up. All right. The Dak Let It Ride option that came from a Michael Gelkin story yesterday, Dallas Morning News, on the home of the Cowboys. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. What is this, Roberto?
Well, first off, what does Michael know? You know, it's
Pretty
just
plugged in.
he is, actually. Michael's very good. Michael is one of the best reporters on the beat. And when he writes something like this, I just go, okay, are you just like, hey, off-season content, need to just write some general stuff? Or are you trying to get ahead of something that you think could happen, that you think is possible? So it just makes me wonder. But Michael wrote an article yesterday called Breaking Down the Details of a Possible Dak Prescott Cowboys Extension. So little things and they're like, hey, you got to free up money, do this. But he did make the point that, and the biggest thing that came out of this was, you don't have to do it. You don't have to make this extension. You
don't have to give him the extension to free up all the money that you need.
You
can
can
spend elsewhere.
You can free up a chunk of money. You cannot free up as much as you probably want. You can free up about $19 million and lower his cap figure from about 59 to 40. You can do that. And it's because he has these void years on the back. He has 2 years, technically has 3 years left on his deal. Next year, and then these 2 void years, which are not actual real deals. They're just accounting tricks to be able to shift money to the back. And then at the end of that, this upcoming year, the deal voids, and then it accelerates everything. So you would have to take more money on your cap at the end of the year if you did this. But in theory, you could just restructure his base salary, which is $29 million, make it a veteran minimum, which is a little over 2, I think, for given how long he's been in the NFL. And then you basically split that charge over the course of 3 years, and it frees up $19 million. But the question is that A, enough money? And B, are you willing to shift another $29 million that accelerates on your cap immediately when you reach the end of the contract? And you end up shifting even a bigger burden of salary cap responsibility that you'll have on there.
So if you did all that, and next year they lose to Arizona in round 1, Dak plays bad, you can be done?
Yeah. You can let his contract ride out. If you feel like $19 million is all you need to free up off of your cap, which right now they could be 20 to 30 million over. But like by the time the offseason.
And what does that do for allowing you to deal with Parsons, Lamb, anyone else I'm forgetting? Parsons and Lamb.
So Lamb and Parsons, Lamb would essentially be any extension Lamb gets is going to be cheaper than his cap hit for next year. Right. Because you're talking about he's already got 5th-year options that are triggering and everything else. So that's a bigger deal than just his rookie contract. Parsons probably costs you more money to get an extension done. Like his cap figure would be larger than if you did that. So those two probably cancel each other out. What you're going to have to say goodbye to is more likely some of these free agents. So Gilmore, Cooks, DeMarcus Lawrence, maybe you have to cut other veterans. Like that's where you start running it. It's not so much the younger guys that you're trying to extend. You're going to have to say goodbye to like core veterans. You're going to have to say goodbye to Tyler Biadasz, who's a free agent.
That is. And then maybe on top of all that, pay Dak even more.
If you go, oh, this is what I want, or risk exposing him to the market and Dak goes, well, I'm not coming back. I'm done with this.
Right.
Because you can't tag him. And so your options right now are to sign an extension for him, let it ride, or he approves the trade somewhere.
What
he
would it
picks
be,
where he
his 5th year,
goes.
6th?
I know what I would do, Ralph, but I will go to you first because you have been more on the side of blowing this up.
Look, I mean, I do think that
very good information, by the way, Bob.
Thank you, Michael Gelkin.
If it's accurate.
Take it up with Michael.
I don't care if they pay him this year. Let's just say they gave him a new deal this year. It's going to be worth what? 60?
I mean, I don't know if it gets all the way up to 60, but it's between 50 and 60 a year.
Okay. Let's just say it's 55.
Yeah.
All right. The difference is if they wait another year, it's 60.
Right.
I don't think that's a big enough difference to worry about
Getting it done now?
What?
Getting it done now?
Right. I'd be like, all right, if it's only going to be a 5, maybe 8, 10 million a year.
Yeah.
If it's going to be 20, then it's like, okay, let's get it done now. But if it's going to be minimal, because the cap goes up X amount every year, that's going to be offset by whatever the new number is.
Okay.
So I don't mind waiting. I think.
But with that, what have I told you? You've pissed him off. And he would be and should be pissed off, I think. Maybe he doesn't feel like he has a right to be given the playoff success. You've ticked him off, and now you risk him saying, okay, I'm not just going to let you re-sign me for $5 million more. I'm out. I want out.
Okay. It's fine. I think Dak's a great quarterback. I think he's a top 10 quarterback. There's no, if you were to look at the teams that need quarterbacks, none of them really scare me. Atlanta might with their roster. They got a good roster. Atlanta might scare me. But if he goes to Washington, he's not winning 12 games next year, I don't think.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I don't think it's going to bite me in the butt. I'll find somebody else.
Well, though, I'm not worried about, forget about him going somewhere else, replacing him. That's the nightmare.
It is the nightmare. But I think it's
you just said that very casually. It's not that casual. I'll just replace him.
I think it's much.
Not.
I know, but I think I think it's much more cowardly to keep him than it is to get rid of him and find somebody new. I think if
well, there's a different,
what's cowardly
that's
about
such a macho opinion.
It is.
You're right. It is much more cowardly to keep him, but it's smart. It could be smarter. But
you know
it's
you're getting, right?
safer.
Yeah,
you know what you're getting.
You know you're getting. You know you're not going to win the side. The title.
You're getting someone that's going to finish second in the MVP race.
Okay, once.
Yes.
History shows Josh Allen's never making a Super Bowl.
So the Bills should cut him.
But again, Josh is different. He's no,
it's cowardly. Look,
he's at worst the third best quarterback in the league.
Look. Sean McDermott knows about bravery. He's told us who was brave and who were cowards.
Absolutely.
I mean, if the Buffalo Bills,
we're talking different animal.
If the Buffalo Bills had stones, they would cut Josh Allen.
No, because nobody's cutting the third best quarterback in the league. Getting rid of the.
I mean, if you look over the course of the last 2 years, cumulatively, Dak's numbers are better than Allen's. I'm not saying he's better, but I am just saying that cumulatively he is better over the last 2 years than Allen.
Okay, fine, but the Cowboys would trade Dak for Allen right now.
Yeah.
And again, they would give up 2 first round.
And again,
picks.
if you want to talk about, I mentioned it yesterday, when you look at between the two of them, the top 7 best QBR years between those two players, Dak has 5 of them.
That's fine, Bobby, but let's not waste 4 minutes arguing.
I know, I'm just
no one's taking Dak over Josh Allen in the league.
Okay, but
no one is.
Okay, nobody's taking Dak over Josh Allen right now, but it's not like there's this giant chasm that makes it impossible to even consider that they would face similar questions.
I don't know. I mean, according to your argument yesterday, the gap between Brady and Manning was huge, and Manning was better than Brady in more than half the years they played.
Yeah, when
together.
Brady had Manning's cast, Brady dwarfed him, and Brady also
Until
won 7
Manning
rings.
Dwarfed him 5 years later.
No, not when they've had similar casts. When they've had similar casts, Brady always outperformed him.
Because the best year was not 07, it was Manning's 13.
But these are the names to replace in the league right now, right? It's almost like getting the mid first round pick or later is better to find your quarterback than at the very top.
Definitely mid.
Kyler, Mac Jones, Zach, Daniel Jones, Baker, Kenny Pickett, Fields, Bryce, Jameis, Trevor, question. Love looks good. Goff, success. CJ looks great. That's a lot of fail.
Hey, it's almost as if the second pick guy is better than the first. Half the time.
None of that is the point.
No, but
the point,
Mahomes was
the point is the odds of replacing at least what you have.
Yeah.
I'm for the record, I'm paying him, I'm giving him his money, I'm extending him. I'm not messing around, I'm not ticking him off. And I got to get over this whole playoff choker issue. If it even is a real issue. I know Bassick rolling in his grave right now listening to that. I'm paying him, I'm extending him, and we are moving forward.
Yeah, I don't know that it's a real issue. I don't know. I think he played poorly in that game. All right, there's no doubt about it. He's played good, well in other playoff games. and he's played poorly in playoff games. Like, it happens. He's outperformed his opponent in playoff games and still lost the game. Like, that happened in L.A.
Mm-hmm.
So it's I don't think Dak's a bad playoff performer or a choker. I don't think he's a choker.
Okay.
I think he's played against good competition, and generally you play against good competition, you have worse games. But I do think there is a ceiling there, and the goal is to find somebody without a ceiling. And the ultimate cheat code is to get a free quarterback, which is a rookie quarterback, rookie team.
So what would you do with this? You would wait.
I'd let him play the year.
Let him play the year.
Now, whether you said do the
Then
voidable years.
then if they come up short, if they have a run it back repeat, which the entire city believes right now is likely to happen, maybe you get to round 2, then you start over with your quarterback and your coach.
Listen, if he has another year similar to this and he finishes top 3 in the MVP or whatever, I'd sign him up.
He would not sign with you at that point, I don't think.
Really don't think so?
If you expose him to the market, I think he walks away.
Why do you say that?
Because I think there is I think over the last 12 to 18 months, Dak has started to get fatigue.
Are you guessing or are you kind of hearing?
I think you can see. Like, I think just listen to his statements, listen to the way he talks, listen to the way that he approaches things. I think there's some fatigue setting in. So if you expose him, I don't think he's there right now, but if you let that pass, if you get to, we really need to see it. I think at that point, that's the straw that breaks the back.
So what if it's week 10? Right, week 10 next year. And he's having a very similar season to this past year around week 10. And would they be able to sign him to an extent? You think you would say no?
Don't think so. Nope. I think if you expose the market, it's like this is it. Like, you guys have been given plenty of chances to show me the respect for what I've done here, and you did it again. You guys can you can go ahead and find. Let's go through the list. You can go ahead and run through again: Randall Cunningham, Anthony Wright, Quincy Carter, Ryan Leaf, Clint Sterner, Chad Hutchinson, Drew Henson, Vinny Testaverde, Drew Bledsoe. Go ahead, spend 7 years doing that again. Have fun with that.
It's possible. Look, that's the risk you run. There's no doubt about that.
Troy Aikman said he's still believing in number 4 despite the early playoff loss again.
For him, and really for the team, isn't so much what happens in the regular season now. It's how are they going to play and how is he going to play once you get into the postseason. That makes for a long year when that's the way it works. And I've been there as well as far as when the expectations are that high. But I still believe in Dak. I think that until you do it, there's always those criticisms. And I know Peyton Manning went through that his first 3 years. He didn't win a playoff game. And then you look back on it now, you can't imagine that anybody questioned whether or not he could win a playoff game. And, the Cowboys have been through that earlier in their franchise history. So the pressure gets higher, for sure, as they go into this offseason and then next season. It makes it hard. It makes it hard to come back and put themselves in a position to do it all over again. Everybody talks about the proverbial window and how long it's going to stay open. It's hard in this league to keep it open. We just assume that because these key guys will be back, that they'll continue to play at a high level, win 12 games, and put themselves in that position. And it just doesn't always work that way.
Thanks to all the 900 other people in the interview. Come on, Pepe. What are we doing here? Editing tricks. Get rid of these people.
Just throw it over to me, Peyton. I'll handle it.
But
for you.
Troy has always
do.
Troy's always been a Dak defender. So that was what was brought up. We will go through the truckwreck.com text line because it just got litty here in the 6 a.m. club for the Hump Day edition. They're talking about getting out of Jalen Hurts' contract. It sounds like Jim Harbaugh is very, very close to a decision. Why is everyone running away from Bill Belichick and the crazy, scary story of the KC fans disappearing and passing away during a Chiefs game? Next on Sean and RJ. But let me go ahead and get you set up with that security system so you can monitor everything. You get all.
Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Oh, Cliff Kingsbury apparently interviewing with the Philadelphia Eagles as they are firing everyone. Everyone else paying the price except for Nick Sirianni. But is it Garofalo or Garofalo? I never know.
Garofalo.
Garofalo, NFL Network says that Kingsbury interviewing for the Eagles OC spot. We've heard him connected to Chicago as well.
He has a history with quarterbacks that are generally, I'll say run first, but it's a major part of their game with Kyler. Kyler was very good at one point with Cliff. Could be something interesting.
And now they're talking about getting out of the Jalen Hurts contract, or that was just Mike Florio with a what if from Pro Football Talk?
It was a Florio what if, but it's crazy to think like 8 weeks ago, Peyton Russell is quite frankly stupidly suggesting that Jalen Hurts was still the MVP.
Well, he was.
And now they're breaking down. Yeah, after his 5 touchdowns against the Bills, and you were like, this is the pinnacle. Nothing gets better than this. Jalen Hurts.
He bit the Bills.
There's an entire article up now on Pro Football Talk talking about like, well, if the Eagles want to get out of this, they've essentially structured it to where they could trade Jalen Hurts pretty easily. And so you're talking about an 8-week swing where now people are like,
ridiculous.
Does he have the mental makeup? No, what I will say is this does show us like, this is why quarterback takes require time. This is why you've really got to see, because we've been burned by the one-off season. Like there was the Carson Wentz, there was the RG3. There are these moments where we get these one-offs and people think, oh, this is it. We've got it. And it really does. You have to show that you can maintain that level of success and maintain that consistency. And right now, Jalen Hurts is showing he's not able to.
Unless he was hurt.
Which probably David Carr said that.
Yeah.
And if he was, I get it. I mean, especially if it's lower body with him, that's a major part of his game is his ability to fool the defense with his legs and keep them honest.
No, but yeah, that is. But like, there's there's a big aspect there. Like, I mean, was he hurt? Potential? Like, those are things we talk about. There is a big aspect to this that doesn't get considered enough, though, which is what if he's just a bad player? What if he sucks? That could be it too. Because he sucks.
I think that might be a little harsh.
No, he does suck. As a thrower, as a processor, he's not been good.
Okay,
as a processor, he's been really poor.
Yeah, I know.
But that's not the only part of his game.
Exactly. He had one of the best all-time Super Bowl performances against Mahomes in Kansas City.
You think?
In a losing, I think he was like.
I think he was the best player on the field. And he had a fantastic season. And you just will not. It's like you only judge a girl by looks. You don't care about personality, and you don't care about anything else. So even though Lamar Jackson is about to win the MVP, you're still sticking to this. I don't care what you do with your legs. It's only with your arm.
He's not quarterbacky enough,
and that's what he's not quarterbacky enough. Exactly.
I care what you do with your legs,
and that's arguably your closed-mindedness.
No, I think it matters. I don't think.
So you hated Mike Vick.
Does that hurt?
I never thought that.
Closed-minded?
Huh? No.
Does it hurt?
No, not at all.
But you hated Mike Vick.
No, I didn't hate Michael Vick. I just also like
never really loved him.
Yeah, I recognized him for what he was and what history remembered him as, which was he was a gadget player essentially.
Okay, so you would never want Mike Vick quarterbacking your team.
Nope.
Or Lamar.
Probably not.
Okay.
Did Mike win an MVP?
No.
I don't think so.
Close to it.
So that's where we stand with Hurts. Florio just bringing that up to cause a little bit of trouble. Garofalo?
Yes, Garofalo.
It's Janine.
How can I remember
It's Janine Garofalo and Mike Garofalo.
No, wait, you're right. It is Garofalo.
I don't care for one of the two. One of them is wrong.
I don't know.
All right, every name has to be pronounced the same way.
I've never worked with him, so.
Yeah, he didn't come on the show, so I guess I shouldn't even care about mispronouncing it. But he says on NFL Network, Harbaugh is close.
This feels like we're now in the zone where something could happen between the Chargers and Jim Harbaugh in the near future. My understanding is that it is an extremely strong offer that they have made to him financially. They're now in the point where they're going to discuss staffing when it comes to general manager and obviously the coaching staff who's going to work alongside Harbaugh as well. So this feels like advancing to the point where if everybody's comfortable with a lot of the principal factors at play, that this team could move on Jim Harbaugh and try to get him under contract here in the near future. That feels like where we are. That feels like Harbaugh is not just toying with the NFL to try to get Michigan to agree to something to jump back to college. Judy, this has felt like Harbaugh has his eyes locked on the NFL, and this could be the move in the near future to Los Angeles, back to California, where he's coached before, where he's played before, where he'd be comfortable.
There you go. I'm excited for this.
Let's see what he's got.
You never know with Harbaugh. Well, we have seen what he's got.
I was talking more with Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
Like, that's the telltale.
Well, he won with Kaepernick.
Yep.
He's had Andrew Luck. He had J.J. McCarthy being talked about somehow as a Heisman candidate, which is ridiculous. And it's you never know with Harbaugh.
Nope.
Something crazy could happen. Sounds like this is close. I think Outkick even reported they agreed to the contract, like terms or the salary number. And it takes a lot for me to quote Outkick, but that's where we are with Harbaugh and the Chargers.
Very truthful state. Very truthful.
I would look. I think. As much as people hate him, I do think that any sort of whatever you want to talk about, like Big Ten football, NFL, whatever else, it's made more interesting with Jim Harbaugh involved. Like Harbaugh involved in things makes things more interesting just from a entertainment standpoint. Yes. He is a good team builder. He has shown that he can get a lot out of guys, and so I'm excited to see when you talk about a perennial like basically a team that has performed under expectations like the Chargers. I'm excited to see what it looks like whenever he's tied here and if he can bring that out of them. Because this will answer the theory that I've had for a while or that a lot of people have had. Just the idea of like...
Because you wanted Harbaugh here at one point.
Yeah, that's who I want. When they hired McCarthy, that's who I wanted them to go after was Harbaugh. Because I felt like you're close. Like that's a guy to push you over the edge. That's a guy to get the most out of you in a short window and help you win. And this will help test that theory is can he do that with the Chargers? Because a lot of people feel like the Chargers are AFC Cowboys.
Right.
I like him. I like him as a coach in general. I don't know how. I feel he belongs in college more. Like I do feel like he has that feel of a college coach.
Yeah.
You know, the NFL. I mean, a lot of it is so dependent on your quarterback. That just so much is. In college, you get away from that. Like JJ's a good player, but he's not like an elite player, and he's able to win in an old school fashion, a very old school fashion in Michigan.
All right, let's talk about this crazy story involving 3 Chiefs fans who were found dead in their friend's backyard after the owner of the house hosted a watch party on January 7th. All right, and they quote the weather very early in this article. Yeah. You'll find out why in a second.
You'll find out.
But Chiefs Chargers was watched by Jordan Willis at his house along with his buddies. The high of the day was 41 degrees. The low was 32 degrees. Following the Chiefs' win, Willis claims he went to bed but told his friends, hang out if you guys want to. I'm crashing. I'm out. It was not until 2 days later when the fiance of one of the men went looking for him and all the bodies were discovered. After the fiance never came home, she went to the guy's house, broke in. That's when she found him on the back porch. When the police arrived, Willis, the guy who owns the house, opened the door wearing nothing but his underwear and holding an empty glass of wine. After they entered the house, they discovered 2 other bodies in the backyard. He claims he did not know his friends' bodies were in his backyard. And he also claims they froze to death. When speaking, what? Let's try to keep the laughter down a little bit.
I'm just trying. What am I supposed to? This is a ridiculous excuse. I'm just as you're rolling through it, it's blowing my mind.
Wait till you get to the later part of the story. They'll show you it's not ridiculous. They are 100% not treating this as a homicide.
Yeah, that's incredible.
The guy.
That's amazing. The attorney first claimed, at first, Willis's attorney claimed he watched the men leave his house as he went to bed. But then his lawyer, this is all from Yahoo recapping, then his lawyer said Willis never saw the friends leave and left them downstairs to hang out. So that story changed from the attorney. They also claimed there was an unidentified 5th man, but the police have yet to confirm that.
Casey investigators say there's no foul play. They're not investigating. Was it Willis?
Yeah.
In connection with this in any way at the moment.
How is this possible?
They don't suspect him. Not a homicide. They said he was asleep for 2 days. That's the other part of the story. That the fiance he woke up. She woke him up. When she broke in the house, he was asleep for 2 days. Did not get up. Did not do anything. And now they're saying a pending tox report will shed more light on this, and that the fact that it was really, really cold that night.
Like, we have no immediate signs of death reported in this story. Like, no, so there must have been no gunshot. There's no stabbing.
None. And they're saying, look, they could have gone outside to have a cigarette and got locked out of the house with their keys inside and their phones inside. Maybe they all went out with that, and they were not able to get in the house. The guy was asleep for 2 days and never opened the door. Like, they have...
Three grown men couldn't get out of the backyard?
Again, you're right. It makes no sense. But, I mean, it could have been something to the fact that they took a drug that they shouldn't have, and that drug killed them, or that drug made them pass out. Because if the other guy was out for 2 days, and they're out for 2 days, but they're in 30-degree weather out for 2 days.
Right.
I assume... I think you could get hypothermia in that. I mean, it's not super cold, but if you're there for 2 days without a jacket on, I don't know. So they got a lot more of this to figure out, because this is wild.
No arrests or charges, and no one is in custody at this time. And the police captain, Casey Police Department, the case is 100% not being investigated as a homicide. So gonna need that toxicology.
Yep. People are
saying they were taking stuff.
More people in this article are saying, my husband banged on his door for 20 minutes. We banged on his door, busted a window, yelled and announced his presence. And while she's inside and still nothing from him, then the cops come 10 minutes later, and he comes out nonchalant in his boxers and an empty glass of wine. Nothing's adding up. It's crazy.
This is the Chiefs have also had weird stuff happen with their fans, because what was it last year? That guy who it was found out he's a serial bank robber, and he's been this really prominent Chiefs fan. So they got some weird stuff in their fan base. But yeah, if there's some missing detail. If either there's some missing detail or there's massive corruption within the Kansas City Police Department, that this isn't, that they're just oh nope, not a homicide.
Yeah.
The Brian Broaddus Stephen Jones rant, I have not listened to this. Tolo said you got to. Peyton got it for us, 7:20 this morning. The Brian Broaddus rant against Stephen Jones and the Cowboys. But the Stars get a W. The Bucks fire their head coach, and we start counting down the top moments from the official Hall of Famer Adrian Beltre's career on the home of the Rangers with Sean, RJ, and Bobby next.
Let's get you over to K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing. You are a North Texas homeowner.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Detweiler at the belt and to the plate. Beltré swings and cranks one to deep left field. That is on its way, and that ball is history. Adrian with his 10th career grand slam. He turns this game around. It's 5-2 Texas, and Globe Life Park is on its feet.
And, of course, we have those highlights exclusively because we are the home of the World Series champs. And last night, as expected, Adrian Beltre, first one into Cooperstown. He got 95% of the vote. He'll be going in with Joe Mauer, along with Jim Leyland, longtime Pirates man. You think of Jim Leyland instantly with the Pirates or the Tigers?
Or the Marlins.
Or the Marlins.
I would say, that's a good question. I mean, I think Pirates probably, only because I think there's still footage of him smoking a cigarette in the dugout with the Pirates.
Just big sniff of that mustache.
Yep.
See what that one else smells like?
I always thought of him as Marlins, and that was the team he spent the least with. But that was when I became had any sort of awareness, introduction, consciousness in him, was being the manager of the Marlins. And also how crazy it is to me that he's 80 years old now, and how he looked 80 years old with the Marlins and continued to look 80 years old all the way up. He looked so old with the Marlins and then never aged past that.
So it'll be Beltre, Joe Mauer, and Todd Helton. And we are counting down the top moments, your top memories of Adrian Beltre's career on the home of the Rangers on the TruckWreck.com text line, 877-881-1053. I grabbed the top 10 list from MLB.com. See if you agree, disagree. Let's go backwards throughout the show. Number 10, they put frenemies, Beltre and Felix Hernandez.
Okay.
All right. I mean,
like the good-natured jawing, the back and forth. Felix held him to a 226 batting average while striking Beltre out 10 times. Okay. Number 9, walk-off homers. His 9 walk-offs are 4 shy of Jim Thome's all-time MLB record. And I would have to go and look at the clutch numbers, but it did also feel like on top of everything else, Adrian Beltre came up in big moments.
Absolutely did. No doubt.
Yeah, he was big time for, especially here in Texas. I mean, obviously, there weren't a ton of big moments he got the opportunity to do in Seattle or anything else, but while he was here in Texas, absolutely.
So walk-off homers, number 9. Number 8, Beltre helps the Rangers clinch the AL West in 2015. After missing the playoffs the previous 2 seasons, they got hot down the stretch, took a 1-game lead into the division final day of the regular season. They were facing the Angels. They even took an early lead on a Pujols 2-run homer off of Cole Hamels in the first. And then Adrian, go-ahead 2-run shot opposite field off Garrett Richards in the 5th. Biggest hit of what turned out to be a 9-2 win, and the Rangers went back to the postseason.
I'll be totally honest, don't even remember that game. I don't.
Okay.
Because it was, and it's one of those things where I remember a ton of moments with Adrian Beltre, the game against Tampa, and ultimately ended up meaning nothing, but him and Cruz going back to back in the 7th inning of World Series Game 6, just the different things that he's done. That one is not one that stands out to me, probably because it was 9-2.
Home run king from 2004, his last in a Dodgers uniform. Only Bonds at the peak of his powers prevented Beltre from winning the NL MVP, but he did come away with the home run crown. He had 48, Bonds had 45, Pujols and Adam Dunn each had 46, also hit a career best 334 and reached the 200 hit mark for the first and only time.
And that was the contract year. It was his best year. He had a ripped up ankle in that year, too. He was playing on a bum ankle for most of the season. And that was also a year where people started to chatter. That was the chatter year.
Number 6, first MLB home run. The first of 477. And it happened in Arlington. June 30th, 1998. Coming here for his first career road trip, and he hit it off of
Bobby Witt.
Rick Helling.
Oh, Rick Helling, okay.
A lot of people hit him off Rick Helling.
So those are MLB.com's 10 through 6 for the official Hall of Famer.
All right, good stuff. He is a no doubt Hall of Famer. If you didn't vote for him, you had you were trying to get other people voted in, or you were making a statement about PED users. That's really it.
And Adrian last night, 14 people. Buster Olney was going off about this morning, calling it inexplicable. 19 votes. 19 voters did not sign up Beltré to go in.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can say this about everybody except Rivera, who was the only one that got 100%. Like, we never do this in other sports. We don't know the voting in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
there's 40 or so voters. We don't know if 36 said thumbs up and 12 said no. We have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, baseball and baseball voters will, obviously make it public on their own and do things like that. And so that's part of. I actually appreciate it. I like it. I enjoy the transparency to know the numbers and how a lot of those writers step out there and show it on their own. But yeah, we don't know that. We just know it was when you get to a certain point, it's a yay or nay, and we don't have any clue exactly how much they passed.
Look, I mean, but a lot of baseball voters they carry grudges. Like if they covered you and they didn't like you, they may not vote for you for your first time. Just as that's their own, your form of punishment as a player is that you didn't talk to the media member. And then when it gets around to the Hall of Fame, the media guy has all the power and they exercise it. And it's stupid, but I mean they've made the rules the way they are.
Albert Bell gets that a lot, that people are just like, you're a jackass, I'm never voting for you. It doesn't matter how good you were a jerk.
What does last night say about the direction of the steroid sentiment?
I mean, nothing really. Like A-Rod and Manny are the guys that, and I think Costas said if they had protein shakes, they're in at 100% of the vote. Like nobody would have not voted for A-Rod if he did not do PEDs, whether you didn't like him or not. You couldn't deny him, and he's not even at 40%. It's going to be their sled is going to be very, very difficult. The only thing that will get them in is the younger voter generally doesn't care. They care. I should say they care less. The older voter really cares about PEDs. The younger voter's like, whatever. So I think that's their only chances to get the older guys out of there, but they're not going to go anywhere.
I mean, Manning and A-Rod, both their voting totals dropped this year.
Yeah.
So they went down, which is, and I mean, those Boston writers who we know for sure voted for A-Rod, I mean, they're older voters. I do think that there's, even though it is younger voters who may not care, I mean, it may be a thing where there was enough damage done to their reputation. Like younger voters grew up with that influence over them, and you may have a harder time trying to shake that.
And real quick, I think with A-Rod and Manny, correct me if I'm wrong, they're repeat offenders on this. And
meaning what?
They didn't just stop. Like they did it again. Right? A-Rod got multiple times.
Oh, yeah.
And so did Manny. Like the other guys, Bonds, you could make the case, well, he did it and then he stopped, whatever. And also, they were also after the 03 sample or the 01 sample. So that anything that happened before then, I think some of the voters would have been like, whatever. Even though those guys didn't get in, they had a much higher percentages. Bonds did, at least. McGuire.
To the ice.
Pass for Wyatt Johnson in behind Rope. Hintz came in front. They couldn't clear and they score. Wow. Boy, Costin thought he had it cleared. He didn't. And the Dallas Stars have the lead 3-2. 2 early goals in the middle stanza.
Red Wings television with the call. They had to hang on for this one. They were up by 3. They won the game in the second period with 25 shots on net and 4 goals. Wyatt Johnson has been amazing since moving on to the first line with Romo and Hintz. In 5 games together, the trios combined for 8 goals and 20 points. The Stars pick up 5 out of a possible 8 points on the 4-game road trip. Back in action tomorrow night at the AAC against Anaheim. There is a fresh Spits and Suds recapping this game, along with a fresh Craig Ludwig episode as well.
Yeah, that's Detroit's decent. You want to win road games. They finished off their road trip in a much better spot than it could have been. And now it gets back to a game you got to win with Anaheim because they're not very good. And you do not want to fall any further behind anybody else like Colorado or Minnesota or stuff like that. You don't want to fall any further. Winnipeg. You don't want to fall further behind. You got to keep pace.
The Dallas Mavericks are going to take on the hot Phoenix Suns, right? One of the more anticipated teams this year after the Bradley Beal trade. They've won 6 in a row. They are 6 in the West. They finally have everybody healthy. How is it working out in the stat sheet for all these guys? The other night, Durant dropped 43 on the Bulls. The other guys scored like 18 and 19. On the season, KD is at 29.5. Booker is at 26.5. Beal is at 18. Grayson Allen at 14.
Ugh.
Eric Gordon is still playing.
Grayson Allen.
Nurkic is there. And this is going to be another litmus test for the Mavericks after they failed the Celtics one. So we'll see tonight.
Mavericks looking for some revenge today.
No, it's Suns looking for some revenge, Peyton, because the Mavericks beat the Suns by 14 a couple weeks back.
I don't have that drop.
So what an awful drop. Gosh, pick up your game, Peyton.
Grayson Allen.
This game is going to be on ABC. Will Doc Rivers be on the call? Because the story is that Doc Rivers could be replacing Adrian Griffin, who the Bucks fired yesterday halfway into his first season.
How are you going to go? And I thought Doc was done after last year, after another disappointment, after it was another Game 7, another blown lead. Doc Rivers is going to get another chance. And if you're him, you have to take it. I mean, you know that you're going to have a great team and you're going to have a chance to win a title. You have to take it. But my gosh, I can't imagine. I mean, and Adrian Griffin, like, you know, that poor dude, he's out there 43 games in. He's going to get fired already with 30 wins in 43 games. You're getting fired? Like, who did you tick off? Was it Giannis? Is that who you bothered? Had to be.
It has to be, right? Because, I mean, that's who controls everything there for them. Like that's the guy who they follow his lead. They don't want to rock the boat too much with him. What I think is wild is the report that Doc Rivers was brought in to be like an informal consultant for Adrian Griffin just a couple weeks back, and all of a sudden he has his job. Like,
man, I just want to be a consultant.
Be a great job.
There's a guy named Rick Scott.
Rick Scott, man. Rick Scott and Associates.
Florida governor, yeah.
Rick Scott.
Not Rick Scott, the Florida governor.
Going around consulting with radio stations. Just listen for a day. Give your advice and your thoughts. Rolling out to the next city. Are you kidding me?
This is what this reminds me of, honestly, is there's something that occurs in NFL circles that families will often hire lawyers to do searches for them to find the right agent when they're coming out in the NFL draft. And it's common for that lawyer to eventually go, you know who you should hire? You should hire me. I should represent you. And then the family goes, oh, that's a good idea. So the Bucks bring him in to be a consultant. Then what? Did Doc Rivers go like, you know what, my concept, I should take this job. You guys would be a lot better with me. Fire him. Let me do it.
Speaking of the Suns, Kevin Durant responded.
Yeah, so there was that article written on AZ Central saying he was confused why he's not in the GOAT conversation, and he said, because I went to the Warriors, why shouldn't I be in that? That's the question you should ask. Why not? What haven't I done? At Jacob the Clipper, Clippers fan.
Love him.
And look, Kevin Durant loves to Google his own name, but this guy actually tagged KD, so he wanted the smoke. He wanted Kevin to see this when he woke up. Hey, KD Trey, would MJ be the GOAT combo if he left the Bulls in 1990 and joined the bad boy Pistons? Or if LeBron left the Cavs and joined the big three of the Celtics in 2010 and won a couple? I'll answer this one for you. Hell no. Kevin Durant, 9:41 a.m. He woke up. He wasn't even out of bed. Probably still in whatever he was wearing at bed. Somewhere nothing, somewhere something, somewhere a lot. Who knows?
Hope you didn't wear nothing last night like usual with the Rhea.
I did wear nothing. I did wear nothing.
Ew.
I mean, I didn't poop the bed.
You don't know. You woke up in the dark. You said you have diarrhea this morning from Bobby's Burritos.
I do have it.
Yeah, you're cut out of breakfast, by the way.
Yeah, that's
cut
fine.
out.
Thank you.
That was insulting.
It was. He let off.
I mean, it was very good. It just, it killed me. Anyway, he responds to Jacob the Clipper. I can sit at any table at any time and talk basketball comfortably with anybody that has played the game. But Jacob the Clipper said I couldn't. Nobody knows you, bro. Move around. You have no credentials in my world. Sister. He chose violence a little bit there. Nobody knows you, bro. Move around.
Apparently, Brian Broaddus chose violence as well against Stephen Jones and the Cowboys. I can't wait to hear this for the first time. The Broaddus Cowboy rant from yesterday starts off the expressway. Commercial free with Sean and RJ next.
Get you over to Platinum.
here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Good morning, Metroplex Hump Day edition
Hump Day.
of Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. This is the Expressway. We are commercial free for the next 40 minutes or 35 minutes. If you want to be technical, I know some people on the fan text say you still break at 7:54. So we're commercial free for the next half hour plus. And yesterday, the Tolos alerted me on Twitter that Brian Broaddus had gone on a rant. And I don't think anyone heard this live because I texted the rest of you. Pepe went and got it. Anything else you need to say or set up before we play it, Bobby?
No, I started to listen to it yesterday, and I saw on the YouTube after it had been posted for 4 hours, it had like 15,000 views. So I know it's gone super viral on the YouTube page.
Okay, let's hear it. Brian Broaddus apparently talking about Stephen Jones.
This is Stephen Jones's team right now. And if Jerry's number one fault is handing it off to somebody that's ultra conservative that way, then go ahead and blame him. But right now, I think the blame's going the wrong direction here myself.
So it needs to be Steven. Steven needs to be in the blame.
I think when you start to talk about when they don't want to change. They don't want Bill Belichick walking in here or Jim Harbaugh walking in here and saying, we need to do this differently personnel-wise. I don't like the way we're doing this personnel-wise. I don't like this. They don't want that. They don't want that. It's easy for them now. Mike's not going to get in their way about personnel. Mike's not going to get in their way and say, oh, well, like I want him to go in there and say, hey, we need to do something different here. He's not. He's not going to do it different. It's totally comfortable for the way that these guys operate now.
It is.
They don't have anybody questioning their personnel moves. They get to draft. They get to sign players, their own players. They don't do things that the guy in Philadelphia does or people who are fighting for their jobs. That's what this football team is.
Yeah.
They've handed it off from a guy who used to do crazy-ass things. And I was part of the crazy-ass things he did.
Heck yeah, you were.
You know what?
You were a bad mofo.
I almost said an S word there. The crazy-ass stuff will get you fired, But he handed it off. And that's where we are now. That's where we are with this football team. They don't want to change because they could operate in the way that they're comfortable operating. That's that's the problem. And it ain't Jerry. Jerry's just stepping back. He's 81 years old, but he still has all the titles and stuff. But he ain't in there rolling up his sleeves doing the nuts and bolts stuff. It's Stephen Jones doing this stuff.
Woo! BB, well done. Well done from the G-Bag Nation. That's unfortunate to hear. What's that?
No, go on.
What did you say?
I said, whoa.
Oh, because, if you are dominating and you're winning and meeting your standard, fine. Keep the same thing going. But, our first day in radio here with our first boss is like, you guys are going to have to change 5 to 10 times in your career. You're going to have to adapt. You're going to have to change, right? You got to get comfortable being uncomfortable. And the impression that I'm getting from Broaddus, I hope I'm relaying it correctly, is that they'd rather be more comfortable with the setup and situation the way it is than get uncomfortable and actually win something legit. And that's really disheartening to hear as a fan. That's very disheartening as a fan base, if that is true.
I know a real easy way to get uncomfortable. Go on a long journey for an elite quarterback. Sorry about that. But it's like, look, is the definition of comfort not just saying, hey, look, we know we're going to win 12 games with Mike and Dak. Let's bring them both back. That's comfort. I'm not really advocating saying yeah, I get it. There's a ceiling with Dak, and there's a ceiling with Dak and Mike together, and there's a ceiling with Mike. But this is the absolute comfort is bringing both back together because you know what you're going to get. You're going to get a 12-win team.
Yeah.
And I understand the philosophy of, hey, throw a dart. Get me in the tournament. Throw a dart.
Yeah.
Maybe I get
Let's be the Lions.
Right? I mean, the Lions got...
Be the Lions. Be the Bucks.
Yep, the Lions needed one upset. They needed one upset I mean, they needed to win a tough game against the Rams.
Yeah.
But then all it took was one upset for them to go from playing a road game against Dallas to a home game against Baker Mayfield.
Well, what they need now is just one upset. They're one upset away against San Fran from being in the Super Bowl. And so you can take that approach, right? You can get invited to the party, or you can be the master of ceremonies. And it sounds like Steven and them are fine just being invited to the party.
It's so frustrating to look at because of this, is that regardless of what somebody thinks of Dak or whatever else, like he clearly played up near a top 3 MVP candidate level this year. And he's played at high levels before. He consistently has played below that at the playoff run. So like at that point you just say like, okay, is it the stage or like what's the issue here? The problem is that they always swap out this or that, or like, okay, this is the issue this offseason, we're going to fix that. This is the issue this offseason, we're going to fix that. And then it proves that none of it's there. It really does feel like this just unattainable issue or unidentifiable issue that's out there, and I don't know what it is that just prevents them from playing up to that level. And I don't know, there's no easy fix for it. I'm going to be incredibly curious to see in 5 weeks when they're in Indianapolis and they stand up there like they do every offseason and go like, here's our top agenda item. Like a couple of years ago, it was, we got to be tougher. We got to be more physical. We need glass eaters. And then last year it was, we got to lower these interceptions. We got to run the ball better. We got to change up the offense. Like, I don't know what convincing off-season issue you can present in 5 weeks.
All talk.
Yeah, and they'll have to give us something because they always do.
Yeah.
But I don't know what in the world they're potentially, because it's like, it felt like you covered a lot of the thing. My guess is they're going to say, run game, man. Both sides of the ball. Got to stop the run. Got to run the ball better. That is our mission this offseason, to get better on both.
I thought that was last year's reason for Kellen being gone.
I mean, yeah.
Want to run the damn ball?
You know?
Romo used to say, the goal is just to get better at one thing each year. It was either Romo or Dirk. I can't remember. They're both the same.
Yeah, totally. Same number of titles.
It may have been Dirk, actually. Just said get better at one thing each year. Organizationally, you can get better at multiple things. It doesn't have to be just one. You have to limit it to just one. Cowboys just zone in on one different thing every year.
I will say
the follow-up question. Go ahead, Bobby.
I was just going to say, I will say that if you, and I know this is very off-putting to you, Chop, but if you look at the 4 teams that are left in the playoffs right now, one common thing, like they all have different things in common, but if you want to say what's one common thing that they all have that Dallas does not, they all have really, really good linebackers. Like all of them. Like Dallas, San Francisco, Baltimore, we already know about their guys. Detroit went and spent draft capital on Jack Campbell, and Alex Anzalone had a really nice year. Kansas City's got Nick Bolton. They've gotten really good linebacker play. Really good linebackers in the middle of those defenses. And so, I mean, that may be something that they have to adjust to. But if they don't buy into the value of investing in linebacker near the top, which is something you would agree with, I know, Chop, but if they don't buy into that, I don't know that fundamentally you can change their mind on that.
Well, I mean, they changed their mind on one techniques, right? They drafted one in the first round.
Right.
But Dan Quinn has always had the view that one techniques matter.
Sure.
If Dan Quinn has not viewed linebacker as important as...
He had Bobby Wagner.
Right, but where was he taken? He's third round, Wagner?
Second. He was a second
rounder.
rounder.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can... That's the thing I think you can get. Like, the difference between elite and great at that one position is far different than the difference between elite and great at another, and like, can you find great somewhere else?
Well, let's talk about more of the overall approach. I guess the follow-up question to this is, should Stephen Jones be questioning himself? To what degree? Of course, you question yourself when you keep coming up short, right? You should, if you have enough pride. But to what level? To what degree? Ryan has Stephen Jones up on the fan cam. I don't know. It's like this guy's a sorcerer. He somehow he's got a Dionne Warwick ball back there on the hotline. He can just predict the future. I don't know how I didn't even tell him we were going to do this, and he's showing Stephen Jones up there before I say his name.
Dionne Warwick.
Yeah. Is it Warwick?
It's Warwick.
No, it's Dionne Warwick.
It's Dionne Warwick. You're right.
I don't know any other fortune teller like predictor, like the medium.
Right? Yeah.
Dionne Warwick was a singer.
I know, but Dionne Warwick had a
psychic hotline or something.
Psychic hotline.
I think.
You don't remember that?
I don't remember anything about her being a singer. I know she was, but she's more known for, I believe, psychic hotline. Please confirm this, so I didn't misrepresent her.
Look,
I thought Dionne Warwick is the fortune, the future teller.
Yeah,
Am I crazy?
It's it was a Psychic Friends network.
Yes.
The Psychic Friends
Yeah,
network.
no one thinks that Dionne Warwick
I get Miss Cleo. You say Dionne Warwick, I think singer.
So she did like infomercials for
Yeah.
the Psychic Friends network.
There's some Tyler guy, medium. Amanda always watches. I say he's a crook. But anyway, to what degree should Stephen Jones be questioning himself? I have put together 12-win rosters. Everyone every year looks at us as a top 5 talented team in the league. Now, we're obviously missing something, but Bobby, you've talked about it over and over. Like, the Cowboys have talent, and they have double-digit win talent to win the division every other year. So how much do you question yourself and be like, why should I blow this up? Why should I wreck this? Because we're not exactly where we want to be, but we're a playoff team. We're a 12-win team is no joke. 12-win team.
No, it's 3 straight years.
I mean, come on now. That's freaking impressive.
It's very impressive. They've done a good job of it. And then you've got to really figure out what the main reason why they have failed is. And like, it could be a number of reasons. Sometimes in some game, and that's the thing with judging it by just playoff games, in any game, the faults could be thrown on multiple. This year could be Mike. The previous year could be Dak. The previous year could be Zeke. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it could, or Kellen. It could have been anything. You could throw these things onto different people every time.
You know what's interesting is consistently Garrett, when Garrett was here, there was never really questions about culture or effort. Like we always said, like they never quit on Garrett, everything like that. But one of the things that drove people nuts about Garrett was him and his coaching staff seemed to have way too much interest in their personnel evaluations. And we would feel like at times, like, why is there this war between the personnel department and the coaching staff? Why are we letting the coaching staff, Rod Marinelli, who we love Rod Marinelli, listener to this station, listener to this show.
Oh, wow.
But why are we letting Rod Marinelli or Chris Richard or Jason Garrett or Scott Linehan like pick players over these evaluators who have figured it out? So now we've got a staff that in large part has, it feels like, kind of step back and let the evaluators pick it, and you like that because now the talent's built up. But now you consistently feel like there have been too many times where the preparation's not right or the culture's not right. Like, it makes me wonder, like, if you could have gotten culture, like could Garrett have potentially, like, or not even Garrett, just anybody, is culture the biggest thing that's just missing at this point? Like, do you need somebody to come in here and basically get out of the way, let the personnel department pick the players and everything else, and then have a coach here who's going to instill preparation and culture and toughness and effort above scheme because you've got the players to make it work?
I thought their culture was good with Garrett.
I know, that's what I'm saying, is that culture was good with Garrett, but a lot of times got too involved meddling in terms of trying to have a voice in personnel and not just letting the scouts do their job, so you end up with Taco Charltons and Tristan Hills.
I think this needs to be a collection of badasses that don't go to jail. That's what I want. This is about running to help Dak, stopping run, toughness. Toughness in quarterback play in the big playoff moments. Those are my top 2 things. It's just not they're tough. They're not a tough enough and a dumb football team.
Yes.
Little small details. They always come up short. They just do. And I think that they like each other a lot. I think they like McCarthy. I just think it's a little bit too comfortable. I think that the players in the locker room are as comfortable as Steven and the front office are. I think they and I just think that they all like each other, but sometimes you need, what does Steinbrenner say about smooth sailing?
You say lead, follow, or get the hell out of the way.
Or smooth sails, smooth waters make for no sail. The boat doesn't go anywhere when the water isn't there. You know what I mean? It's a saying.
I was going to Google Steinbrenner boat quote.
Yeah, Steinbrenner would say, right, you need rough water. It'll come in here on the text. Peyton, let me know when it does. You need some rough waters for the boat to move.
Broadus and I were talking about this yesterday on Love the Star, which is out now. Peyton actually got on top of things and posted it this morning. We actually are going to record 2 on Thursday night, so we'll bank up a few for you guys.
Sweet.
Broadus had talked about this yesterday. We were kicking around the idea of how many players would you actually say, like, fit what you're looking for in terms of toughness right now and intensity and things like that. And Brian said, I think you've got guys who are genuinely like real tough, glass eater, like good culture guys. He's like, but I think you've only got like 8 of them. He's like, just from the outside, I look at it and I go, Donovan Wilson's tough. DeMarcus Lawrence, Jake Ferguson, CeeDee Lamb, Dak. Like, I think these are tough guys, but you don't have enough of them. That was Nate Newton's criticism over at DallasCowboys.com for the final month of the season. He's like, you don't have just mean MFers right now.
And San Fran does. Oh, you got, is it a Tolo said what it was?
Yeah, 469 came in clutch, said smooth waters never made a good sailor.
There it is.
It was the other one that was from SI. A ship that sails on a calm sea goes nowhere.
Yeah. There you go. That's what I was trying to say, Gilligan.
Yeah.
The motion of the ocean. That's another one.
Yeah.
Trucker.com text line. Sean just had a stroke there. See, smooth waves don't make good sailors. Like you said, not the size of the boats, the motion of the ocean.
There we go.
Let's see. And then never going to win the big one with Dak.
You know what I would like to ask Stephen Jones as well one time? Like, would you ever consider, would there be circumstances where you would fire yourself in some circumstances? Because Jerry gets that all the time, right? His answer is no. Like, to me, if you're in that position and you are not doing what you can in order to try to win the championship, you're failing. But are you just comfortable? Are you just too comfortable? Now, how many? It's really irritating. It's frustrating.
Philosophically, they just believe. And their stance on it philosophically is they're going to have to come to me anyway to get the okay. So I'm just bypassing that.
Oh, and philosophically they're saying, name me the general manager firings that took place this offseason. Who got run? Off the top of our heads.
Tom Telesco.
Okay. Carolina's GM.
Yep. And off the top of my head, that's the only ones I can remember. I'm sure there are others, but those are the ones I know of off the top of my head.
And Jerry would say, okay, what's the hit rate on new GM hires? What's the average time that these general managers stay with their teams? So your way of putting in a so-called GM isn't necessarily the better one. That's what they would say. But that's where we are. That's where we are. But my bottom line is, nothing they say, I'm done listening to it and believing it. Nothing they say means anything. None of it lands, right? It's like your friend who is, well, I promise, and I this, and I just shut up. Do it. Talk is cheap. No more of it. And I, like a dummy, waited way too long to finally come to that realization where Bassick and other Tolos are like, dude, we told you this 13 years ago when you started. We told you this every year since. We tell you this every Tuesday at 8:45 or 9 o'clock when Jerry is done with the weekly interview. And I just did not want to believe, and I could not believe that they were fine with the status quo as is. Would they prefer to win the championship? Of course. But is it bugging them enough to drastically change? And right now the clear answer is no. And that's really pisses me off.
You know what what would be refreshing to me is, like you just say, essentially acknowledging that they know they have to show more than their words. Like, I don't want to hear any more Dak stand up there and say, like, well, this damn sure isn't our standard. Like, he always likes to throw in the extra damn into his answer to, like, really punctuate the seriousness. But, like, oh, this damn sure isn't our standard. No, you need to say that this has become the reality of what the standard in your building is. Like, this is the standard. If it wasn't the standard, more people would lose their jobs, players and coaches, and that would happen if that wasn't the standard, because you failed to meet whatever this imaginary standard has been for 27 years. I don't want to hear Mike McCarthy get upset about people questioning certain things within the building, because it's like, no, because every time you've gotten bowed up about this, it's proven to be wrong. Jerry, I don't want to see Jerry say, like, oh, this is the easiest path we've had. Don't talk about easy paths anymore, because easy paths have never equated to you changing anything or getting different results over 27 years. So I would like to see them have an awareness of that, and an awareness that their words don't matter, and say, look, I can argue with you all day long and present my case. The reality is we have to show it, and there's no point in trying to convince you otherwise. We just have to convince you with results.
It's hump day.
Hump day.
It's expressway.
Oh, expressway.
It's chopping it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Have you ever been so drunk that you got shot in the head and didn't realize it for 4 days?
Almost. Never mind.
You got hit in the head with a marker yesterday.
Yeah, you did.
No, I was going to say, I've been drunk enough where I almost.
All right.
Papacitos.
Yeah.
Papacitos story.
Bang, bang.
21-year-old Mateus Faccio. That's a fake name. That's a fake name right there. He said
Not
he was.
all ethnic names are fake. John.
Sounds like one of those
That's very Italian.
Boston writers who didn't vote for Beltré.
Absolutely. So he's a college student. Apparently, he thought it was a stone, a bad joke. He's 21 years old. He thought somebody picked up a rock and threw a rock. There was not a noise. It felt completely normal. He heard absolutely nothing. He's a medical student, and he swims in the ocean on New Year's Eve. He is ringing in the new year. He partied the night away. He drove 193 miles back to his hometown, 4.5 hours. Meets up with some friends, parties some more, posts a photo of himself 2 days later. On the fourth day, not the third day, Bobby, he rose on the third day. On the fourth day, he realized something was wrong. He goes and takes a nap. He wakes up, his arm is feeling a little bit off. I could feel my fingers moving, but I didn't have the confidence to pick anything up. He goes to the hospital. They give him a CT scan, and he has a 9mm bullet in his head.
Man, this wasn't even like a little 22p shooter either.
No. The bullet was compressing his brain in an area close to the region responsible for the movement of his right arm, causing irritation.
I'm amazed at the number of people who get shot and don't die.
Oh, the gun wasn't mine.
I'm amazed at the number of people who go to the hospital for stomach pain and they're pregnant.
Oh.
Are you? Like when you watch, I didn't know I was pregnant. Don't you, when you watch the episode after hearing
Is
these
there a
people
show
talk,
I don't know I was pregnant?
Yeah. When you watch it, don't you come away from that going like, you seem exactly like I would have envisioned the person who didn't know they were pregnant would be like.
I could see that. Like they say in 20 to 30 days, he'll be fine. The bullet was taken out of his brain, sent to police. They have no idea how it got in there. It's probably somebody shooting it up in the air from miles away.
Would you rather get shot in the arm or stabbed? Like anyone who stabs someone. No, not pass. Anyone who stabs someone, I'm like, forget about just getting the stab, but doing the stabbing. Like I can't even. I can't even think about it.
You can't think about the force it would take to
No,
break
like
through?
just a knife into someone. Like I think Amanda was watching. Dang, what is this girl who just got out of jail? She killed her mom, but the mom
Gypsy Rose.
Yes, and they're talking like stabbing her. They're like, all right, we finally decided on stabbing. I'm like, what? Wait, what? Just a knife?
Yeah.
I can't deal with knives like that, man.
I'm out on knives. Big out on knives.
Yeah.
I got
even that Tolo who gave us that knife, like me playing with it, I'm like, I feel like a serial killer.
I
feel like a serial killer here, not MacGyver.
I thought I had broken that thing, by the way. I was trying to see if I could switchblade it into a piece of chicken and it would cut through, and then it broke. And I was like, oh, I broke the knife. And then Tolo Steve had told me, he's like, no, that's a spring mechanism. He's like, just flip it. And so I fixed it, but I just fixed it the other day. I was worried after the last month that I'd broken it.
Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, I have it. It's in the car, just in case. I need to get out of the car. Like if I'm caught in the seatbelt, taking it off.
Isn't that why they talk about like stabbings generally like show like how personal a killing could be, because it's like you want close quarters.
So in case your car goes off the cliff here on the bridges into the oceans, you want to cut the seatbelt off.
Well,
it's
so
not
they
for
say
like,
it's got the glass breaker on the bottom of it, right? So you break the glass.
Yeah.
And sometimes you can't get your belt off. Like in an accident, you got to cut it off.
Okay.
Absolutely have to have a knife in the vehicle.
Thought you lifted, bro.
Awful when you can't get your belt off.
Right. Okay, so that's this poor guy. So they don't know how he got shot, but a 4-day bender after that. Bobby, we are going on an airplane in less than 2 weeks.
Damn right we are.
We could not have picked a worse time.
We're going paid, not you.
Yeah, we are. Oh.
Because the
most of the station is going. We're not sure about some.
Because the Southwest Airlines flight attendants are striking?
No, not because the flight attendants are striking, because there appears to be a problem on an airplane literally every day. So this flight that was bound for New York City, a Virgin Atlantic flight, was leaving Manchester in the United Kingdom. A British traveler named Phil looks out the window. What does he notice on the wing, Bobby?
A person.
4 bolts were missing from the wing.
Oh my gosh.
He looks out the window and he says to his flying partner, it was his girl. She started to panic. He was trying to put her mind at ease, so he alerts the flight attendant. Engineers go out there. They carry out the maintenance on this Airbus A330, and they cancel the flight. They get him on a different plane. later on that day, there was 4 bolts missing on the freaking wing. And we are talking about a couple of weeks after the Alaska Airlines door flew off, the plug door just falls off, and then reports that they found a ton of loose bolts on other planes' plug doors within all the airlines.
What do you think the station would say if you're like, I'm now petrified to fly?
I don't think they would
force you.
Yeah.
There you go, Bassick.
I'll get a Broadus cruiser.
There you go, Wolchuk. Those are your outs. You can just say, I'm terrified.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
So, like, now, listen, there were 119 bolts on the wing in this one area. There were 4 missing. It probably wasn't going anywhere. But still, you can't have missing bolts on an airplane.
No, but I also want to, like, even as paranoid as I am, I'm not investigating for every bolt. Does this guy know planes really well? Did he know exactly where to look? Like, okay, where's the missing bolt? We're just
yeah.
I remember there was one of our listeners, Trey, had said that he's a welder, and he mentioned that every restaurant that he's in, he just starts examining the roof and seeing all the awful welding in businesses and how he's how is this thing holding up? And so this sounds like a guy who he must know planes.
He must, because that was on the top of the wing. Pilots don't walk on the wing before a flight. They're not getting up there walking on top of the wing.
I will say, no joke, this is part of my my hypochondria, it extends to this. Every single plane I've ever got on, I feel like it's going to go down.
Of course you do.
Every single one. I walk on it and I go yeah, I could envision, as I'm passing people, I'm do we look like a group of people that would go down? And I'm almost
what does that mean? What were you thinking when you're looking at the people that you're walking on the plane?
As I look, no, not like that, Sean Sharif. I'm saying that when I look at it, and I say I could see all of our faces on the front of the Dallas Morning News is what I mean. Get a collection. That's how I feel.
All right. Well, let's go closer to home than Manchester, England. Austin, Texas. Flight was headed from Austin to Charlotte. It was an American Airlines flight, Sean, and they diverted to Houston.
Thanks for saying American to me. After Bobby.
Now, why? Why? Because in the first 30 minutes after takeoff, the oven caught on fire on the plane. So you're just sitting there.
The oven?
The oven. You're just sitting there. I thought they just microwave. All of a sudden, you're sitting there on the airplane, and you're just like, oh, man, we're past the first 6 minutes, Bobby.
Yeah, I thought it was 3. Apparently, it is 6.
Yeah, we're past the first 6 minutes. We are smooth sailing. Here's the fire on the plane, thanks to the oven. Which has got to be a scary thing. You get
what? I mean, I can't ask Bobby. He's always on the Cowboys charter. But what's the status of food on planes these days? If you get a meal, where are we with that?
First class.
Yeah, but the quality of it.
Oh, it's Stouffer's or whatever. You know what I mean?
Hungry Man? Isn't that what you eat?
No, not anymore. No, not anymore.
Oh, because your girlfriend cooks for you?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, right.
We followed each other on Twitter, by the way.
Drops it off in front of your door.
We've refollowed each other on Twitter, by the way, Peyton, me and Mackenzie. So.
Why did you stop following?
Yeah. Because it was a power move. I was waiting for her to follow me back, and as soon as she did, I unfollowed her last time.
Oh.
I'll text her right now, tell her to unfollow you. She listens to me.
Not after Saturday.
Oven fire. We don't worry. We are not on a plug door plane.
Are you sure? Have you inspected it? Are we on the Max?
We're not. We're on the only plug doors on the extended narrow bodies. We're not on an extended narrow body. We're on a 700. So we're good. The Stanley Cups. Not the Stanley Cup, but the Stanley Cups.
Oh, my gosh. These things have taken over and consumed my life.
So do you have any? Does
Amanda has
some?
One. Good Lord. That's her
knockoff?
number one Christmas gift that she wanted. I'm pretty sure it's a real one.
Okay, so kids are being brutally bullied for middle schoolers for having.
Who is responsible for popularizing this? TikTok. And why are they different? How are they different from Yeti? Someone, please explain to me. This giant gargantuan cup is so desired by everyone and even kids. Someone is making this a cool, popular thing to get that kids are fighting over.
I think it's a little bit bigger than that.
Okay.
All right.
I don't know that I want it bigger. Why am I oh yeah, let me walk around with this freaking Disney cup, this 7-Eleven triple big gulp.
Yeah, the giant Stanley Cup. It's got a bigger handle, so your hand can fit in that, but mine can't.
There we go.
It's got bigger and the straw. The straw sets it apart.
The straw looks stupid.
It's a huge straw. You could suck anything through the straw.
I bet you can.
And it is
Bobby. When he makes he's on the way to making the joke.
Sure.
You don't have to jump in 0.2 seconds to be hornball obvious, a comedian. Let him deliver the joke. You don't have to step on it already. You don't have to step on it so quick to be funny guy. Jesus.
This is why Amanda thinks I'm not funny.
Middle schoolers.
I should read you the text yesterday. I got simultaneous text from her and my father-in-law during your ALS
I want to see it.
Oh my god.
Send it to me. Send it to me.
Oh my
Nope.
god.
Send it to me.
It'll scar you.
Send it to me.
Middle schoolers are being bullied for having fake Stanley tumblers. Sarah's got a knockoff. It was $10.
And by the way, hot take, I'll probably get in trouble. Guys don't and shouldn't be drinking out of straws like that. Oh. That's a girl thing.
It's a good way to get your water in.
That's a girl thing. Cancel me.
It's a good way to get your
Cancel
water
me
in.
for straws.
Any straw?
No, those straws.
Those straws.
Those those big ass, theme park straws.
It's a big straw.
That's a big straw.
It's a big straw.
Guys don't drink like that.
I think the cocktail straw is far more offensive.
The little small ones?
If you drink a gin and tonic or whatever vodka.
Yeah. And those paper recyclable straws, they're out too.
I'm out.
I just feel like it's a man card violation, maybe for any straw. Fast food straw, that's it.
That's it. Apologies to the turtles.
Yeah.
Apologies to the turtles. But
screw you guys.
So middle schoolers are being bullied to the point where there's this parent.
And why are the kids taking? Why are these cups in school anyway?
Oh, my kids, everybody takes a water bottle to school.
What?
Yeah, my kid takes, but both of my kids have water bottles.
They can take water bottles.
Oh, yeah, they take water. Yeah, they're not drinking out of the faucets there. Tap water? Kidding me?
Not in there.
Well, you don't get any drinks until lunch. That's the way. That's the way it's always been.
That's why you have water in your. You have water.
You never was able to bring your own drink to class.
We didn't have water bottles back then. I never saw a water bottle back then.
Well, I couldn't bring a thermos. I couldn't sit in my class with a thermos. You get to just drink on your own concoction in class
now? You bring snacks now. Everybody brings snacks.
Snacks?
Oh, yeah.
You're joking.
My kids bring me
a
granola bar.
You get to have your own snacks and food in class?
Yeah.
There's a snack.
They don't teach anymore.
There's a snack time.
There's no teaching. They don't sit up.
Yeah,
in front
but
of
you
the
don't
class
get this.
to teach.
But are you sitting in history class and I can eat a Fig Newton?
I mean, Jacob probably is because he breaks the rules.
Yeah, but I
mean,
in regularly. In
no,
general.
I don't think you can just I don't think you can just
can't
break it up and
sit
start
in math
eating
class
whatever.
and eat a Pop-Tart.
My kids, all I know is they bring a couple of things like snacks with them every day. And as far as I know,
Probably
they just
for
eat them in
lunch.
class.
Probably
Maybe
for
I don't
lunch.
know. Maybe I don't know. But they bring their water bottle. But anyway, there's the parents.
Water bottle. Oh my God.
This
dehydration.
This one family, a 16-year-old girl in Birmingham, Alabama, her parents have purchased her 67 Stanley tumblers. They're $45 a piece.
Wow.
$50 for the limited release. They have spent about $3,000 on every possible color and size of the Stanley tumblers.
What, is she going to resell them?
No, she's just going to bring them to school every day and act cool.
Show it in your face.
Yeah, right there.
Rub it in your face. I got the new style.
This
is
I
insane.
hate those parents. I hate those parents.
This is insane. I don't get it. I don't get it. Expressway, chopping it up. Hump day. Here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Is Kellen Moore about to be unemployed? And is there any way that you consider bringing him back here? Why isn't Bill Belichick hired yet? Did the Cowboys make the right move? We'll take you around the rest of the NFL after this. But this.
Studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on a hump day.
Hump day.
Still looking messy out there.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty. My buddy sent me a photo. He lives in Oklahoma, so he sent me a video of his farm. It's just nasty, but it looks just like that, but way, way worse. Way, way worse.
Why is it worse?
Because it's closer. It's more rain.
Oh, wow. What a different weather.
Just closer.
Angle.
More rain. Everything's
more rain.
Bad.
Yeah, be careful out there. Thanks for cutting off my mic, Peyton. Be careful out there this morning because when I left, I saw, I passed like 3 accidents on the way in here on 35. Like
Frankel and Frankel. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. Let's update you on what's happening around the rest of the NFL. Could Kellen Moore, RJ brought this up last night, could Kellen Moore be out of a job after the latest Jim Harbaugh reports in Los Angeles?
It does not appear so. There is a tweet out there Now this could be not a real website, but this tweet said,
"What's the website?"
It's not a website. It's a Twitter handle at Michigan Nation. It's a Michigan fan site.
Okay.
Per sources with the Chargers, they are willing to give in to Jim's demands and actually retain Kellen Moore at his request.
Okay.
So that I don't know if.
Why don't you just tell us what you sent last night?
So that's one thing, but the other thing is what if Jim comes in there and doesn't want Kellen Moore, right?
Because didn't you say the initial thought was he's bringing his Michigan OC?
He's bringing a
his
lot.
staff.
Well, the Michigan OC is going to be the head coach, they think, but he's bringing a lot of his staff, quarterback coaches, and he's bringing tight ends coaches and stuff. He's bringing a lot of his staff, and there's also talk that he's bringing Greg Roman, right? Greg Roman,
the disgraced Ravens guy. The difference in Baltimore, everyone thinks this year, is Todd Monken.
Yeah.
The Georgia, right? The former Georgia OC.
Yep, Todd Monken.
And Greg Roman was there, and Harbaugh would be interested in him?
Yeah, well, wasn't Greg with him in San Fran?
I believe so, yeah.
So that's part of it. So if he brings Greg Roman in, he's not going to keep Kellen Moore. So I wouldn't think, unless he's going to demote Kellen, and Kellen will be on his current contract in a demoted role. But,
yeah, Greg Roman was with him at Stanford and San Francisco.
Okay. So there's conflicting reports here on what they might do. But let's just say that the report of him bringing his staff along with him, his son Jay, and Greg Roman, my assumption is that Kellen is gone.
Well, 2 days ago, before I think it was the Bears hired Shane Waldron, they had requested to interview Kellen Moore as the offensive coordinator, and the Chargers blocked it. And so the Chargers clearly don't want him making a lateral move right now, or at the very least, they want to hold on to him in the event that their coach wants him. And so they're not so quick to just say we're moved on from Kellen Moore right now.
Right. Okay, so let's just...
Isn't it amazing how we've gotten to a point where the organizations are just going to keep the coordinators, even while bringing in different head coaches? When you think it's your staff, you hire everyone, and Jerry Jones and others are like, no, we like this guy. We love Jason Garrett. Condition of taking this job is Garrett is your OC. Same thing with Kellen Moore. Condition of taking this job is, now maybe Mike wanted Kellen, I don't know, but it just seems like, hey, we're keeping these assistants here no matter what.
There was an insane note after Brian Callahan got hired by the Titans away from the offensive coordinator job with the Bengals, that since the 2022 offseason, every single offensive coordinator job has changed in the NFL.
What?
There's not a single offensive coordinator that's had the job longer than the 2022 offseason.
In the league?
In the entire NFL.
There has not been an offensive coordinator in the same spot since 2022?
Nope. There's nobody who had a job in 21 as an offensive coordinator that still has that job today.
Yeah.
That's an indictment on the league. That is a tremendous problem.
Well, it's also, yes, it is. It also means that a lot of offensive coordinators are getting promoted.
It does.
Yeah. True.
And I mean, that's what happened with Brian Callahan, but also, I mean, there's not 32 jobs turning over. Like, I mean, there's clearly a lot of changeover.
And impatience.
Yep.
Yeah. So, like, we are late in the year in the hiring process, or, middle late. Would Kellen find work if he was moved on as an OC? And if the answer is no, like, let's just say Bill gets the Atlanta job. I assume Bill has somebody in mind he would bring in. Maybe he must bring
Josh McDaniels.
Matt Patricia.
Yeah, or probably some linebackers coach that he would then have call
but
offensive plays.
Josh McDaniels makes sense. Right? Makes sense there.
Yeah, it sounds like Kellen would get work. He's never going to come back here with Mike, but let's see what happens with Harbaugh and that staff.
He did quit after all. He was not fired. Despite Mike Tannenbaum, I think it was the other day, trying to say, yeah, it was a success. Mike McCarthy fired him for a reason. Well, he didn't fire him. Again, he quit. That's revisionist history. Kellen Moore quit.
Are the Cowboys looking correct about staying away from the hire I wanted in Bill Belichick? Because this Atlanta Falcons thing has reportedly cooled down. Why isn't this done? The greatest coach of all time is out there. Arthur Blank is obsessed with the big fish. 2 interviews. Why isn't this done? And the thought is that Atlanta wants to do their due diligence on other people, or maybe Bill is doing what Bobby suggested other coaches do, sit out a year and see what happens then. And maybe possibly, as Boomer Esiason brought up, the New York Football Giants.
Yep, Boomer said that. A couple of other people have said that too. Wait it out. Dayball is going to be in basically a lame duck year. And with the roster they have and the quarterback they have, there ain't no chance he's going to rebound from that one.
Because that's his perfect landing spot to end it. That's it.
Well, from an organizational standpoint,
Just like
with
from
the prestige and
from the storybook.
Right.
It's the Giants.
It is, but
But he didn't want the New York media. According to Mike Florio, he doesn't want a big media spot.
Well, the Giants are a small media market. they barely get any attention. I just man, I can't imagine a guy in his early 70s wanting to take time off and come back.
Man,
you know what I mean? Like, it's like if you're gonna go, like Bill's got limited time left to coach. I can't. Unless it's gonna be Joe Paterno coaching until he's 90. I don't see that happening.
It is interesting to think about though. Like if you are a high profile head coach and you look at these openings, it would make sense to take a year off and see what happens in a lot of these jobs. Because next offseason might be as big of an offseason of change as this was. Let's look at just next year heading into it. Who seems like they're really on the hot seat?
Okay.
Nick Sirianni, Philadelphia. That's a prestigious job. As much as the Giants have struggled, being the head coach of the New York Giants is still an intriguing job. Dallas Cowboys.
All three in the East.
Buffalo Bills. McDermott will be on the hot seat. You have a chance potentially to have the Josh Allen job open up.
Have they decided McDermott's back, by the way?
I mean, he's been giving press conferences. Brandon Beane's talked about he doesn't want to blow things up. He wants to stay committed. So it sounds like he is. Ooh. Jets, Salah's
By the way,
what
if Bill's cooling on Atlanta on the off chance he gets Buffalo? Be great.
I mean, Salah with the Jets, the other New York job, that'd be big. You've got two coaches who have threatened retirement recently that would be big jobs. Pittsburgh and the Rams. If McVay and Tomlin decide after next year it's time to walk away. Like, I mean, It would make sense, I think, if you're a big-time head coach of like, hey, let's not commit to anything. Let's sit out a year, see what happens, because one or two of these is probably going to be open for me next year.
So that's the latest around the head coaching news. The Eagles continue to blow people out. Patricia gone. Sean Desai gone. Offensive coordinator gone. They interview Cliff Kingsbury as a possibility to be the new OC there. Does that scare anybody whatsoever that he can get Jalen Hurts right again like Shane Steichen did?
Yeah, and I mean, look, he had a hand, obviously, in some of Caleb Williams' development. He's been there with Lincoln Riley, helping out there for the last year at USC. And so, I mean, you look at the way he's helped develop guys, that, I mean, absolutely is something that...
Does this Belichick cooling off period make you feel better? I know you were never the biggest fan of him coming here, Bobby, but should it make the Cowboy fans that wanted him here like me feel better? The rest of the league isn't tripping over and falling over themselves, and he's not signed up somewhere?
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, it should. I mean, like, at the end of the day, yeah, is he? I mean, like, we all think he's a great coach, but I mean, he went 4-13 this year, you know, and he went 4-13 with a first-round quarterback. Like so there are issues. He butchered the offensive coordinator situation last year.
Yeah,
butchered it.
Not just last year. It's been something that he's been accused of butchering for a couple of years.
This year was fine. I'm not going to complain about Bill O'Brien.
Yeah, but there was that article about philosophies.
Yeah.
Yeah, he hired a respectable name, but they couldn't get on the same page about what to do.
Which is odd because he was there before.
Yeah, with Tom.
Yeah. And then look, Bill did a great job at Penn State. A great job. That's one of the most underrated coaching jobs in the history of college football. And then he did well in Houston.
People are saying that the Kansas City Chiefs are already joining us in Vegas because the referee fix is in.
Yes, it is. The NFL, man, they just don't care. The NFL.
Wait, no, hang on. We can't have it both ways. This would not fit the script, right? It's red purple. The Ravens have to be there.
Unless
Ravens San Fran. So now you can't give me the road ref to make this fit the script and get Kansas City there.
They are red. And maybe Detroit will have an alternate. If you put black, which is their alternate jersey's black, and they also wear blue, and black and blue together make.
How awesome would it be if the Lions actually had like purple?
Black and blue don't make purple.
Yeah, I think it does.
I think it does. Does it not?
No, it's red and blue.
Whatever. Same thing.
So that's what it would be. It's the Lions and 49ers together represent purple is what it is.
There you go. Whatever, man. I'm not an artiste.
Or
I'm not,
communicator.
Georgia Ochoppy.
Start with blue paint, then add small amounts of black to get navy blue.
Navy blue.
Okay,
Navy
and you're saying red and what? Red and blue make
Red and
purple?
blue make purple. Yeah, he's right.
I can't believe we're doing this kindergarten.
Mixing red and blue. Well, give me a water
Color
bottle.
wheel.
Give me a water bottle while you
Color
teach
wheel.
me.
Color wheel, baby. But anyway, the NFL.
Kevin Gray texts to me, "Oh, you sound like an old man. That's why your generation's soft, Kevin. That's why you and your generation are soft."
Yeah, that's
there
right.
You go.
That's why Amanda mocks me and doesn't think I'm funny.
Yeah,
You
eat
tell
your,
him.
eat your Triscuits.
So the NFL has assigned.
Kids eat Triscuits.
Has assigned Sean
They're awful.
Smith. They have assigned Sean Smith to the Chiefs-Ravens game. Now, why is this a story? Well, the Chiefs are the road team. Do you care to guess which head referee, has the highest winning percentage for road teams in the NFL?
Dean Blandino.
It's not Dean Blandino.
Ed
It is
Hockley.
Sean Smith. Home teams win just 40% of the games in the last 3 years with Sean Smith as referee. The lowest win rate for any ref. Across the league, home teams have won 55% of the games in that span. So that's 15% difference in win percentage on home road just with him as the official. Moreover, I've just wanted to use moreover in a sense. Okay. Home teams in the last 3 seasons across the league have covered 49% of the games. With him, just 37%. Second lowest among all referees. If you go beyond that, like he ranks number 1 in road team winning percentage more than just the last 3 years. He also does since 2018. Good grief.
Would this influence you betting in a way?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot. Now, it would influence certain aspects of it, like Chiefs penalties over under. Okay. I don't know that I would do the over total number of the game, but that's a big sample. No official should be allowed to have a home road slant like that. None. You should not be allowed to be an official and have a home road slant.
But you know what? It won't matter because Baltimore's better. That's what ultimately this is going to come down to.
They are. But this is what happens. Baltimore is better. The Chiefs are the better quarterback, and that makes for an amazing game.
Give me the top 4 in order that Vegas has to win it all. Bet online.
Detroit's last.
Baltimore, San Francisco, Kansas City, Detroit.
Incorrect. You were right, RJ, about the Lions being last.
So which means San Fran is 1.
Yes.
And then Baltimore and Kansas City.
Yes. Football expert RJ Choppy. San Fran, Baltimore, KC, and Detroit.
Betting expert, not football expert, as I am 23-3 against the money line. So I think I've got Vegas beat,
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com. The way you just so callously sip that C4 while saying that.
Yeah, it's the none of my business Kermit meme.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Below the belt. Coming up at 8:40, but we need to count down the top 5 moments of Adrian Beltre's career to celebrate his official selection to Cooperstown last night. We celebrate the great Beltre with his top 5 moments next. But I want to go ahead and celebrate your new job at My Computer Career in Arlington. They provide Tolos.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333, or just go to truckwreck.com.
3-0. Beltré is swinging, and it's a high drive to deep center field. Going back is Brantley. He turns, he looks. That ball is history. It's on Greens Hill. It's number 400 for Adrian Beltre. Globe Life Park in Arlington is on its feet. The Rangers have a 3-2 lead, and Adrian is in the 400 club.
The call exclusively on your home of the World Series champs. That's us, and will continue to be with the radio extension deal that got worked out. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell with you here on 105.3 The Fan. As last night, Adrian Beltre got 95% of the votes. 19 morons decided to keep him off of their ballots, but he still got 95%, and he was the first one announced to the 2024 Hall of Fame class. He's going to go in alongside Joe Mauer and Todd Helton, Jim Leland as well. We count down from MLB.com the top 10 moments of Adrian Beltre's career. If you have one that sticks out to you, let us know to celebrate the legendary third baseman at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Number 5, MLB debut with his first hit. June 24th, 1998, the first of 2,933 career regular season games. 19 years old, got called up with Tommy Lasorda. That's a ways back. That's a ways back right there. First big league at bat, faced Chuck Finley.
Oh, man.
RBI double down the left field line.
Haven't heard that name in a while.
Wasn't he married to Tawny Katane?
I believe he was. Was it either him or Mark Langston? I think it was Chuck Finley.
Maybe both.
Number 4, the tricycle. August 3rd, 2015. Cycle watch. Early in the second inning, he already hit for a triple and a double, followed with a single in the third, giving him ample time to hit a homer, which he did in the bottom of the 5th. So he became just the 4th player in history to hit for 3 cycles.
Wow.
And he was the first to do so since 1933. He was also the 8th oldest player to notch a cycle at 36 years and 118 days of age.
The cycle is I think it's far more impressive. I shouldn't say far more impressive. It's more rare than the no-hitter. More rare than the no-hitter.
Is it?
The no-hit, not the perfect game.
No, I know.
So do you just have to look up number of cycles versus number of no-hitters to come up with this answer?
That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
Are you feeling good about your statement right
I
now?
feel pretty good, yeah. I don't think we get a cycle every year, do we? I
feel like we do.
Really?
I think we do get a cycle every year.
The perfect game is more rare.
I'm gonna guess the cycle is more rare than the no-hitter.
By the way, can we go and eliminate anything before 1900?
So no. So you I've got the results here. I can't you're asking me to
They didn't have fences. The triple just happened.
You're both going with cycle is more rare than the no-hitter.
Yeah.
The perfect game is more rare than all of them.
There have been
Chop.
322 no-hitters in the history of Major League Baseball. And there have been 344 cycles.
Wow, it's about the same. Okay.
Yeah, but we were wrong.
Not. It's 22 more. So you're wrong. That's okay.
Still about the same in the grand scheme of things.
Sure.
But yeah, I was wrong.
But
Number
also not.
3 Beltre moment. Fall classic blast from one knee. I mean, this has got to be up there, right? This is the statue. Hitting the home runs from one knee. And his first World Series homer came trailing the Cardinals 2-1, Game 5, 2011, and he hit the low and outside breaking ball from Chris Carpenter deep into left. The Globe went nuts, and the Rangers took a 3-2 series lead. He hit another big home run in Game 6, and then we can move on to the other memories. Okay?
2023 will never cover over 2011. 2011 for the Mavericks never covers over 2006 for the Mavericks. It sucks to sit there and think back about it.
It doesn't cover it up, but what it does is it's a make good.
But but he didn't get to win one. That's the part. That's the problem. It's that, the organization wins it and the fan base wins it, but you're like, that team didn't. Those guys didn't.
Of course, the team didn't, but.
Game 2, Adrian moment from MLB.com. Game 4, 2011 ALDS. They were looking to clinch against the Rays. They were at the Trop, and he turned in one of the best single-game postseason performances ever. Homered 3 times to account for the final 3 runs of a 4-3 win that sent the Rangers to the ALCS.
Y'all were there, weren't you?
At the Trop?
Yeah, didn't you guys go to Tampa for that series?
We did not go to Tampa.
Oh, I thought you had been.
In the history of the show, we've traveled to Miami for the finals, Oklahoma City for a Mavs Thunder game, and no other.
That's it.
No other game on the
I can't
road.
think of anything else.
Did we go to 2 Heat games, or just
we
one?
went to
one?
All of them, 3 of them.
No, in Miami.
Yeah, game 1, 2, and 6.
I don't think so.
I did.
We didn't go back to
Yes,
Miami.
We did, and then we had to stay there like 3 extra days because our flight got. We missed our. Remember, we had they had booked us flights for the game 7, so we had to stay 3 extra days.
We went to Miami twice.
Yeah, first time we got the nice car,
the Cadillac,
and then the second time we didn't.
The Cadillac.
Cadillac.
Is that the Costanza episode? That was funny. Anyway, he became just the 7th player to homer 3 times in a single playoff game, and now just one of 11 major leaguers to do so.
That's what I think of. Whenever I think of Beltre, I think of that game.
And number 1, they're putting 3,000. That's what they're putting as the number 1 Adrian Beltre moment.
I mean, it's hard to beat. I mean, it's your 3,000th hit. It's hard to beat that.
I wouldn't put that 1. I think, they're putting this, accomplishment. But when you are the fan, when you're the local fan of the player, you have different memories.
Sure.
Like those playoff moments, right? Those entertaining moments. Those, the
moments with Elvis and the pop flies. Those are the moments that
him dragging the on-deck circle and getting ejected.
That's the moment. That's the number 1 moment. Dragging the on-deck circle.
Pepe, what are the Tolos saying?
903 agrees with you, Bobby, when he moved the on-deck circle and got ejected by, I believe it was Gary Davis during that Marlins game. 214 says home runs on one knee, including the World Series home run. 469, the Beltre and Angels back and forth.
All the head touching. Yeah. All the head touching that he absolutely despised and hated. And he could make it look like he was legit angry with someone, too, and I couldn't tell if he was like, how much he was playing.
I think he was.
How much he was kidding around that he was legit angry.
He was legit angry, yeah.
All right, some Mavs news for you. They are coming to WFAA. 13 of the Mavs' remaining games in the regular season will be broadcast on Channel 8. So about 7 million North Texans will be able to watch them play for free. And tonight, they're going to be on Channel 8, taking on the Phoenix Suns, 7:30 at the AAC. So that's some Mavs news for you. And you have some wrestling programming news.
Oh, do I ever, Sean Sharif?
Get a wrestling song. I want to see what you pick. I want you to go in the system, Pepe, and get a wrestling song and see what you come up with.
It's going to be very interesting. Very interesting, Peyton. WWE's Monday Night Raw.
Vince
is moving from the USA Network, Bobby, to Netflix.
Boy, if I was ever going to start a subscription streaming service for the adult entertainment industry, Netflix. I would call it
Netflix. They're going to Netflix. The streaming service, they announced this.
Boy, this is yesterday. A nightmare for purists of wrestling.
I mean, they're already on Peacock. If any fan base is going to buy into this, it's the WWE one. Hagelin was talking about how he didn't have to worry about the Chiefs game because he already had Peacock. You got to have Peacock to get wrestling.
You going to play a wrestling song? I know Troy has 5,000 of them left over.
Okay. All right.
Good job.
This is not bad.
I have no idea.
Started in January.
Who is it, Bobby?
No, I'm saying I recognize the song. I said I hadn't
John
heard
Cena.
it. Yeah. You can't say.
Wow, way to name it
when
it's looking at you on the computer screen in front of your face. John Cena intro music.
So starting in January of 2025, Netflix will be the exclusive home of Monday Night Raw in the U.S., Canada, the U.K., and Latin America and other territories. It is going to be awesome. If you are a WWE fan and you don't want to pay, you got to pay for USA or whatever.
I think Spittle's having a Royal Rumble watch party this weekend.
I wouldn't know. We're not on his group text for it.
That's right. He's getting his revenge on us.
Now, isn't there speculation, though? I saw something yesterday. Like, there's speculation, like, Raw may be moving from Monday nights with this. Like, they might be changing up nights.
There's a
now.
possibility that there was talk about Raw moving, but this is a game changer because I think other leagues may see this and be like, hey, look, how does wrestling deal with it? Will we move to Netflix?
Right.
If you're Major League Baseball. If you're Major League Baseball, what would it take? Because they've already got stuff with Amazon Prime.
And people think NFL is going to become pay-per-view.
It very well could. Like, if you're NBA or whatever, would it not be better for you instead of having to worry about Diamond or Bally to just move all your games that aren't on TNT and ESPN, either, move them to Netflix?
Now, you're a closet wrestling fan. How often do you sneak this in? What's Sarah say when you're watching Bam Bam Bigelow off the top turnbuckle?
I honestly, I'd never turn it on anymore. I hardly ever turn it on.
Oh, you think she'd judge you?
No, she wouldn't judge me. But I just don't really ever turn it on. Monday night, I'm usually watching college basketball a lot on Monday night.
Okay, we have some breaking news.
Uh-oh.
Out of the National Football League. It makes the Cowboys' loss sting even more. Joe Barry is out as Packers defensive coordinator. So the guy that fan base wanted to run all year long, I've been hearing about Joe Barry. He puts it on the Dallas Cowboys to the tune of 7 points allowed in the first half, moves on against San Fran, and they're like, nah, you're still not good enough to be here. So the Cowboys lost, stinging even more by a defensive coordinator who was always going to get whacked.
I mean, Dak did throw for 400 yards against him, so offense was not the problem in this game. Quarterback play was fantastic. So, I mean, now what I would say is I do wonder, like, would this be a name that would potentially get kicked around if you did have a defensive coordinator opening? I'm not necessarily saying he'd be at the top, but I do think that it's somebody that might, like, get talked about.
Why? You're saying it with a hint of...
Oh, just because just because Joe Barry, like, I know the connections he has across the league. Like, he's one of these guys who he's a name that's easy to come up in any building. And that's something that I could absolutely see as a possibility getting an interview.
Todd Archer came on with us last week. He said he was writing the article. It is out. Get ready for the text machine to detonate. Oh boy. Is Dak Prescott Tony Romo?
Nope.
Have we officially reached that point? We're going to make Bobby cover that in Below the Belt after this.
Let's get you some help.
pregame Sunday mornings at 7 on The Fan. Presented nationally by Casamigos Tequila. Casamigos, brought to you by those who drink it. And Lowe's. Lowe's knows home improvement. It's Boomer on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Mom, will see you soon. Is studio assault permissible? Sean Sharif seems to think it is as he holds up that bulky ass marker once again, or Sharpie, to throw at my head. Let's talk about the Dallas Cowboys, and more specifically about the quarterback of the Cowboys. And if Tony Romo and Dak Prescott are really just the Spider-Man meme, pointing at each other and saying, you, me. That's exactly what we're at now. Todd Archer had told us that he was working on this article. It is interesting to look through pull back the curtain on the process a little bit. That Archer's basically written an article out that he's like, this may never see the light of day. I don't know, depending on how things go in the playoffs.
Yeah,
this will come out or it won't. It'll stay in the shadows for forever. Well, we know what happened against the Green Bay football Packers, and now the article has come out, which the headline reads, why Dak Prescott has become the Cowboys' new Tony Romo. Not is Dak Prescott or how similar are they? Todd's saying he is. They're here. Todd writes, the career arcs of Dak Prescott and Tony Romo have become so similar, they have essentially become the same Dallas Cowboys quarterback. Each showed outstanding regular season success, but left lingering questions in the playoffs. They were teammates for one season, 2016. Calling them teammates is generous, given the way Romo treated Dak Prescott. When the rookie Prescott took over after Romo suffered a preseason back injury. Prescott has held the job ever since. They share a beloved underdog narrative. Romo is the undrafted free agent. Prescott is a fourth-round pick. They were selected for multiple Pro Bowls. They set team records. They used the power of their position with America's team to become household names, but neither has done what Roger Staubach and Troy Aikman did by winning Super Bowls, which ties Prescott and Romo together even more. Romo's playoff record, 2-4. Dak's playoff record, 2-5. Romo had 3 chances to advance to the NFC Championship game and never got there. Prescott's chance at a 4th try was wiped out by the Packers after missed chances in 2016, 2018, and 2022. It's not fair to put it all on Dak or Tony, one former teammate of both said. Everyone needed to get it done. Although that is true, the Cowboys quarterback bears the brunt of the responsibility. So that's kind of the opening serve from Todd Archer there, and what is a really good article, and I'll put it up on the Facebook page for you guys to take a look at. But
it's not what you said in the break.
What? No, I said it's great. It is a good article.
This is voice cry.
No, because I was
Todd. Just know, baby.
You are so full of S. I did not say anything about it. So no,
he's all butthurt, Todd, because you compared his boy to number 9. And
number 9.
I think it's an absolutely perfect comparison. It's the same exact thing. Fantastic regular season. Romo had the playoff choker moniker. Couldn't get it done. Will always come up short in the biggest moments. And now we have that right on Dak Prescott. I don't know how you could get more similar with this comparison.
There's a lot of similarities. There's similarities from, not necessarily from their actual play, but for the results. However. And Bobby, you like?
I even think we've reached a point where the play is similar in terms of style. Like Romo could run around a little bit more, but like Dak this year, a humongous difference was using his legs. They're both basically pocket passers that pick you apart. Yeah. No one's going to set up quarterback draws. You can run on the move. It's kind of the same style now too.
Romo was a lot of avoiding sacks, scrambling. He didn't necessarily get out there and run, design runs or anything. But he was much more the gunslinger. He had a lot more Favre in him than Dak does.
That was his idol. His idol was Favre. Right. That's who he patterned his game after.
But, if you were to go and look at, the first 8 years of Romo, the first 8 years of Dak.
Dak probably has him beat.
Huh?
Does Dak have him beat?
Well, if you just use QBR, they were 4-4. Romo had 4 higher than Dak had 4, and then Romo played one more year. And that was his best year with 79.2, which would barely eclipsed Dak's best year, which was his rookie year at 77.6.
Romo was pretty steady with his QBR. He was between 60 and 70 pretty much his entire career.
Mostly, I mean, he was really between 60, almost the entire time, outside of maybe 2 years where he was above that. He never dropped below 60.8. Dak's had a couple years below that, but he's also had more years in the 70s than Tony did. Tony had a higher floor. Like, Tony's floor was like, that was it. He was going to have the higher floor.
It's the same thing that we looked at with Josh Allen, where it's like it's the same number. If you take between the two of them, their top 7 QBR seasons, Dak has 5 of them. It's the same number. But it's just that his floor has also generally been lower. Dak's had a couple seasons where he had entire seasons where he was below 60. Romo never had that.
Right. And now Todd is also pointing out a contract similarity that's on the horizon, especially after Michael Gelkin's note yesterday.
Yeah, this was something that he writes there. He says, the big question for the Cowboys regarding Prescott this offseason is not health but contract. He enters the final year of his deal and will count $59.4 million against the 2024 salary cap. Dallas's options this offseason include the following. Extending Prescott's contract, which would make him among the highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL, but give them space to retain their own players or add free agents. Option 2, simply playing out Prescott's final year, knowing they cannot use the franchise tag on him in 2025, which would make him an unrestricted free agent. And number 3, adding more voidable years to his contract to make the 2024 cap number more palatable, while also knowing they will add more dead money against the cap in the future. In 2013, the Cowboys faced a similar contractual dilemma with Romo. They could not place the franchise tag on him due to contractual language, and he signed a 6-year, $108 million extension through 2019 that included $40 million in guaranteed money. At the time of the signing, the $18 million annual average made Romo the 6th highest paid quarterback. Like Romo then, Prescott now holds the leverage in negotiations, although unlike 2013.
No leapfrogging then, right? His new deal put him at 6, whereas nowadays, we're in that discussion, you leapfrog to 1.
Yeah, I mean, like back then, like they still, and I understand it, like you were never going to get Tony to have a higher salary than like maybe Brady or Manning. Although I think he did have higher than Brady because Brady sucked and he was a wuss.
Sacrificer.
Yeah.
Ultimate team guy.
He was a terrible union guy. Terrible union guy.
Here's the interesting note he puts in there. Like Romo, then Prescott now holds the leverage in negotiations. Although, unlike 2013. The Cowboys have a young quarterback who intrigues them in 2021 number 3 overall pick Trey Lance, whom they acquired from the San Francisco 49ers early this season for a 4th-round pick. Lance, 23, did not take a snap this season and has 102 career pass attempts.
If I put out a poll question right now and I said, who do you want to start next season at quarterback, Trey Lance or Dak Prescott, what do you think the result would be? Choppy, you're really good at guessing this because you're looking at the fan text the most. What do you think?
I mean, look, at the end of the day, like I think that you would still rather. I think most people would rather have Dak. There's the element of unknown is intriguing with Trey Lance. It's intriguing, but there's also, has he played enough games to know, or are we not there yet?
I'm not there yet.
But it's again, it is hard to walk away from 12 wins. I understand.
What would the result be?
I still think Dak would win 65, 70%.
I like Dak Prescott.
62-38 is what I was thinking. Dak wins.
Okay.
Which, by the way, you're talking about 102 career pass attempts at the NFL level, 318 in college. We're talking about over the entire college and professional career. 6 seasons worth, Trey Lance has thrown fewer than 500 pass attempts.
I bet Dak had probably more than that this year.
He did. He was 6-something. But this is something where it does make you, and this is what we talked about at the time when they traded for Trey Lance. Trey Lance absolutely was a leverage piece. As silly as it sounded, and whether that's a real option or not, the Cowboys still acquired him to create some sort of leverage for themselves because they knew they had none.
So they have set up a situation contractually where they could be one and done. They don't have to redo Dak to give him his extension right now. They could go into this year as a lame duck for Mike and Dak.
If you want to say goodbye to probably 4 other veterans in the process, yeah. That's what you would have to weigh, is that do we want to retain Stephon Gilmore, Brandon Cooks, DeMarcus Lawrence? Like, do we want to retain these guys bad enough that we're willing to we're willing to make this adjustment on Dak's contract? Or do we say, let's ride it out, let's risk pissing him off and having him then say, all right, I'm done with you guys, and you have to say goodbye to those veterans now? I think that they are very scarred in that building by what happened from 2000 to 2006. And I think they know if they were to just say, play it out, just go ahead and play it out, and we won't have the ability to tag you at the end. I think they know they'd be playing a really dangerous game.
They would be. But everybody talks about like trying something different. We always do. Try something different around here. How about you try something different? You haven't drafted a quarterback in the first round since the 80s.
That's fine.
How about you try something different?
But when we're sitting here potentially covering, you have to be okay with Chop yourself too. Like, just from the perspective, let's talk about professionally just sitting here in this studio. You have to be okay with potentially putting yourself in the purgatory of being the 4-13 Commanders every year for the next 3 years.
Being the 4-13 Commanders is a great thing because you got the second overall pick, and that gives you the H word, HOPE, hope. Now, I'm not saying. Listen,
I agree. I would say if there's anything that Commanders fans have had for a decade, it's been hope. They're so
30
optimistic.
Years.
It's like, look at all the options we have. How great is this not to have a quarterback?
But I agree. But I'm not even saying do it now. Like, you could still draft a quarterback in the first round this year, like the Packers did.
Yeah,
sure. You could do that. You could draft a quarterback in the first round if you want. You're gonna have to. You're not gonna get one of the top ones. Well,
why can Green Bay do it and we can't?
Because
they've shown us a proven model. They've been a contender. It's not like they've been a scrub, and this has been their formula and model, and it's worked for them.
Sure, Aaron Rodgers was the guy who was thought to go in the top 2. He had what is considered one of the more historic slides. So, that was fortunate. I don't think that was something like, this was our plan all along, wait to 24 and grab him. And then Jordan Love, similarly, not slid that far, but he slid further than they had anticipated. Both times it was they took advantage of a slide.
Yeah, but Jordan Love's was not to Aaron Rodgers' degree.
But it was not. Yes,
he was drafted where? What pick?
24,
something like that.
So the Cowboys are at 24.
So let's just say.
So Jordan Love will be there.
Let's say.
I'm just saying. You
no,
can't.
I know.
You can crap on it all you want. The Packers formula has worked out for them. So I know you're against it because it's your boy here playing quarterback, but. It's it's an intriguing question.
And let's say
even though you'd have Trey Lance and a drafted quarterback.
Let's say let's say Jaden Daniels drops to the mid-teens and you move up for him.
Ugh.
I'm just saying.
I know. I get it.
Like or Drake May starts a slide, or Michael Penix is available at 24 if you like him. There's options. It doesn't mean you have to go with him. You can do it next year. You can do it now.
I still think ultimately what they do is they get an extension done.
Yeah,
I don't think they have the nerve to stand in there and just stare it in the face and go, "Sure, let's do it."
That's what's going to happen. That's what I'm signing up for as well. Give him his raise. Give him his extension.
Because you do. I know
there's zero chance that Jerry Jones is going to screw around with that in his later years. Zero. Zip. Zero. Nada. He's not playing around with that. It is Dak Prescott until the end of Dak's career if Jerry is still around for it. That's what's happening.
Because, Chop, I know you think it's a one-off. This is career peak for Dak. He's never going to get any better. Sean, you're more of the opinion, I think, from what you said, is that you think that this has the potential at least to be more indicative of this is kind of who he is now, and you might be able to win with that.
Well, here's my question for a future discussion that's, has me thinking twice. This year that he put up, and it was Atola who sent me this, they said this year that he put up was actually the same as 2 years ago. It's almost identical. So why?
Before the calf injury?
I don't know. It's nothing to do with the calf injury. It has to do with the watered-down MVP race. So while I've been saying on the show, and Atola is right, the guy's going to finish second and third in MVP. Is that actually not as impressive as it sounds because we had a watered-down MVP year, and Dak had this year 2 years ago, and we weren't calling him the MVP? Like this, you know what I mean? He didn't take an actual huge legitimate leap. It was the rest of the candidates came back down to earth, which is true.
No, well, it's also like we are in a lot of people do believe this is a more watered down quarterback era. Okay. Now it's deeper, and you've got Mahomes, but we've lost in the last decade. We lost a couple of guys.
But this is the same season as 2021.
No. I don't think in real if you just look at line scores maybe, but you remember the QBR.
Looking at what?
If you just look at their line scores, if
I'm looking at completion percentage, I'm looking at yards, I'm looking at touchdowns, I'm looking at picks.
QBR is 20 points different. The EPA per play is incredibly different. You also got to remember he started off that year incredibly hot. Midway point of the season, people were talking about him as an MVP candidate, and then he went downhill. There was all the talk about the too high shell. It was a completely different player.
I don't know. Discussion for a future date. 877-881-1053. Let's figure out who to draft. Mel Kiper, who nailed the Tyler Smith pick, has his next and newest Cowboy And I think we're going to get into some positional arguments here on the show because I'm ready to become a dinosaur again. Final hour, Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
After this.
Let's get you over to Zero.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour Hump Day edition. We are fist pumping on the fan cam. Sean Sharif, Ralph James, Choppy, Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Rai in the back. Thanks for being a Tolo on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, where last night Adrian Beltre was officially put into Cooperstown, or at least elected. He will be put in when he goes and joins the rest of the class of 2024, and that includes Joe Mauer and Todd Helton. We'll celebrate Adrian Beltre more at 9:40 crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. You got the Rhea now too. You got the RJ Choppy stomach bug.
Not quite, but it's I got lower intestinal pain, Chop, whatever you gave me, whatever you breathed on me.
I don't know if I breathed anything on you, but yeah, I had something last night. It's still happening. I was just in there.
Just now?
Just now. Well, I had to go.
I had to go to 10.
Good Lord.
Yeah,
I have to make sure we're separate.
Yeah, I'm not. We'll see. We'll see about tomorrow. We'll see.
All right. You think it's from Bobby's breakfast? I haven't gotten anything. I only eat half of the burrito, though.
Peyton, did you?
No.
Ryan,
nothing.
did you get sick?
No.
Nope.
I've been around my old Luca's got a wicked fever and throwing up. So I've been around him the last 2 days, taking it to, out of school and doctors, and today I'm sure too. So maybe it's because of that.
All right, let's focus on the Dallas Cowboys' next draft pick, Mel Kiper, who everyone used to just laugh at, right, Bobby? But do you think that the Tyler Smith pick kind of reestablished Mel with more credibility around here?
Yeah, at least here in Dallas, like people are starting because that pick was laughed at when it was first made as a projection. People were like, Tyler Smith isn't even a first-round pick. The hell is this guy talking about? And so he ended up being right. And I know that there was a sense within the Cowboys of like after everything had settled and they picked him. I did hear that looking back when that pick was first projected all the way back in January or whatever it was, there was a sense of the building that was like, how the hell does he know we like him? And so that was one where he
expecting Fields, and then 2, it resets their quarterback clock, which matters in an age when having a quarterback on a rookie deal means they can build a better roster around them, which is all true. And then they would trade Justin Fields, so they don't necessarily have ideal leverage, but the Cardinals got a 2nd overall pick for Josh Rosen. And the Bears, he would not be surprised to see a Bears get a first round in return for Fields. Some are suggesting they would get as high as the 8th pick from Atlanta.
Ooh.
So that seems high.
The 8th pick for Fields?
Yeah, that seems high.
Is that him just assuming that, it's the homecoming? Fields going to Atlanta would be.
He's from there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the thought is, but there's been speculation with that based on this mock. People are saying, hey, look, Atlanta is a team that would absolutely maybe trade for him. The 8th pick. If you told me, even if you thought Fields was, it was a toss-up and you didn't want to take the risk, if you told me I was going to get Caleb Williams and I would still have the 8th and 9th pick, there's a no doubter. And then you trade down from 8 and 9, you build your team even better. There you go.
You could get that, yeah.
Number 2, Commanders, Jaden Daniels. Not Drake May. Jaden Daniels, quarterback LSU, Heisman Trophy winner.
And you already made a in the last segment over him?
Yeah, I'm not a huge Jaden Daniels fan. And I think that there's I think there's going to be some serious split on Jaden Daniels.
Why aren't you?
I just don't think that he's to be honest, it's going to be the same stuff that you guys think I'm a dinosaur about to begin with. Like, I just think that so much of it with him is about the athleticism versus what he can actually do from the pocket throwing the football.
But if Lamar Jackson wins the Super Bowl, you're still going to be a dinosaur.
Yeah.
Okay, that is the epitome of stubbornness.
No, it's not, because it's
a second MVP year.
It's a single example with a arguably the best team in the NFL. Like, I'm not saying that you can't have it happen, but it's not something where I think you can consistently build around a player like that at quarterback.
Who's their backup in Baltimore? I mean, it's
Pro Bowler Tyler Huntley.
That's right. It is. Number 3, Drake May, New England. Goes to New England at number 3, the quarterback out of North Carolina.
Aubrey.
So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
And who do you like between May and Daniels?
I like Jade Dale. I don't think he's like I would be surprised if he goes number 2. I think he's the third best quarterback. I could make a case. I like Penix better. I thought Penix should have won the Heisman over Jaden, but I have no problem. I don't think Jaden. I wouldn't be stunned if somebody goes and takes him ahead of Drake, because Drake has got his drawbacks. I mean, there's plenty of drawbacks too. Marvin Harrison, number 4 to Arizona, wide receiver, Ohio State. A tight end at 5, Brock Bowers to the Chargers.
He's a stud.
Yes, he is.
But I also
just like Kyle Pitts.
The difference is Bowers will go to a quarterback.
Well, I mean, like, we do have a bad history here of, like, I mean, even as good as TJ Hawkinson has been, which he's a good tight end. Like, I don't think anybody goes like, yeah, that was a top 10 pick.
Yeah.
Like, you look at recent top 10 tight ends, and none of them have played out the way you want. Like, Eric Ebron was close to there. Hawkinson, Noah Fant, Kyle Pitts. Yeah, these guys have not panned out the way that you would hope they would.
Malik Neighbors, number 6 to the Giants, wide receiver. So in the first 6 picks, you either have quarterback, tight end, or wideout. You'd have a pass catcher in all 6 spots. Titans, Joe Alt, tackle at Notre Dame.
Stud.
And then you get your first defensive player off the board at number 8, Dallas Turner, linebacker, Alabama. That's it. Now you go to 9. The Bears take Roma Dunze from Washington, the wide receiver, and the Jets take a tackle out of Penn State, Olu Fashunu. Should we keep going or skip all the way to the Cowboys?
Let's skip down. If you see Eagles in there somewhere, NFC East, we can stop there.
All right.
I will say you'll love 16th pick in the draft, J.J. McCarthy to the Seahawks.
Good luck.
Go ahead. Right. Good luck. Saints take a wideout, Brian Thomas
Dan
out of
Quinn
LSU.
will be back here in 2 years.
Yeah. Colts take Keon Coleman out of Florida State, wide receiver. Seahawks, J.J. McCarthy, quarterback out of Michigan. Boy, a ton of offensive players in the top 20. Kamari Lassiter, corner out of Georgia, to Pitt. Let's get down to the Eagles. Oregon State tackle. Good luck with this name. Taliese Fuaga. No idea if that's right or not. Tackle, Oregon State. The Dallas Cowboys.
The Dallas Cowboys.
With the 24th pick, tackle from the University of Arizona, Jordan Morgan. Here's the write-up. The NFL's other franchise in Texas. Boy, how far we've fallen. We're not America's team anymore. We are the other franchise in Texas. Wow. Had the opposite rookie class of the Texans, as the Cowboys got very little from their first-year players, unless you consider first-team All-Pro Brandon Aubrey, who played in the USFL. And while they've been known for their tremendous offensive line play, both Tyron Smith and Zach Martin are 33 and now out of contract for Smith. Sure, they appear to have hit on 2022 first-rounder Tyler Smith, who's excelled at guard, but they have to add more talent to the line. Morgan is one of my favorite pass rushers in the class. I love the way he moves his feet, handles his twists and stunts. Football. He started 35 games at left tackle in college, which make him the perfect fit to replace Tyron Smith.
He's a good athlete. Now, the problem when you watch, and I've not gotten deep into all the study yet on him. I've watched him, but I've not gotten deep into the draft class yet because I was hoping we were going to actually play football longer than we have. The thing about Jordan Morgan when I watch him is when we talk about getting glass eaters and like tough football players and physical football players, like this is not, from what I've seen, he's not going to be a mauler. Like he's not nasty. And so he's really athletic, and I think he moves really well, and he's really strong in pass protection. I don't know that this is a guy that's going to make any sort of a difference at any point, not just like right away. I just don't know at any point that he's going to be a guy who like, oh, okay, this really improves your run game or anything else. And I know run game is obviously secondary for a lot of people, but in terms of improving that physicality and becoming a nastier trench team, I don't know that Jordan Morgan is that, but he's a good football player.
I'm ready to become a dinosaur. I'm ready to
running back
and not running back. No, I'm not going to bet on running back. You have convinced me.
Okay.
Moving forward, not to change the running back philosophy, but linebacker, DN, D tackle, offensive line. What was the running game issue? You put this more on the backs or the line this year? Their run blocking win rates or their run blocking grades, you think would be what?
You know, it's funny. It
definitely was not funny.
No, like odd, peculiar.
Yeah.
I can't remember who I saw suggest this, but it was a good point.
Me.
How often do you see teams with 2 all-pro guards, 2 interior players who you go, they don't really run the football very well?
Right.
Like, how often do you have 2 mauling, like, physical Tyler Smith, Zach Martin players, and you still go, they don't really run the ball very well. They can't impose their will on teams.
Wow.
And it's like, that's not a great sign. Like, and I think a lot of it is, I don't think Tyler Biadasz is back next year. I think that they're going to probably do something to reset center a little bit, which you're, again, losing some toughness there in terms of just toughness, attitude, chip on your shoulder. You do lose a little bit of that. Terrence Steele, I think the comeback for him was he didn't bounce back first year back from the injury. And that's something else you got to consider with Jordan Morgan, by the way. Jordan Morgan already has a torn ACL in his history at Arizona.
Oh.
So he has health history questions that they'll have to look into. But
So it's perfect for him.
No, perfect for the Rangers.
Yeah, I was about to say the Rangers would like sign him to a 5-year deal to pitch in their rotation. No, but it is something where I think that Steele just never found his game. He was so important. He was one of the better run blocking tackles in the NFL the last 2 years before this. And so I think the fact that he was coming back from an injury, never got things down with Zach Martin the way they normally did, I think that impacted the run game in a big way. And then I think that Biadasz could have just been better.
4th in run block win rate this year.
As a team?
As a team.
How does that make sense?
It's
a proprietary formula that we don't even have like the details. Like, what does that mean?
And I think that means this is the perfect time to play J.J. Watt. Choppy, cover your ears as J.J. Watt went on McAfee.
Oh, great. Let me listen to what a football player has to say about football.
And talked about Pro Football Focus.
Let's send you out on the right note. PFF sucks. Have a great day, everybody. I shoot it straight, man. I'm shooting it like it is. Like, if they want to act like they got some, like, they come from a very high and mighty place. Like, they come and they speak like they know everything that there is to know about football, and they tell all these players and these coaches that they're so much smarter and that they're so much better and that they have these ways of figuring things out that are so much superior. It's just, as somebody who's done it and who's been in those trenches and who knows what it's like and who knows what it's like to have somebody telling you how good you're doing. I mean, I've literally sat in a meeting room with coaches and put the grades side by side, from a coach's grade and from the PFF grade. I've done it, and it's not even remotely close. So, like, don't sit here and tell me, like, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know how all this works. Like, yeah, I do. I've literally done it. I've sat in that room and done it with coaches in the National Football League. So take your shit and shovel it somewhere else, because I'm not dealing with it.
Whoa! It's really wild. Like, I looked at the quotes. I Googled the quotes. When did PFF say that the coaches are wrong? They've never claimed that they're smarter than anybody else. That's something that people have made up, like Bobby. Nobody at PFF has ever said. I don't know why people get so triggered.
No, it's people like you who say it.
I don't say it. I don't know why people get so triggered because PFF disagrees. It's a data point. It's all you use it for.
No, it's not even data.
QBR is not wrong. Adjusted net yards per attempt are not wrong. DVOA is not wrong. They're just individual data points.
No. This is not even data. It's literally just a made up number.
It doesn't matter. It's a baseline, and they're the only ones who have come up with a baseline. So until you come up with another baseline, shut your mouth and sit there with your shorter than short jeans on. Okay, your mom. So stop.
Look,
all right?
Whoa.
It's the baseline.
Look, Chop. Here's.
I don't know. I saw his jeans there, and that's the first thing that popped into my head. I don't think he actually wears mom jeans. But no, the only people are, for some reason, like J.J. Watt, they're insecure and triggered by PFF, as if PFF has ever told J.J. he sucks. I don't know. Maybe in the history of the world, J.J. Watt's their highest graded player. So maybe J.J. Watt should shut his mouth. Okay. Nobody takes a blonde man seriously anyway.
I just think that if you were to Chop, I think if you were to apply this to our own industry, if there was a PFF of like radio shows or something, like you would have a really tough time accepting any sort of criticism or grading from like people from the outside who go like, hey, I created this really successful podcast. I'm going to grade all the broadcasters.
We have a far dumber system of determining who's good and who isn't. So we deal with it.
The team that Vegas definitely does not want to win the Super Bowl. Let's see if we can keep more of this gold up next.
Let's get you over to
segment here brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
An Adrian Beltre crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece is coming up at 9:40 to celebrate the Hall of Fame news last night. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby as we look at the teams that are actually playing this weekend. And there's one team that Vegas does not want to win it all.
Oh, no, that is the Detroit Lions. Vegas does not want Detroit to win it. And for the reasoning is, well, quite simple. Dude, the Lions have so many bets on them. The largest amount of tickets are on the Lions, and they may not necessarily have the money that's on them, but don't forget, the Lions were at one point like 25-1 to win the Super Bowl. And the other three teams that are in this, Baltimore, Kansas City, and San Francisco, have for the most part been in the top five-ish for almost all the year. Or all of the year, I should say. So it is Detroit. Detroit is the one team they don't want to win.
I have the Super Bowl spreads, by the way. Which possible matchup would be the biggest gap?
Spread?
Yes.
Oh,
Baltimore, Detroit.
Yes. Minus 5.5.
Okay, so it's interesting because San Fran is minus 7 right now, but it is a home game. So you would take out a little bit of home field cookage. It's about the same.
Next one?
Kansas City, Detroit.
Chiefs, Detroit.
Yes. Minus 4.5. 49ers, Chiefs would be minus 2.5. 49ers, Baltimore would be San Fran favored by 2.
Wow.
After what happened earlier in the regular season.
That's very interesting after San Francisco just got throttled by them.
So, and you know, Detroit beat Kansas City on the road. And they'd be, would you say it was a 4.5 point there for Kansas City over Detroit? So they think that was a fluke.
Well, remember, there was no Chris Jones, no Travis Kelce. Or Kelce was
right.
banged
Kelce
up
was
now.
out. Yeah, he was out. Yeah.
I got some of the other sports. By the way, Super Bowl MVP, if you bet on it today, it would be Lamar Jackson, then Brock Purdy, then Patrick Mahomes, McCaffrey, Goff, Kelce, Amon-Ra, St. Brown. So, Lamar, your Super Bowl MVP favorite. Texas Rangers.
By the way, right there, that tells you how little chance they give Detroit of beating San Fran this week because there's 2 Niner players ahead of Goff, which is the first Lion player.
And Goff is 10-1. Kelce would be 33-1. Amon-Ra would be 50-1.
Yeah, I mean, look, historically, the way this game has gone, they're generally just going to give it to the quarterback. I mean, there's years when it doesn't happen, but, for the most part, it's whoever wins, the quarterback gets it.
College football championship winner.
Georgia.
Yes, Georgia. I'll go in order. Georgia, Bama, Bobby, Ohio State,
idiots,
Texas, Michigan, Ole Miss, Oregon, LSU, Florida State, Penn State, Choppies Vols, Texas A&M.
I mean, it's genuinely stupid right now to have Bama up there as any sort of prognostication. I understand that there's hedging and other things like that, but they've had so much talent leave there. And there's no telling what that program's going to be without Saban.
They've had a lot, no doubt. And, DeBoer I think he's a really good coach. I have no idea how he's going to fit in the SEC.
What % do you give the Texas Rangers to make the playoffs this upcoming season?
Vegas will give them a 45% chance.
Less than 50% to make the playoffs. Wow.
I'll say they give them 55.
67.
Wow. Okay.
Non-believer. Peyton Russell, the only believer.
I didn't think Vegas would give them that with the 30. Injuries to the starting rotation. Will come out till June.
67%, 67.7% chance that they will make the playoffs. Is Draymond Green back? Do we know this?
Yeah,
Have we followed this?
Will
Draymond be ejected again this season?
Yes.
Yeah.
What's the next game that Steph isn't playing?
Slight yes, minus 140. No is plus 100.
Really? They don't think that 2 technical fouls is just outside the realm of possibility for Draymond. They're buying into the.
You see Rick Carlisle go off last night? Ooh, was he ticked? Rick was ticked.
I don't see how you can't say it. You look at it and go that there's any chance Draymond wouldn't pull 2 technical fouls again.
And by the way, I have to sit here and go at Todd Bowles again. He's driving me crazy right now, and I've been trying to give him props along with Baker Mayfield. He will not admit that saving the final timeout was stupid. He won't admit it. He's as stubborn as the fools I work with on this show.
Oh, no!
And they said, Todd Bowles, what are you doing? 31-23. Why didn't you take your final timeout? And again, he said the game was over. It's not a gentleman's agreement. They were in field goal range. We would have had 12 seconds after using that timeout to come back from it. Then we would have been down 11 points. So it's kind of pointless. You kind of know when the game is over, the game was over. It's not an automatic. It would have. So I love the breakdown that was done from Jenna Lane in this. So this would have been how long did I tell you, Choppy? 49?
It was 34. The 49 field goal.
It would have been a 49-yard field goal. Their kicker, 5 of 13 in his career on kicks of 50-plus yards. Now, from precisely 49, he was 3 of 4. He missed one against the Patriots in Week 15. Missed field goal would have resulted in a turnover because Detroit screwed this up. We talk about game management. They kneeled too fast. Their center snapped it with like 14 seconds left on the play clock, giving more of an opening to the Buccaneers. Again, most likely, it's not going to happen probably, but you try. You see if there's a bad snap. You see if there's a field goal block. You see if you can get down the field. So a missed field goal would have resulted, turnover on downs, Bucs at their own 39 with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, the reason the center snapped it there is because they hadn't called a timeout on either of the first two. So I think they knew at that point they weren't going to call.
Yeah, Dan Campbell's. I could tell he wasn't going to use it.
Yeah, he knew.
Which that could have been strategy. You could have taken advantage of it, and you didn't.
Yeah,
and that's why you're Todd Bowles and he's Dan Campbell.
So that's what makes me wonder when people have these types of decisions. Yeah, you might, you would have probably been right, but I'm like, how does that affect the rest of your thing? Like, I got to question your thought process. Like, where else are you?
Oh, we would not have dropped this yet if McCarthy had done this.
Yeah.
This would have been, we would have found 8 different ways to cut it over the last week and a half.
Absolutely. All right, so that's Todd Bowles. Has been game is over. All right.
Man, you're a clown, bro. Get out of my face.
That's Philadelphia. Not relatable. 877-881. Well, they did beat him, so I guess you can connect it that way. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. We got Supermart checkout and violent video games.
Yeah, so what are y'all's opinions on the self-checkout at the supermarket?
I don't love it. Amanda loves it. I don't love it because I always feel like that stupid machine stops on me and gets frozen, and someone has to come over and swipe their card, and I have to wait for somebody. I don't like it because of that. But these lines are just so long. These lines are 7-8 deep. Costco line is amazing. Fly through that. But
the Costco self-checkout is unparalleled because it never asks you to place your item in the baggage area.
Dude, if I ever hear unexpected item in the bagging area, if somebody's near me, like there's a risk of getting strangled.
But Costco doesn't do it because they give you the gun. And then they check your thing at the end anyway.
Okay.
So they never do the unexpected item in the bagging area or that.
See, I'm never going to self-checkout at Costco. One, their customer service cashiers are incredible.
Yeah, they are.
It's just efficient. Bam, bam, bam. And then number 2, I'm never just getting like 3 items at Costco.
If I'm in the grocery store and there's 0 line, like there's nobody there, I'll go to the
cashier.
Yeah. But if there's not a line, if there is a line, then I'll go to the self-checkout if there's no line. But
what's the number of items you have to have in your cart to not do the self-checkout?
1. It could be a piece of gum.
What?
I hate doing it. I despise it.
Why?
If I know there's a store, it doesn't matter how few items I'm getting. If I know there's a store that does not have regular checkout lines, I will not go. I one time was shopping at a Kroger and they didn't have any regular checkout lines open. Love Kroger, but they didn't have any regular checkout lines open. And as I was getting my stuff together and I realized, there's only self-checkout, I went and put everything back and left and went to another store.
You're joking.
No, I'm not.
How many things?
Like 6 or 7. It was like for dinner.
First off, how many people put everything back? Very nice move by you. That's like putting the shopping cart back, but I would leave. I do the cart leave all the time. Well, not all the time because I usually go and execute my order, but like if I was going to have that, I would just I'd leave the cart there with the 6 or 7 things.
With the 6 or 7 things.
Yeah, I'm not going back to every aisle.
Would you try to
put it back.
casually? But would you feel bad about it? Would you casually just kind of be like, "Oh, let me look what's over here"?
Oh
and then
yeah,
just kind of drift out of the aisle.
I definitely put on you got to leave it and sell that you're coming back to it.
Or look and get an emergency text. And, okay, I gotta go.
Walk over to the bathroom. Go in the bathroom and then leave.
And then leave
it in the corner by the bathroom.
I mean, I never do that, but because I'm not a psycho like Bobby. I'm gonna get all of my groceries that I put in my cart. But if that happened, if I couldn't pay for it or my card expired or something, I wouldn't put them all back.
Well, Drexel University went and researched this. The question of does self-checkout impact grocery store loyalty? Because that is what their research found, is that customers are more loyal to the stores that have regular checkout lines. It says specifically that these researchers noted that the perceived saved effort during the checkout process and the customer's sense of entitlement explain the effect of checkout type on customer loyalty. Extra effort required to check out and bag purchases and the expectation of being served by the store were negative consequences of self-checkout and decreased loyalty to the store. But
so
when shoppers,
people prefer the cashier.
That they find at least that you're more, it's more of a dividing line. Like it is something where if you have the cashier, not necessarily that it's a preference or a deal breaker, but for those who it is a deal breaker, it has created it is definitely a line for some people. It says when shoppers viewed the extra effort in self-checkout as a rewarding experience, their store loyalty matched that of regular checkout shoppers.
I saw a study that there are people that use the checkout line with the actual cashier because there are people that live that's their only form of interconnection with somebody else.
Oh,
they don't have anybody in their life, and that is a major part of when they go some people go to the store every day
interacting.
For dinner. That's their only form of interacting with people.
Oh,
so from that standpoint, it's okay, I can understand that. If you live a life of solitaire and that's the only interaction you get,
go sit at a bar.
Go sit at a bar.
Yeah, drink it away.
Drink it away. I'm down with.
That's a great way
Talk
to
to the
approach
bartender.
it. Yeah. So, but no, that is absolutely a loyalty line for me. If I got to do my own self-check, Kristen could have 40 items and she's doing self-checkout.
Oh,
she refuses to do actual checkout line. She's
why?
they're going to screw it up. She's like, I don't
How
trust
can
it.
they screw it up?
She's like, I don't trust them to get everything right. She's like,
there's nothing to get right.
She said, especially when there's produce, she doesn't expect that they'll get it right.
There's nothing to get right.
I mean, with the produce, you do have to
you weigh it.
I know. She doesn't trust them. So she's like, I got to do it myself.
Put the code in and hit 3. They know more than she does about checking out, right?
Oh, really? Mr. just argued for PFF? You're going to say that the checker knows more?
Here we go.
This whole segment was a setup to turn it around on you.
Whole damn time. Let's celebrate Adrian Beltre as we crosstalk with KMC next.
Let's get you over to Platinum.
Vengeful.
Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep.
Oh, no.
there's so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
3-0. Here's the pitch. Swinging a hard hit ball inside third, base hit down the left field line. Mazzara gets to third. Adrian going to second. He's got a double for 3,000.
Mikey, were you there? Were you there?
I was there, right next to Hicksy when he said it.
How
with my
classless?
two boys.
How classless, though, right? 3-0 swinging for your 3,000th hit. Just classless.
I just remember how lucky I got because he went, I believe, 0 for 3 the night before against Baltimore, and I had tickets for the next day. I kind of guesstimated like 4 or 5 days out, and that was a Sunday afternoon. And I just was like, I think this will be.
So you had to kind of be cheering against him, right?
In a way, I'm going to be honest. Yes.
Yeah.
When that Saturday, I believe it was, when he was coming up and had a chance for 3,000, I was like, don't get it. I have tickets for tomorrow.
Yeah. Why would you not? Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, Adrian did get the call right out of the gate. We're going to do that one. What is your singular favorite all-time Adrian Beltre moment? Because I think we have a very special moment with the man. That nobody
that
else.
was not my favorite moment.
Not a
'cause
lot
I
of
was
people got to
scared.
see it. We were the only ones that got to experience it at that time. So we will share that moment where Kevin almost got murdered by Adrian Beltre
That's true.
in the crotch. And then what's at stake in the NFC Championship game aside from advancing to the Super Bowl at 11?
We went through MLB.com's top 10 Beltre moments. They were They were okay. But I'm going to go through CBS.
Oh, is this one better?
I don't know. I've just opened it.
Oh, no.
10, the goodbyes. Everyone sending him off as the legend he is. 9, his first hit. 8, his first home run. 7, the first walk-off homer. What?
Are we going to
Just
do
the first?
Are the first 5 going to be the 5 things he first accomplished, and then the last 5 are going to be his last hit?
Last 5 things he did.
Last triple.
Number 6, grand slam for number 48. Number 5, go-ahead home run that leads to the AL West title. Number 4, 400th home run. Number 3, the one-need World Series homer.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that was awesome.
Is that the statue, by the way?
I think him on his knee, with a swing is a pretty good statue.
Yeah, he's not getting a statue.
No.
He doesn't deserve a statue.
Oh.
I mean, he was a really good player and
Yeah,
everything.
he was awesome.
I'm sorry, he was a Hall of Famer, not a really good player.
Okay, yeah, he's
a Hall of really
he's a
good
Hall
players.
of Famer, but
I'm okay with no statue.
Yeah.
I'm okay with no statue.
Okay. All right. Number 2, 3 home run ALDS clincher in 2011. This is CBS Sports. And number 1, they put 3,000.
Number 1 moments when he moved the circle.
Yep.
And
back.
Yeah, and he got kicked out. This list is stupid.
See? 2 for 2 with the stupid list. It's always going to be different locally.
Everybody loves
though.
lists.
Everybody
It's always going to be
remember
different.
things.
Yes.
We saw things nobody saw nationally. Like they're not watching every Rangers game nationally.
They're not?
No.
What kind of analysts are
They don't
That's
have
why.
valleys.
That's why John Smoltz didn't have a clue what he was talking about while the Rangers were out there in the World Series.
Well, he's playing golf here in a couple of weeks.
I know. We put in an interview request. I'm
For
kind of worried
sure.
about it.
Yeah.
Why?
us too.
Well, I'll be John Smoltz.
'Cause we
okay?
did too. We did the same request.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, well,
Well, then doesn't that answer
I
your
kind of
question?
hope they get him now because I want to hear why he thinks it's going to be like.
Well, we have to tell him that we think he was a hater.
Yeah.
And that's probably not going to be comfortable. But you have to tell him it, right?
Yes.
He is a great guy. I will say that. Like,
First
the
thing,
thing
too.
is I think if you say that to him, he'll handle it respectfully. Is
Yeah.
Tom Glavine gonna do the golf thing?
Oh, because Maddox is there too. I don't know.
All you got to do
I
is
didn't
read
see him on the list.
It's on the email list.
Yeah. I
they
don't know
only
if
let
Mike
guys
got
who
it.
can break 90 play with a fastball.
Oh, wow.
Not true. Maddox is there.
Oh,
It's fair. Fair.
how's your chair?
Awesome.
How long did it take to put together?
2
Well,
hours.
I think it only took like half
I got
the
it.
show.
I got it done at noon, but I'm not working on it through segments most of the time.
Not all of the time, mind you.
Not through breaks.
Yeah.
Through segments.
Some of the times.
How long is that box going to sit there, or are you going to be able to break that thing down today?
Well, is it recycling
Mark
week?
that.
I will.
I want that as a drop.
I'll put it on the elevator and throw it downstairs.
Do you go with it? Do you go with it?
It just opens and it's just a box in there.
Send it to basement
and hope somebody gets it.
What if we took all these chairs that aren't good and just put them in the elevator and
Then we
rolled
won't have
them
any
out in the
chairs to
first
sit in.
floor?
Would you get in the elevator if there's just a chair and nothing else in there?
I would think that that's what the responsibility of me is to do now, is to sit in the elevator chair.
I would
Obviously,
think
they
somebody
put it
disappeared.
there. Like, this is like if you walked onto an airplane and there were no seats, you would just stand, right? But because there are seats, you sit. And so if you get on an elevator and there's a chair, you're like, I guess I'm supposed to sit
Like
in this
the
chair.
bus? You just hold a railing?
Yeah, you just supposed
Every
to sit in
time
the elevator chair.
during the national championship football game or the semifinals, they have that really expensive chair commercials. And I've gone to that website. I'm sorry, I already forget the name of that chair, but it's the only time I ever see their commercials is college football semifinal and college football national championship. And I'm like, man, that chair, they're making this chair sound awesome. And then you go there and they're like, yes, for this advanced great chair, it is $1,500. And I'm like, I don't need that chair.
And
But I wonder how great a $1,500, I call it mesh. I know it's not all mesh.
ergonomic. It's an ergonomic chair. I know what you're talking about.
And I'm just like, I wonder how great this chair is that it could be over $1,000.
How much is that one, if you don't mind me asking?
It was with tax like $155.
Oh.
So it was
Wow.
on sale. Staples. I mean, I don't.
Yeah.
I guess I can say it. I bought it, but yeah, I went to Staples. I didn't know they were having a chair sale, but I guess they're having a chair sale right now. So this one was like $100 off.
Why did you do?
Oh,
chair? Why did you do?
Why did you air quote chairs?
Oh,
Literally
because
chair
I don't.
sale.
Some guy
outside
Staples.
What are you protecting?
Maybe
sale.
it's always on sale.
Oh,
you know how
maybe.
like certain stores are
Kohl's,
like to make you feel like
Going
I
out of
should get
business.
this. It's usually $279, but it's on sale for $140. But if you always do that,
No, I'm
then
with
more
you.
people are like, I got to get it now because it's on sale. I don't know if it's going to be on sale
Yeah.
next week.
Kohl's and Michael's are like that for me. Michael's is like, don't miss out on our 30% sale because starting tomorrow, it's only a 30% sale. I feel like it's always like about the same.
Yeah, Adrian will come home and be like, I got 70% off. And I'm like, what was the price? And she's like, it was $1,000. I'm like, so you paid $300 for that jacket. That doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Would you guys
70%.
rather have a gaming chair or the chairs that you guys have?
I was just about to ask how much your complaining about these chairs has impacted anything. Have you heard back from the bosses?
I don't
or
think so. I mean, this is my
chair.
4th chair. This is year number
Yeah.
4 of me buying a chair.
That's
Okay.
for charity, though.
I have an awesome
makes
chair
sense.
at home, like in my office, but like I would never bring it here, or I would bring the same one because I like to be higher.
Yeah, that's
Like
the only
that-
thing is
that
this one does
problem's
sit
too
me
low.
lower, but I'd rather be comfortable sitting than sit higher and be in an uncomfortable
I
chair.
want to do the show from like recliners.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
How often do you think we should have new chairs?
I don't know
Every
how
two?
When they start tearing up, breaking apart, and you don't
How
have
do
enough
the-
to fill the room.
With the amount of beer farts in this thing, I think every year.
Who does that? Who does like
Does beer make you
the
fart?
arms? Like who
Those
rips
beer
off
farts.
the
rips the
padding?
arm of the
IPAs
chair.
do, yeah.
What'd you say,
I don't
Mike?
know.
Who rips like the padding off of an?
But look at this
arm?
one.
It's
The
the way
creditors,
it's the way it
probably.
rams into the
Look at
into the
that.
thing over
Right?
here.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, these chairs have to be at least 6 years old. I'm guessing.
Oh,
I thought
easily.
we used to get a movie theater hookup. Maybe was that from Dingus?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, we used to get those chairs in here. They're the old studio movie grill chairs.
Yeah. But the crazy thing to me about the chairs is I don't find the same ones in here every day.
No.
It's like the one that I'm
take
set
them
to
and move them
use.
out,
I'm like,
yeah.
all right, I like that one. I can deal with that one. But then it's not like in here
missing.
daily.
Yeah.
Where
Go to-
is it going?
go to
And then I
floor-
look over here in that room. And I look over here in that room, and I don't see the high chairs. So I'm like, where are they disappearing to?
I stole the producer's chair back because I think they took it.
In there, Peyton?
And then
I
Alec,
didn't take it. You took it, Corey.
Alec was like, no, there were 3. Okay. Alec was like, you took the one good chair in here. And I was like, well, that was my chair.
Yeah,
So,
your talent.
Yeah.
Do you think the 5th floor has better chairs?
What'd you say?
Do you think the AM station, the 5th floor, has better chairs?
I don't want to talk about this anymore.
You know
Well,
what?
why don't
We've
you-
never,
what you
we've
do
never
is-
questioned LeBron.
Hospital walk in.
Take one of
We're a
these
few minutes
chairs.
past the expiration.
Take one of these chairs, take it down to floor 5, roll it in, and then find a chair you like and replace it, and then put that chair that you don't like. Like this chair's horrible. Take that chair that I'm pointing at, which nobody can see on the radio,
Right.
and give that to floor 5. Find a chair you like, and then bring that chair up to floor 11.
Well, that's our
and
company. What if we just go to somebody else's company in this building?
Yeah,
and
what are
just
the
start
other
taking their
things in here? A
chairs?
dentist?
There's a dentist.
Floor 9 seems like a nice
mortgage company.
Dentist chair.
Whatever floor 9's doing seems like a nice floor. They have like
Who is this crosstalk for?
Yeah, they got a cafe.
I
down
guarantee you this crosstalk will have new chairs in here by the time we get back from Vegas.
No way.
I guarantee.
I'll take that deal.
Okay, I guarantee Spitter will come through for us. He's listening right now, and we'll have new chairs. Maybe not Vegas.
No, you just said
Hang on.
You
What's the
said
date?
guarantee.
What's the date? January 24th.
It's like we got like 10
by
days.
by March 15th,
2025.
guaranteed new chairs in here.
The person who loves this the most is Eric Chiafalo, because this is where he sits after our show's done. So he was really pumped that I got a new chair.
Do you allow him to sit in it?
Yes, I do. I'm like, it's a chair.
Okay.
You don't make a big deal about it being your chair?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
But what if he breaks the chair? Would you be mad
I would be
at him?
upset with that. I think it's tough to break a chair unless you throw it.
Well, who do you think is doing this to the other chairs?
People are like eating parts.
I don't.
Of these chairs. I don't know.
It does look like a giant rat comes in here and gnaws on it at some
Who
point.
do you think at the station, if you let stay over your house for 2 weeks, would do the most damage? You'd be the most irritated.
Jared,
I have an idea.
What kind of damage?
Jared leaves popcorn everywhere.
Yeah.
What kind of damage? Okay, 'cause Jared he's undercover sloppy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Does he still leave popcorn everywhere?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's so.
And then steps on it?
He's so knowledgeable and nice, but he is.
So
messy.
what?
I
That
think
has
he would
nothing
be
to do
really
with it.
nice if he was staying at somebody's house. I think he'd really keep it super nice.
I disagree.
We've seen it on Airbnb.
Disagree. Because
Yeah.
when he stayed at another house, we got in trouble for the mess him and somebody else left
I don't want
behind.
you or RJ because you guys will start cooking fish and
All right.
leave all the drippings in the
I
oven.
messed up the fish one time. That was my bad. That was
Yeah,
awful.
and I don't
G-Bag-
cook fish. I would never cook fish in the oven.
G-Bag did leave the freezer
I don't know how to do
open
that.
As
at
part
the
of
beach house.
when Mike was there, they broke the fridge.
Yeah, they broke the fridge at the beach house. G-Bag did. When we got there,
That was when I was
Ted-
sleeping with Kavanaugh in the same bed.
Ted was like, "Hey, sorry, our fridge isn't working right now," and there were flies
done with
everywhere
radio.
in the house. It was a great beach house, but there were flies everywhere.
fantastic.
So
Yeah,
I'll say G-Bag.
Well,
the best,
no, you got to get more specific. You gotta say something more damning.
The best guess would be Broadus. Because Broadus
He would make
sprays
my
down
bed.
everything with Lysol. He makes
Yeah,
his
but I said
bed.
the worst.
He'll
Yeah.
leave you a dish in the fridge too. He'll be like,
do you
"Here
think
go."
Chiafalo or Chiafalo, Dawson, or Zach is dirtier? You've worked all the different shows.
I
Mike.
don't know.
You've
I
been
don't
passed
know.
around.
I don't know
What do they
Chiafalo
all
or
have in
Zach's
common?
cleanliness that well.
What do they have in common?
They're on G-Bag.
Oh,
Eric and Zach's hotel room the last couple years has been pretty well kept.
we used to blame you guys. How would you know?
Oh yeah,
because
we
I
blame
go
you
in
guys
there
for
and
everything.
drink with them.
I know.
Oh, I didn't get that.
It was the show. It was the afternoon show before us, though.
I know,
They
but we
just
blamed
leave
you
crap
guys.
We always blame you guys for a lot.
now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Everything. Pizza that was in there.
Yep.
Night guys.
that was them.
Barbecue
You found
in there.
out we were the people
night
who were
guys.
helping clean up the other people who left.
Would you
messes.
guys say that we're clean?
Yeah,
Y'all
you
do
guys
pretty
seem
good.
Pretty clean.
Choppy does leave a wadded up paper towel over there, like
I do not.
2 times a week.
right
Ew.
there.
Yeah,
It's right
2
here.
times
Yeah,
a
it's right
week.
here, and I always bring it.
He
I don't
usually
get it.
sprays down though. But
There's
what about
one
nails?
There's one on the floor over there that was yours from yesterday.
That's not mine.
To finish this off on sports, I'm wearing a Kansas City Chiefs hat today. But there's part of me now that wants to root for the Ravens to win it all, so Bobby can keep the take on Lamar Jackson will never win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And
I
it's
never
like
said he. I never said he never
just
would.
won a Super Bowl.
Okay,
said he
straw
might win
man.
it and
A
not
straw
be
man. I
good.
did not
and
say
2
that.
MVPs.
I didn't say that.
Straw man.
That is straw man argument. I never said he wouldn't win one.
What did you say? If
What-
he won a Super Bowl, he's still not good.
No, I just said that that doesn't change my opinion that overall the most effective way to win a Super Bowl is with not the mobile quarterback who can't throw. Second, your ability to throw the ball cannot be secondary.
But do you agree that Lamar Jackson is awesome and better than Dak Prescott?
Nope.
Do you agree that he's better than Dak?
Nope.
The guy who has 2
You
MVPs?
really don't think he's better than that?
No, I dead serious don't.
You realize you are in the extreme. That's fine. You can be in the minority.
Yeah, but to be fair, this Lamar thing, everyone flip flops.
Address me as 20-3, please, if you're going to talk to me about my
Everyone
football
flip flops
takes.
on Lamar every
That's
offseason. He's either 1, he's outside the top 10, and now he's back to 1, and then it'll be.
By the way, playoff career passer rating Dax is 15 to 18 points higher than Lamar Jackson.
Oh, yeah, you
tell-
passer rating
tell-
in 2024.
Tell Bassick Dak's
Who's he playing this
playoff
week?
passer rating who is better than.
Oh, Peyton, Brady, Eli, Lamar Jackson. I mean, basically anybody that y'all love and hold
Shows how
dear
dumb.
to your
Now,
hearts.
if we just take
That's a bad passer rating. How
if
about
we just
completion
take
percentage?
first
Why don't
half
we start with
stats
this
where
versus
he
the chairs?
he can't throw for 90 yards in a playoff game until the game is now
Not
at a
under
point-
McCarthy, that's for damn sure. Be nice if we could get a.
Why
a
did he
dang
only
head
throw
coach.
for 80 yards against the Rams.
No, I got to be careful.
And he was
I
down
gotta slow
20-7 in that Garrett game. He was down 20-7 in LA for 80 yards at halftime.
Who did you? What number did you come up with that he ranked where on your playoff quarterbacks?
For me, he's 17.
Good God, Mike.
That seems a little bit low.
For regular season quarterback, he's about 6 or 7.
Yeah.
But if I would rather have 16 other quarterbacks in a playoff game than Dak Prescott.
Well said, Mike.
It's weird you're not a GM.
Well said. All right. Well, are you a GM?
Here's was
Could be.
My point about that whole topic was for the audience when we were going through the list. If you had him in the top 10 for playoff quarterbacks, then you should give him the 5-year, $300 million extension. You believe that he is one of the 10 best quarterbacks. I can't do much better than this in the playoffs. Give him $300 million. If you have him outside your top 10, then you move forward without him in the future.
The KMC Masterpiece is next on 105.3 The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And yes, indeed, Adrian gets the call to the hall. What is your singular favorite all-time Beltré moment? And you know what?
When Adrian married me.
Adrian Beltre.
Oh.
Maybe some people will be like, it was his first hit. It was his first home run, like that stupid CBS list. Or maybe you have a totally different set of opinions, but kind of, especially for the Rangers, this is a fairly historic election. Only the third Rangers player to ever get in on the first ballot, and only the 9th player to ever wear a Rangers jersey to get into the Hall of Fame.
And the tough one is, yes, Nolan is one of those three, but his dominance was with the California Angels, right, and mostly, some Houston Astros. Obviously, I don't want to take it. He was awesome for a lot of his career, but when he was completely and totally dominant, was on the worst team in baseball, the California Angels. Not now, they kind of are, but there's the Oakland Athletics. But I look at it and go, kind of the second. I'm not trying to take anything away from Nolan Ryan. And I know that Beltré played for other teams too. He played for 3 other teams before he came to the Texas Rangers, but it is really special. I know the Rangers are very excited, like the organization, on July 21st to celebrate it. I remember when Pudge when Pudge went into the Hall of Fame, John Radigan flew up there with them and kind of spent the 4 or 5 days covering the whole event for the Texas Rangers. So it is really cool. Can I lead a little bit here, Kevin?
Sure.
I would like to go to cut 8. I think this is Adrian Beltre at home in California getting the call yesterday.
Cooperstown, New York.
He's so calm.
You ready?
Yeah.
Answer it. No, I'm going to leave it. Go to the
Answer.
speaker. Hello.
Hello, may I speak with Adrian Beltre, please?
Yes, sir. This is him.
Adrian, this is Jack O'Connell, calling you from the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York. Your new second home. The baseball writers have elected you to the Hall of Fame.
Thank you so much. Well, it's official.
He's pumped, Corey.
Now it's official. Hey, it must be awesome when you're sitting next to the phone and you're just waiting for the phone call. I don't know what time it's coming, but I know it's coming, like somewhere in this 30-minute range. I was just like, how about the other guys like Todd Helton and Joe Mauer? Not that we have those on our run sheet, but they're probably like, I don't know. Like, I just don't know. And Todd Helton's been on the ballot for a little bit now. And it's just, that must be a really calming feeling. You're just sitting there with your family like, yeah, let all the cameras in. I know. Like, it's easy. This is easy for me. I'm just waiting for the phone call. So not that that's my favorite moment of Adrian Beltre, but I was just kind of smiling, laughing, going, how easy is this for him? And you think of Gary Sheffield and Billy Wagner and how heartbreaking it was that they never got the phone call and they didn't want cameras in their house. That's why they're like, no, because it's borderline I make it, and I do not want, remember Drew Pearson, you do not want that moment caught on camera, your heart kind of sinking and dropping that you didn't make it. And for Billy Wagner, 4 votes short. And so I don't want to get to Billy Wagner. This is Adrian Beltre's moment. But I just thought how calming and easy was that phone call for him.
Yeah, I mean, he let it ring.
He said, should we let it go to voicemail, which would be amazing. Hey, this is Cooperstown. Just wanted to let you know that you made the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Call us back.
Yeah.
And, we'll leave our number.
Do you think they called up Billy Wagner and said, hey, Billy,
you didn't make
4 votes short?
That feels rude to call him knowing that the call comes if you
sometimes
make it.
Don't you want the call to say you didn't make it? Instead of like it never rings, you're like, are they done calling? Should I wait another 10 minutes here and see? Or
yeah, that is. And I mean, we've talked to a number of guys who've been waiting for the knock on the door from the NFL Hall of Fame, and they're waiting. And then like, how long do you wait? And I guess you're just there overnight, and now it's time to go home.
I'm not going home yet.
Yeah, maybe they'll get me in the morning on the way out or something like that. Kevin, my favorite moment is easily the time where he threatened to hit you in the junk with a baseball bat. And it wasn't even a threat. He just said, I will do that. And that's easily it, but whose
fault was that?
Mine. Yeah. Okay. I parked well, hold on. It was your fault. You said the Rangers wouldn't even make the playoffs that year, and then they did. And
Fair.
so
I'll take joint fault.
Yeah, and so then you said that Prince Fielder could hit you in the junk with a wiffle ball bat.
Yep.
Beltré happened to hear us discussing that. Actually, I think we asked him about it.
Yep.
And then the next day when I parked in his parking spot, he was like, hey, did you get hit in the junk yet? And I was like, no, he hasn't gotten hit yet. And he goes, I can make that happen right now. And he went and got a bat out of a barrel over in the
actual
clubhouse
bat
and said, let's go outside. And it was going to be a blast. But dude,
he said one more thing as part of that, because we said, well, it's a little complicated. And he goes, no, it's not complicated at all. And then he goes, we can get it done right now. And like, he didn't go towards the bats. He pulled a bat out. And I thought, oh no, sorry, Brandon, you're never going to have a brother or a sister.
And now we have Noah. Thanks to Adrian Beltre for holding back.
Thank you for sparing.
And letting
Why did
Colby
you call him Adrian?
What?
If Adrian helped you have a baby, if Adrian Beltre helped you have a
that's a
baby,
good
why
question,
wouldn't you
Mike.
call Noah Adrian?
Yeah.
Or at least middle name him Adrian?
You know what? That is a quality question. I don't know.
But seriously, I think my favorite like on-field stuff was the Felix Hernandez, the Miguel Cabrera stuff. Guys that he had fun competitions with. That was my favorite. That was my favorite stuff to see. It reminded me, and I know this is dumb. It reminded me of my uncles playing softball. Every dude on the opposing team they knew. They knew everybody on the field. You walk into the complex, they knew everybody, and everybody knew them. And it just reminded me of my uncles and how much fun they had playing the game together.
So I love what you're talking about. I was driving back home last night, and Michael Young was on the fan with Jared Sandler talking about Adrian Beltre. And Michael Young brought up the joy and fun that he played with, but there was a line that he could stay at and still be a great player. And, Michael Young put it great. And this is how I've always tried to tell people when Beltre was playing. He can do that. You can't. You're going to lose focus and concentration in this game goofing off, and it's going to cost us. The team is going to lose or have a big moment that you're not going to be ready for because you're goofing off too much. Somehow Beltre, because think about it, who else plays the game like Beltre with that much kind of, I don't want to say joy, guys are playing it with joy, but kind of goofing off, faking like he's catching a fly ball, running into the outfield on a run down because he knows he's out. And he could do those things and then make a gold glove play at third base the next inning. Come up 30 minutes later with a runner on second, 2 outs in a tie game, and hit a double in the gap to take the lead. Most guys, Michael Young being one of them, you had to play the game with a focus and a seriousness that you were enjoying playing the game, but you couldn't let yourself go to where Adrian went because you couldn't stay in the moment doing what Adrian did. And that's what made him so unique. And you don't see that from anybody in today's game, and you don't really see that from anybody before him. He's very unique in that way that he could play the game with a joy and having fun and yet still be a premium player, as Michael Young put it last night. Guys that would goof off or try to goof off, like Beltre, you got mad at as a teammate going, we're trying to win a Major League Baseball game here.
Look, there's a lot of different options. I'm going to fire off cut number 2. I understand if this is what people say. Mine is going to be like not anywhere near as important in the span of a game, but here's another amazing Beltre moment.
3-0. Beltre is swinging, and he hits a high drive to deep center field. Going back is Brantley. He turns, he looks. That ball is history. It's on Greens Hill. It's number 400 for Adrian Beltre. Globe Life Park in Arlington is on its feet. The Rangers have a 3-2 lead, and Adrian is in the 400 club.
So it could be that 3,000 hit, home run of the World Series.
Why 400 home runs?
I think because he didn't get to 500. That was the
but then those things mean, those milestones are the things that mean something to you.
No, not. I mean, that's not my number.
Oh,
one.
okay, my bad.
No. I'm saying those are all great moments. Mine is a nonsensical moment of where the umpire told him he had to be in the circle, and he said, "No problem, Chief," and just pulled the circle back to where he wanted to be, and then got ejected. It was back in 2017. That's my favorite Beltre moment, because I think that goes along with the fun you were talking about versus he wasn't jacking around. He's like, Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that.
You can see, I just saw somebody has on Facebook. It's Nate Vaughn has a post, and it's a highlight from the Rangers of all those moments of him. Hall of Fame level shenanigans is what the Rangers posted. And that moment, when you watch that, the umpire gives him the, hey, just move it back. And Beltré hey, just, you need to be there. And Beltré walks over there, and you can see the umpire kind of walking off. And then he sees him sliding it, and he gets back on it. He throws him out. And Beltré is like, he didn't see him throw him out. So he's just kind of still standing there that just, I'm just still, what? And you can see the smirk on his face. You can see the smile of, it was just something fun. Why are you being so serious about this?
So the moment for me is a different moment, and it's not on a cut sheet because it was when his back locked up on him in 2016 in the playoffs. And he can't even barely move, and he still gets a big hit in the game. He can barely make it to first, and he can't run anymore, and he still goes out to third base, and Banny has to take him out of the game. And I think he was crying when he came off the field just because he kind of knew, I can't play in the rest of this play. Like, you play 162 games to get to that moment, to play in the do or die games. And I just remember that moment on how much he battled through that back injury and how much pain, not just physical pain, but the heartbreak pain that he was in, that his body did that to him, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And his back locks up on him in the playoffs, and he's trying so hard to contribute, and he still was able to. With a bad back, he can't even move. He found a way to get a hit and then tried so hard to go out to third base and play, but it just couldn't happen.
And that's why he's in pretty rarefied air. I have to admit, I didn't know the number was this low. I know it's hard to get into the Baseball Hall of Fame, but Adrian Beltre and Joe Mauer, the 59th and 60th players ever to get into the Hall of Fame in their first year of eligibility.
I believe it's 1%. If you make the major leagues, you have a 1% chance of being a Hall of Famer.
And then just think first ballot Hall of Famer,
Yeah,
it's even smaller.
0.2% chance, I'm going to assume, if you make the major leagues.
Brooks Robinson, Mike Schmidt, George Brett, Paul Molitor, Wade Boggs, Chipper Jones, the only other third baseman to get in on their first attempt.
Wow,
so
okay.
You're talking about, so he's the 59th player ever to get in on the first ballot. He's only the 7th third baseman to get in on the first ballot. 95.1%. He's the 19th player ever to get 95% or more for Hall of Fame voting.
I would love to interview is it 4.2%? You said 90?
4.9. 95.1.
95.1. I thought it was, okay, so I'd love to just ask them, not on the air, just, hey, so what did Beltre not do for you? Like, why is he not considered the 1% of Major League Baseball players? Why is he not considered one of the greatest third basemen of all time?
That's a good question. Now, real quick, I wanted to see how y'all could do with this. He's the 9th player who's ever worn a Rangers uniform to get into the Hall of Fame. How many of the other 8 can you name?
Fergie Jenkins, Gaylord Perry, Pudge Rodriguez, Nolan Ryan, Adrian Beltre. I guess he doesn't count because you're saying the other ones. Oh, man. Bert Blyleven.
Correct.
Wow. Look at my go.
Ted Williams doesn't count, does he, as a manager? Harold Baines.
Correct. 2 more. One of these you're going to kick yourself if you don't get. That probably doesn't make it easier.
No, I mean, I'm just, at this point, I'm kind of drawing a blank on other guys. And probably when you say it, I'm going to be like, oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Can you give me a position to just help since we're out of time? And
he also likes to hit balls off the ground, off his knees.
My guy.
Vladimir Guerrero.
Dang it. I'm sorry.
That's one you should have known, Mike.
Well, you should have said it.
Oh, I thought this was a you game. You were doing so good.
You say the other guy that I'm forgetting. You want to give a hint?
Do you know who it is?
Yes.
Do you remember watching him play?
No.
Did we ever watch him play?
I don't think so.
So he played in the 70s.
Ted Williams.
Al Oliver.
Did we already say Ted Williams?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
He said no managers.
Okay. I don't know.
Gossage.
Goose. Dang it, we did see him play. He played in the late 80s for us.
Yeah, I remember watching him.
He was with Nolan Ryan.
Yeah.
In fact, he played
I was
like
in the
early
stands.
90s. He was with Nolan Ryan.
I guess I do not remember that particularly well, but impressive across the board for Adrian Beltre. Congratulations. And a lot of those milestones you heard right here on 105.3 The Fan, which is also super, super cool. For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk a little Stars, Red Wings, and is Rope properly appreciated? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Pass for Wyatt Johnson in behind Rope Hintz came in front. They couldn't clear and they score. Wow. Boy, Costin thought he had it cleared. He didn't. And the Dallas Stars have the lead 3-2. 2 early goals in the middle stanza.
Well, guess what? They would pour on 2 more goals in the middle stanza. That color commentator, can you play the beginning of that again? He sounds so sad with a, wow.
Pass for Wyatt Johnson in behind Rope Hintz came in front. They couldn't clear and they score. Wow.
He's so sad about what just happened. And holy smokes, you're right. Our internet is dying right up here.
Wow.
Yeah. See, I get it. All right. Did you guys get in on this game? Did you at least get a chance to watch the second period where they scored not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 goals?
I got really upset after Suter lost the puck behind the net.
You sent me a text to start.
Well, and here's the thing.
Bruce Suter, Hall of Famer.
No, it was Ryan Suter. I remember he did that during, was it the Minnesota series? He messed up pretty badly. And we were like, effing Suter. And then I'm at the game against the Knights. And Suter didn't have a great night, and there were 3 like 16-year-old girls sitting behind me, and that's all they did all night was cuss Suter, and just how bad he was. And I was like, oh my gosh, like they're intense hockey fans here. And then so I flip it on, I'm watching the game, and all of a sudden Suter does his thing, and I'm like, we're done for, because it was both. I think at that point both of them were shorthanded goals against us, and I was like, dadgummit. They were on the Detroit was on the power play, and it stunk. But I probably should have stuck with it a little bit longer because I was like, oh man, Suter.
If you like special teams hockey, this was the game for you, because Detroit scored 3 power play goals, and also the Stars' first goal was via the power play. But a couple of important things coming out of this game is. Well, that's just the second time the Red Wings have lost in regulation in their last 10 games. But probably more importantly, Dallas on their 4-game road trip went 2-1-1. And in their last 6 road games, they are 4-1-1. So they've been looking good on the road, beat a team that had just been playing really well and had an emphatically dominant second period to put it away, because obviously the third period wasn't particularly good. The penalty kill wasn't particularly good, but you got the job done.
Yeah,
and Ottinger was.
I was just about to ask how you're feeling about Ottinger. I'm not feeling like he's a world saver right now, by any means, and I don't know if it's continued health. Like, we were talking with Grant Williams yesterday, and he's like, look, at this point, everybody's 50%, and I don't know if it's continued something that's going to nag him all season, or if there's something else going on.
Look, it's tough when the penalty kill in front of you is not
giving
particularly,
up the booty.
Yes.
Okay.
I was going to say not particularly encouraging, but that is probably a more direct way of
877-881-1053. Do you like not particularly encouraging or giving up the booty as an explanation of the Stars power play penalty kill?
I have a feeling where this is going to go, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Ben, Marchment, Lindell all scored for Dallas, who, by the way, they own Detroit. 4-0-3 in their last 7 games against Detroit. But I wanted to talk about one player in particular, unless y'all still want to talk more about the game in general, which is fine as well.
I missed the game. I'm sorry. I forgot they played.
What has happened to your Stars fans?
My son had a basketball game last night, and I forgot to check. I watched the Mavs get hammered by Boston, and I just wasn't into local sports yesterday.
See, I'm curious about that.
I can understand that.
But I would think with Mike, because of the frustration level he gets with the Mavs, that would push him more and more into the Stars, and he's like, I know what this Mavs team is. They're number 8 seed. They're done.
No, I forgot. I haven't, my brain hasn't gone into, hey, when are the next 3 Dallas Stars games and who are they playing? I almost feel like I need 105.3 The Fan to tell me the day that they're playing, and then, or the day before they're playing, and tell me this is a good matchup. They're playing Winnipeg, or they're playing Colorado, or you know what I'm saying? They're playing Las Vegas. This is one of those ones where you want to see, where do you match up now?
Yeah, no, okay. I understand that. So the player I specifically wanted to talk about was Hintz.
I'm glad you're bringing this up because I specifically wanted to ask questions about him as well.
Okay, what questions do you have, or where would you like to start?
Is he having his best season right now? Because when it comes to points right now, he's somewhere in like the top 30, I do believe, for points. He's got like 45 points. He's in the top 30 in the league right now. We know that the dude is a blast of a skater,
right?
More healthy than right now than typical, and so. Is he on pace for his best season at the moment?
See, I think I might argue yes, because while the defense is still, let's say, mediocre, I will say his defense is mediocre with the potential to be above average.
Yeah.
But if you're looking at him as a player offensively and in transition, top notch. Just take a look at the last 6 games. You know, we talked about they went 2-1-1 on the road. In the Stars' last 6 games, Hintz has had 2 or more points in 4 of them. So he's been a very consistent offensive presence. And obviously, you're looking for him more for offense than defense. I feel like that goes without saying. But if you're looking for him to potentially be a good, well-rounded player, I think he is pretty well-rounded. He can be better defensively, but he is putting up points at a better rate than, or at least an equivalent rate than the past 2 seasons.
So the last 2 years, 72 and 75. And with the remaining games on the schedule, Kevin, he's at 45 right now. I think he can eclipse that. I think that's in the realm of possibility, and that might just be where he kind of lands. Again, that's in the top 30 of the league. You're right there in that range of being one of those guys. I kind of would love to see him take another leap because I think there are 4 in like the top 45, and that's like Pavelski and Robertson
point scorers?
and Hintz. There's one other I'll have to look again. So I think there's about 4 there for the Stars. I would like to see something push that up in like the top, have a few more of those. Like Vancouver, it feels like they got 3 in the top 20.
Sure.
And I would
or have somebody that leads the league by 7,000 points.
Yeah, and that would be nice. But I've always liked the what Hintz adds because the dude can fly as a skater, and the way that he enters the zone, the way they set him up, the way Heiskanen sets him up is it's impressive. It's fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you want to argue that he's an elite level skater who's elite on offense and especially elite in transition, which is something that probably doesn't get like as much attention.
Duchesne's also up there with Pavelski.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I would make an argument that he is in all of those categories, which is probably good too because he is signed to a ginormous deal. And thus far, how many teams sign long-term deals that you pretty quickly learn to regret? Now, you still have a few more years before you would hopefully even be in that territory, but at least early on, it looks like getting all of the money didn't immediately take away his drive or anything like that, which is always a concern.
Do you feel like most hockey players, like their drive for the cup is different? Am I wrong about this?
What do you mean?
It just feels like when they win the championship, it looks sweeter. It looks sweeter to them, and maybe it's just
as opposed to other sports.
Yeah, and maybe it's because there's such a physical nature of it. I know football is very physical too, and I guess basketball we've had some really great, epic, trophy moments when they're kissing the trophy. We've seen Kobe, we've seen Jordan's, classic moments. It just I don't know. There's something about the cup, and the way that those guys, as they've gone through everything they went through the season. It just seems a little sweeter for them.
I mean, I would argue they don't care as much because they waste time shaking hands before they get to
the
cup,
gosh, that's
I'm
a
just
good
kidding.
point.
I'm kidding.
They're always like, hey, let's have and everybody's like, oh, it's the greatest thing ever, show of classmanship or whatever.
Now, classmanship?
Classy sportsmanship.
Okay. I like that.
Thank you.
Now, potential other good news for the Stars.
I heard Wolchuk create the word evolutionized yesterday, so I thought that was cool.
Oh, I kind of like that.
It sounds like a real word.
Evolutionized?
He evolutionized the sport.
Yeah. But it's not.
It's not a word?
I think
you could revolutionize something,
right?
but not evolutionize.
That's when like Amoeba used to play the sport and then we took over.
Oh, like where we started from? Some of them turned into chickens. Some of them turned into elephants. Some of them turned
Evolutionize
into humans.
is a word.
They can't play hockey.
To cause or to undergo change by means of evolution. So there you go. Evolutionize is a thing.
I want to see that more in everyday life. Excuse me, do you know how much I've evolutionized over these last couple of years? Thank you very much. Potential other good news for the Stars. Well, first of all, we have new words. Also, Rope's playing well. They're playing well on the road, and they got the win last night. Looks like Miro is going to hopefully play in one of these next 2 games.
I was at the game. He got hurt.
You can't go to games anymore. You're never allowed to go to a game again.
He got knocked into the goal. It was like he scored a goal. He took out.
Yeah, that's right.
That was Wedgwood 1.
And you knew pretty straight away that looked bad, right?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
When you're there in live action, you're like, ooh, that was. But it seems like hockey players, to me, never get hurt. Like, they're like, I'll skate off the ice. I'm like, I think that dude just tore his ACL and has a broken shin, and he's still skating off the ice.
Right.
So when they showed the replay and you saw kind of his leg get caught up underneath him, you're like, that does not look comfortable at all.
Now, I believe the Stars only have 2 more games before the All-Star break, both at home, Anaheim and Washington. And Jim Nill echoed the sentiments that they believe that Miro will play in one of these next 2 games. So it is good news going into the All-Star break that looks like Miro's coming back. Obviously, we talked about Ottinger is coming back. They're playing well on the road.
Trading for McDavid, from what I'm hearing.
I don't know if that's going to happen.
Conceive of a way
if Wayne Gretzky can go from Edmonton to L.A., then Connor McDavid can go from Edmonton to Dallas.
Do we know if Connor McDavid has a wife who really wants to be a movie star?
Oh, is that Wayne Gretzky's
That
deal?
was not all of it, but that was part of it. And then there were 4. The other thing that works against the Stars or any other team in this instance is hockey is pretty well accepted across the country now. That was another thing is they were like, hey, Wayne Gretzky will pick up hockey on the West Coast. And I mean, they were right about that.
Connor McDavid will pick up hockey in the DFW.
And we should trade for the Colorado Avalanche's best player. He's way better than anything we have.
I do not want to start. Well, we used to have one of their best players, and he just didn't want to play here. I do not want anybody to think that we're starting the idea that Connor McDavid is going to be traded.
And
I'm not
hear,
starting that at all.
Another topic, but from what I understand, Giannis wants to come to Dallas.
Oh,
That's why he fired Adrian
You
Griffin.
haven't heard Giannis wants to come to Dallas or McKinnon or McDavid?
I did hear that.
No,
I did.
Besides from Mike. You have not heard that
I was listening to a radio show today.
You did. You're on the show.
Well, Giannis must not be happy in Milwaukee. Why not Dallas?
He's like, I'm tired of this cheese and cream. Because they're called the Cream City.
Yeah, they had a jersey that said Cream City on it.
Because the bricks are all cream colored. That's why.
Because of all the snow.
Is that why?
Because what if it is red brick, but they're just like, it looks like cream to me.
And that's why you think Milwaukee's called the Cream City? Is that right?
I've never been to Milwaukee.
So you don't,
really?
So you don't. You
Out of
can't
all the
possibly
years of
know.
baseball, you never got
I played
through
against the Brewers, but I never played at Milwaukee.
Just real quick, are you also insinuating that if you haven't been to a place, you can't possibly learn anything about that place?
I have not Googled why are they the Cream City. Everybody has cows.
Yeah, and they don't. Not in Milwaukee.
It's too cold for cows, right?
Those are a little further
I don't know.
outside of the town.
I feel like cattles are here. Or cattle.
Yeah.
I don't need to double.
You don't.
But they have. But Wisconsin has a lot of cheese, so they got to have some cows.
They're just importing the milk.
Yeah. Oh,
and maybe that's
we're
why
still on the air.
We'll look it up off air then.
We're the K&C masterpiece.
That's why
right
they're
here.
the Cream City. They're an
bitch.
importer
right
of
here.
Still because they're
milk.
bricks.
On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I don't know. It's supposed to be baseball nuggets. Who can say for sure what will happen next?
MLB Network is having their top 10 minor league prospects at each position.
Or Cow Talk.
Or Cal Talk.
If that's what you want, we can do that. I'll look it up right now.
It's not.
Where are the Rangers on these lists?
Good classmanship.
The IRS finally.
More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time. You know what? It's time for this. Let's play cut number 4. And then we'll go to Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
3-0. Here's the pitch. Swinging a hard hit ball inside third, base hit down the left field line. Mazzara gets to third. Adrian going to second. He's got a double for 3,000.
Baseball Nuggets brought to you by Twin Peaks Eats, Drinks, and Scenic Views. Yes, that was an awesome day. I was lucky enough to video that moment in the press box, not press box, but in the radio booth with Matt Hicks calling it. Eric Nadel was right there, and Jared Sandler was with me and Cal and Jake watching that historic moment and caught it on video. That was one of those things. I don't like going to games and videoing anything. I'm like, It's on television. I can go back and watch it. But in that moment, having my kids on a video kind of celebrating, they were young enough that they're not really remembering that being there. But when I show them the video, they can kind of like, oh yeah, I remember kind of being there for that moment. And I remember it wasn't a sellout, not saying that 3,000 is a tough one because you don't know he's going to get that hit. But once again, it was at the ballpark, and I believe that was in July-ish.
This is probably 68,000 degrees too.
I do miss this, though. When you played the highlight earlier of a moment where Beltré hits number 400 into center field, I wish we still had green grass in center. I wish we had green grass in all the field, but I wish we still had the, what do they call it, Greens Hill?
Yes.
I miss Greens Hill, and I know it's impossible. There's a brick wall behind it. You can't really change that. Right. But I would like somehow, some way for that. I don't know. That was just a unique feature.
You still think about that one kid running out there ahead of everybody trying to get that home run ball?
Yeah. Well, they showed a highlight the other day when MLB Network started because they just hit their, I think, 15th anniversary of having the television station. And one of the plays early was a dude on a dead sprint on Greens Hill, catches the ball moving from right to left, makes an unbelievable catch, catches it, and in one motion plants his feet and wings it to second base.
Yes. Yeah.
And they were like, this is one of the first year of MLB Network. This was one of the memorable moments. Some dude in a Rangers red jersey or a Rangers red t-shirt just making an awesome play on the move and then planting his feet like he was the center fielder and just winging it back into the infield.
That's awesome.
I don't know if he got thrown out of the game or not, but it was an awesome moment.
They gave him a tryout.
Yeah, you can throw it back.
All right, so right now we've been doing the top 10 list. It's been delayed because of the Hall of Fame. If you don't know, Adrian Beltre with 95.1% of the vote gets into the Hall of Fame very easily. That's going to be an awesome moment on July 21st he gets into the Hall of Fame.
And we said this earlier, Mike, only the 19th player ever to get 95% or more.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and that is amazing. I didn't know what he was going to be at yesterday. He was at 98% publicly.
He dropped pretty hard. So did Sheffield.
Yeah.
You can see why some of these people did not want their ballots published.
Okay, so there's top 10s, though, that are out right now, and it's almost over in the minor leagues. They have done right-handed pitchers, left-handed pitchers, catcher, first base, second base, third base, and today was shortstop.
Okay.
So I want to ask you this question. They're going to do outfielders tomorrow. So we know that's where the Rangers are going to dominate a list. On all these lists, there are no Rangers except for one, and that is Abimelec Ortiz. His nickname is Abby Ortiz. He is a first baseman who had a great minor league season last year. He's the number 4 rated first baseman in all of the minor leagues. He's 6 foot, 230 pounds. He did go to the Arizona Fall League and played only in 12 games this year. But last year, when he played in A-ball and high A-ball, he had 33 home runs in 109 games, 101 RBIs, batted .294 with a .990 OPS.
Wow.
And he is, I believe, 21. Let me go up here. Yes, he's about to turn 22. He'll be 22 this year. I called up Jared Sandler. And I said, hey, Jared, tell me about this guy because obviously I don't know much about him. And he says he thinks he's going to start off in Double-A. Obviously, things can change, but most likely, if you're going to go to Frisco Rough Riders games, this will probably be the guy you want to follow and watch. And it says his ETA. Obviously, this can change, but they're saying his ETA is he plays in the minors this whole season and could be ready to be the Rangers' first baseman in 2025.
Okay.
So if you're wondering, we had a discussion 6 to 8 weeks ago about Nate Lowe. It might have been less than that, but it was a while back that we had a discussion about Nate Lowe and how first baseman numbers have gone down tremendously in Major League Baseball. The power numbers, the OPS, and maybe it'll get brought back up. So, yes, Nate Lowe needs to have a better year in 2024 offensively than he did in 2023. But when you looked around baseball, offensive numbers were down at first base this last year. So if you're wondering who could be a replacement for Nate Lowe, I'm not saying to replace him anytime soon, but this is your one guy on the list. I throw it to you guys. Are you concerned at all that right-handed pitching, left-handed pitching, catcher, first, second, third, short, that there's only one guy on top 10 lists for the Texas Rangers?
Yes. And this, I will say, this is not just a this year thing. Don't you feel like historically, or maybe not historically, let's say the past 10 to 15 years, the best Rangers prospects have been at the lowest levels. And you're like, man, if you look,
pitching especially.
Yeah, if you look at high A, nobody's got a better high A than the Rangers, and you're like, awesome. Well, how is that going to translate in the next 2 to 3 years? And then usually you see them go from hey, they're a 1 or 2 starter to, hey, they're a 5 or a bullpen. And I've always been concerned about that.
Yeah, like even with Brock Porter, I'm excited about Brock Porter's future, but he's at the level that he's pitched at. It's like you just said, he could drop down to he might be more of a fourth guy than anything.
So I think one of the lists that I looked at, which was interesting to me, that came out today or last night, is the top 10 shortstop prospects. Obviously, that's the number one premium position in baseball, where it seems like now not only do your best athletes play at, but also one of your best hitters. For the most part, most teams now, their shortstop is batting somewhere between 1 through 4 in their lineup. And 20 years ago, yes, you did have Jeter and A-Rod and Nomar, and they were doing those things. But a lot of times, like when I played with Ray Ordonez, great defensive shortstop for the New York Mets, but he would bat low in the lineup because it was such a defensive position that you were okay with having a shortstop batting 7th, 8th, or 9th because you're like, he's there primarily for defense, and we'd love for him to contribute offensively. Times have changed where your shortstop, Corey Seager, type of a guy, you're like, we really need him to be not only a good defensive player, but arguably one of your 3 best offensive players. So this is a position I look at, and the thing that I go, look, hindsight's 2020. We all wanted Jack Leiter in this room.
Yes, we did. Yeah.
And I'm not giving up on Jack Leiter
and
yet.
Rocker.
I still can't believe we got both.
Yeah, in that draft, and then we got Rocker the next year. Is the top 10 shortstops in baseball. Number 3 from Dallas Jesuit, who's going to probably be the starting shortstop this year for the Arizona Diamondbacks, Jordan Lawler. He was picked, I believe, 6th overall in that draft. The Rangers had the 2nd overall pick. Number 5 shortstop on this list, who will probably be the starting shortstop for the Boston Red Sox this year, is Marcelo Meyer. So there's 2 guys right now that are ready to contribute in the big leagues in 2024 as an everyday premium position shortstop. And they were high school guys. And I felt like one of the things that we thought too is the Rangers need so much help so quick with their pitching staff. You can draft these college guys that are college pitchers, and they are going to be 1.5 years away from contributing in your starting rotation. And now you're looking at it. And I do think Jack Leiter is going to make the major leagues this year. I really do. I don't know as a starting pitcher. I do think he finds his way, my opinion, and only my opinion, I think he finds his way into the bullpen in 2024 for the Texas Rangers. But when you start looking at a couple of shortstops we were talking about going into the 2021 draft, and we decided, and the Rangers did too, let's take a college pitcher, less of a risk over a high school shortstop. Well, these 2 high school shortstops have developed pretty well, pretty quickly, and are on their ETA to be starting shortstops in the major leagues this year, while Jack Leiter right now has struggled to develop. Kumar Rocker is injured. He was the next year. And remember that Kumar Rocker thing, nobody thought we were taking him number 3. That was a 2-for-1 with Scott Boras. That was Scott Boras making sure Brock Porter, when I talked to my scout who signed me, Jim Stevenson, who is with the Houston Astros, they had to take him completely off the board, Brock Porter, at number 28, 29. So we knew how much money he needed, and that's not slotted for our pick. And so Boris worked out a deal. We will take this much below slot at number 3 to make sure my guy, the next pick you have is 4th round, but you're going to pay him mid-first round money because I'm giving you that money through Kumar Rocker.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, besides just advancing to the Super Bowl, what's at stake in the NFC Championship game? 877-881-1053. You want to jump in on the truckwreck.com text line. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where if you feel like texting in, truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. What do you think we were talking about in the break? Because it was pretty stupid and pretty amazing.
Dream City.
Yeah, pretty much. So I want to focus on the NFC Championship game here. We'll get to the AFC Championship game a little bit later. By the way, I guess I'm assuming the AFC is the more marquee game. Do you think that is correct or incorrect? Just specifically this year.
I do think the AFC game is the premium game.
Okay.
Because you have, out of the last 6 years, there's been 3 MVPs. And I know he hasn't officially won the second one yet, but Lamar Jackson and Pat Mahomes, besides Aaron Rodgers, are the MVPs of this league. And they're facing off each other to go to the Super Bowl.
So you're saying is that of the 2 games, the AFC game would most likely be on Peacock. Probably
in a few years.
By the way, maybe this came out way earlier. I'm just clicking on ESPN.com for something, and it says breaking news: Doc Rivers agrees to deal with the Bucs.
Yes, I'd heard that this morning, and that is going to be the inspiration for our 1220 segment of Mediocrity, starring Doc
mediocre
Rivers.
segment?
Yeah, no segment.
You're already planning for the segment to be
great
mediocre.
Segment about mediocre. People in their field.
I will say this about the NFC side, though, Kevin. I do feel like the NFC side, you won't have a team not ready for the physicality of San Francisco in the Lions. I think Dan Campbell will be certain that team is ready for that physical. So it's still going to be fun, but I agree with Mike.
Okay, so what I want to talk about here is besides just making it to the Super Bowl, because I get that's really the point of this, is whoever wins goes to the Super Bowl. Is there anything in particular, because I have a few things, that you think is on the line in this NFC Championship game?
Brock Purdy's status as a top 5 quarterback?
I see that.
I don't know if he's top 5 yet. He obviously had a big drive there to win the game against Green Bay. I don't know if it takes winning the Super Bowl, though, because that's the thing is sometimes there's a lot on the line. But sometimes it seems like if the guy loses the Super Bowl, we take away all the accomplishments they did to make the Super Bowl.
Well, and there was a story, I don't know, like a week or so ago that the 49ers checked in with Tom Brady and they're like, hey, if you want to play this was this past year.
Okay.
If you want to play one more year of football, we would love for it to be with the 49ers, and Brock Purdy, you can just wait your turn, or if he gets hurt or something like that. So even as recently as the start of this season, there was word that maybe they were checking around and looking for something else. Before the comeback against Green Bay, there were people who were like, oh man, see, this is why Purdy's not that great. And some people are like, he needed to have that comeback to keep his job. So I do kind of a little bit wonder if their continued playoff progression is key for him to keep his job.
I was going to say the future of Christian McCaffrey. And this is, hear me out here. Because I was like, the dude's got to be almost 30 years old. He's 27. He's been in the league for 8 years, and he's 27 years old. And Kevin, he started in 2017. What year? How many years has it been since then? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It says 8. I'm counting here, right here. I'm counting 8.
Yeah, Goff. He's
well, one of those is a trade year.
Oh, okay, so 7 years. Okay, still 20 years.
Yeah.
It feels like he's been in the league for my whole life. Every year, people are drafting Christian McCaffrey, and it feels like he should be older than he is, but that's not a thing. But even still, this is the year that he's primed for it. Like, he's done everything this year to set this team up. He's been healthy for the majority of the year as well.
Some people think he's the MVP.
Yeah, and so I think there's a lot at stake for him to say, all these things that you thought about me throughout the season still exist here.
All right, so you say perhaps Christian McCaffrey. When you were talking about Brock Purdy, I thought this was really interesting. This goes back to Ryan Clark. This was just a few days ago about Brock Purdy.
I'm about to make a confession. The single hardest thing I had to do this year was act like Brock Purdy deserved to be in the conversations with the other people we're mentioning in that tweet. Because he was playing extremely well and operating in that offense and distributing the ball to Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, we had to continue to include him in conversations with the Lamar Jacksons. We had to continue to include him in conversations with the Josh Allen. Those things are not alike. Brock Purdy is a fine player. Brock Purdy can operate in Kyle Shanahan's
All right,
offense.
let's just stop it right there. All right, so there's another person who's like, he's not in this upper echelon, but then we talked about it earlier in the season. He was at the front of the pack for QBR, and that's usually, especially if your team was 1 or 2 in the standings in your conference, that's usually the person who would win the MVP. And then you have Ryan Clark, and then you have somebody texting in, why do you media hate Purdy so much? Well, that's preposterous, not us. But there are a lot of folks in the media who are like, he's fine.
It's tough because Jimmy Garoppolo is one of the 5 worst starting quarterbacks in the NFL. And he did make it to a Super Bowl, and he made it to an NFC championship game recently.
One of the 5 worst. Okay, go on.
I mean, there might be a few more, 10. I'll just make it, but I mean, we know he's bad.
Yeah.
He's below average. And so I get where people are coming from going, I've seen Jimmy Garoppolo do the same thing. Now, Brock is way better than Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't think it's close. But I do think when you have a team that is this talented, it's very tough to get the credit you deserve. So you almost better win the championship because then it's very tough. I think it's very tough for my friends who are not Cowboy fans to tell me Troy Aikman was an average quarterback. He has 3 Super Bowl championships. It's very tough to look at a person and say, so he went to 4 NFC championship games in a row, won 3 out of 4, and won 3 Super Bowls, not by himself. I don't know what quarterback does it by himself, but it's really tough. Brock Purdy is a little bit in that situation. He has a very talented team. Obviously, Baltimore crushed them a few weeks ago, but I think he has to win the Super Bowl. And then if he does, it goes away. I don't know. For you, it didn't. Because when you're drafted as late as Tom Brady and Brock Purdy, they're not talented, as in NFL standard talent.
Which makes no sense to me because the widely accepted 2 greatest quarterbacks of all time were taken in the 3rd round and the 6th round.
Yeah.
So you would think people would be like, oh,
You can find a quarterback anywhere.
Sometimes we just screw it up.
Yeah.
But I guess the fact that everybody else is a first-round pick, except for Purdy going into that last round, probably doesn't help that narrative. All right, now correct me if I'm wrong, because I get that that's a huge bit that's on the line for, is this Christian McCaffrey's last elite season? Because he's about to turn 28. Does Brock Purdy, are people going to think he deserves to keep the starting job if they win? But I feel like if they win or lose, San Francisco and the general Bay Area, they'll move about their life just fine.
And most people that talk about the NFL will still consider them one of the top teams in the NFL. They're not going. That's not going to go away.
I agree. For Detroit, this feels like it would be like fundamentally city, state, and sport shaking to its core if the Detroit Lions were in the Super Bowl.
This feels like, to me, Corey, I'm going to throw this out and you can say, no, it doesn't. 2010 Texas Rangers versus the New York Yankees. We couldn't believe we were in the ALCS. We had never been there. And for Detroit fans, for 90% of Detroit fans or more, they've never seen them. Well, I won't say 90%. It was 91.
Yeah.
For 60%, they've never seen them in this moment. And it was so long ago, you don't even really remember the feeling. So for them, to me, this is kind of like the way we felt when the Rangers were playing the defending champion New York Yankees in the ALCS.
Yeah, I feel, and maybe I'm wrong. It feels like the Red Wings are more important in Detroit were more important in Detroit than any other team for a long time.
I think
but football is what football is.
I think so because they kept winning Stanley Cups and the Lions just existed. Yeah. I feel like it's just been this underground movement that's like, just wait our turn.
And I really don't know if Detroit still even believes. I mean, we remember Mike just pointed out we didn't really believe we were there. We were like, oh my God, can you believe that this is happening? That this is happening. I can't believe this is happening right now. And a lot of people don't believe in Jared Goff. A lot of people don't believe in.
Yes.
I mean, Mike, I know
Sean McVay moved on from him. That's the tough thing for us is Sean McVay, who I think is one of the best offensive coaches in the game, said, I don't think I can win a Super Bowl right now with him.
And I'm not trying to crap on what y'all discussed while we were out that week, but you and Reggie, you told us that you had an argument with a lot of people that Amon-Ra St. Brown wasn't that good. And y'all
he wasn't elite. I don't think teams, my opinion, and it could be wrong, I don't think teams put on St. Brown. I'm just going to say that.
St. Brown.
They didn't put him on the same category when you were going up against Justin Jefferson or halfway through the season, CeeDee Lamb or Jamar Chase or Adams. Like, I just don't think that defensive coordinators probably put him on the same category of, look, this is life or death. If we do not double team this guy and try to take him out of the game, we're dead. We're going to lose.
Yeah.
This was his third year. I was saying I think he's getting to that, but he's not on that level to defensive coordinators yet.
And so like he has that too. Jahmyr Gibbs was a laugh draft pick. Why did you reach so far?
Oh yeah,
to
I was
get
there.
a running back when you already have two running backs on your team right now? Two really good running backs the year before. They were really good. And then I know in our fantasy football league, Jared Sandler blocked a Sam Laporta trade because he didn't think that it was fair that Cooper Kupp was being traded for Sam Laporta. The rest of the season, Laporta had better numbers than Cooper Kupp did. And everybody, so
yeah.
By the way, Will Chambers is still pissed about that trade that got
fair.
blocked. So like even Laporta's growth here, I think that the whole Detroit Lions team, there was a lot of just more Lions moves. And so you're right with the expectation of, oh my gosh, this is happening. Just you wait. Dan Campbell's been talking about this for the last 4 years.
And I do want to talk about Dan Campbell. There is one NFC team that has never made the Super Bowl.
Cowboys.
No, shut up. And that is the Detroit Lions. And so for them to make it would feel incredible. For Dan Campbell, he took over a team that was 5-11. And they had to chew on some legs and take a step back. They were 3-13-1 in his first season. That was 2 years ago. Now, I realize they're heavy underdogs this weekend. But if they were to win, and Dan Campbell can go in there and go from 3-13-1 to the Super Bowl in 2 years, that would be a amazing turnaround. And obviously, I figured Dan Campbell will be a sports god till the end of time in Detroit and probably the greater Michigan area.
And the whole approach to that too, because like this morning when they were discussing what we discussed yesterday for a brief moment with Dak's contract, I heard Bobby and Choppy arguing about it a little bit, and Bobby threw out look, if that's what you want to do, then you're going to have to you have to be willing to have the 4-12 season to deal with it.
Yes.
And Dan Campbell has proven kind of that in a shorter period, it's not going to be 10 years of that. It doesn't have to be 10 years of that. Now, I know the Lions have been that for however many years, but Dan Campbell comes in and changes the franchise pretty quickly with a lot of decisions. And just look at the Texans. Again, I know that they've been in a bad situation for a while, but they also, in a very quick time with the right coach, turned things around very quickly.
This is probably the most depressing stat to me, Mike, if you need to get a Cowboys burn in. 15 years ago, the Detroit Lions won 0 games in a season.
Led by our coach.
And they are to the NFC Championship game before the Cowboys.
See, we haven't won 0 games yet.
It's for another. I'll tease a topic for tomorrow to possibly put off of what Bobby said, what you just gave as a stat. Why is it the worst thing in the world to have a 4-13 season?
I don't think it is. I mean, I know why they think it is, because you're concerned about relevancy. I think there is enough good or bad will built up in the Cowboys brand that people will continue to pay attention and just revel in them being 4-13.
Was 3-13 the worst thing in 1988?
Hell no, it wasn't. It was a great thing.
And Mike, that also comes down to, do you trust the people to make that, to build the team? Now, right now, I guess the question is, do you trust Steven and Will McClay to build the team from scrap? Because that's the real question, and what would happen is if Jerry's not really the one that's running everything, then do I trust Steven and Will McClay to say, you know what, we can go rebuild it through the draft and we're going to make some strong moves in free agency as well. And that's the thing that I think a lot of the fan base doesn't believe. But I think that they could. I think that they could say with top draft picks, we'll get the right people on this team.
The KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, this is based on a Rangers player from a couple days ago. How would you reward yourself for making it to Major League Baseball? Did Mike reward himself for making it to the show? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan. back here on 105.3 The Fan. So this can be a little different, but I hope it's going to be really fun. There is a particular Rangers prospect potentially going to be on the opening day roster. Let's fire off cut number 12. It is this gentleman right here.
Here's a swing at a deep fly ball, straightaway center field. Johnson heading back near the wall. This one hits the batter's eye for a game-tying home run. And Justin Foscue in 4 innings has 3 extra base hits and 5 RBIs.
And that announcer is pumped about it.
Announcers got to be more exciting. I know they all want to be
Is that
like
the visiting team.
I guess, man.
God, I hope so.
Wow.
I hope
Yeah, thanks,
so.
Alec. That was good. Yeah, they all have this like they're trying to be professional and everything, but home runs is fun, man.
So I was reading an article from Kennedy Landry from a few days ago, and Justin Foscue said he got a chance to go to Hawaii in the offseason. But one downside,
big time,
he didn't get to, that's right, he didn't get to play golf. And he said he didn't have any golf clubs yet because I told myself I would buy myself golf clubs when I made the big leagues. So that's why I got to get there first, and then I can move my focus onto buying clubs, getting fitted, and all that. So
has he never played golf?
I think he means like his own like nicer set of clubs.
Yeah, because my golf clubs I was given these golf clubs at like 19 years old, so I still have never purchased a set of golf clubs, so I can understand.
This is
that.
a whole bunch of
Or maybe he never did play golf, and he was just like, I will give myself golf clubs to store in the garage.
I need to pull up. He was the 14th overall pick. He got like $3 million.
But I think it's more of
Golf
a like
clubs?
a motivational
I get
thing,
it.
you know? So here's what I wanted to know. People listening, y'all, well, more just you, Corey, because Mike was in the major league.
Yeah.
If you made it to Major League Baseball,
Corey, you didn't make it.
That's true.
Alec, you didn't make it either. Neither did I. If you want to get involved on this.
I remember I played against an Alec in the major leagues.
Yeah, it was Alec Medford.
Alec Cora.
How old would he have been? 4 when that game took place?
I probably gave up a dong to him.
Oh my God.
Mike, that wasn't the right thing.
Don't remember that.
From the 817.
I don't think you give up a dong.
Bro was calling that game from the library.
Is your name Eckstein? Because I gave up a guy, he looked like he was 4 years old and took me deep in Trenton. I called him the Thunder.
Who is that question for? Is that question for Alec?
Yeah,
Are you
Alec.
asking, is his name Alec Eckstein?
Yeah.
Wow. What would you do to celebrate making it to Major League Baseball? Mike?
All right, so
Did you do anything when you made it to Major League Baseball?
Here's my celebration. My wife was in medical school in Fort Worth at TCOM. I was making about $10,000 a year playing for the Buffalo Bisons. And it was early August, and I had my wife set me up to work for a catering service where I would deliver food during the off season so we could have enough money to live. And so when I made the major leagues the next day, I said, we can call up your friend and tell him I don't need to deliver food in the off season.
Nice.
So that was my treat to myself, is I didn't become a delivery man of food in the off season.
Is the per diem, is there a different per diem when you get to the major leagues?
Yes, it was $20 a day in the minor leagues. And the per diem's all jacked up now because you used to have to give $50 a day minimum to the clubby.
Okay.
For doing all your laundry, having all your stuff ready to go.
Dope ass job.
It really is. It's a 6-figure job. But they decided to take that away where you don't give, like a $50 a day. And that was minimum. Usually like a guy like Mike Piazza would just hand them the envelope and say, here's my envelope. I don't need this. You get it. Straight cash, homie.
Wow.
But I don't know. I'd have to ask a current player what the per diem is now because I don't believe they owe clubhouse dues.
Okay. All right. I'll have to ask our friends at Pro Baseballs.
So your reward was not taking a job you didn't want to do.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big reward. I was not the 14th overall pick. I was an 18th round pick, and I was like, we have to make money. I decided to get married at an early age.
True.
And money started getting tighter.
From the 972, hey guys, I'm a cow and want to know when there's going to be more cow talk. Thank you, texters, for being awesome.
How did that cow text that in?
Maybe that's one of the cows from the Chick-fil-A commercials. They can talk.
To get to his phone, he really had to hoof it.
Everybody has cows.
Not everybody has cows.
Not every person, every state. I bet there's a cow in every state.
How sure are you of that?
99.
How did the cows get to like Hawaii? They swim over there?
On a boat. There's boats.
There's got to be somebody was like, "Hey, we got to get some cattle."
I was just curious.
How else are we
How
gonna
did
make all this
people get to
spam?
Hawaii?
That's another good question.
Are there cows in Hawaii?
I don't know. I've never been to Hawaii.
You had a chance.
I know. Stupid pandemic.
Should have done it anyways.
Kevin, I feel like you're making it to the Major League Baseball world.
Yeah.
And you're buying the entire set from that year of cards.
That's probably true.
Tops now.
I would also
Chromebook.
buy I would buy all of the boxes at the Dallas Card Show that I want that I don't usually buy, like Derek Holland. All right, I went to the Dallas Card Show with Derek Holland a couple of times. This is what he did one time. He was like, "Yeah, I just want to like buy some boxes." And I said, "Okay, great. What kind of sport?" And he goes, like just all of it. And I was
All
like,
the
"Okay,
boxes.
great." And so we just started shopping, and he goes, "Where are the best cards?" And I was like explaining the difference between like a blaster box that you would get at Target or Walmart versus like a hobby box. And he goes, "Well, yeah, then that's dumb. If all the best cards are in these boxes, why not just buy these boxes?" And I was like, "Right, but that box is $600."
And he laughed at
This
you.
other box is $40. And he goes, "Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll take a couple of those." And he just dropped like, I don't know, it's like $3,000 in like a heartbeat.
He looked at you and was like, "Do you forget I'm a millionaire?"
Yeah, no, I'm not saying he was wasting his money because it could
Yes.
be a great investment, but I think I would just go and just recklessly buy fun boxes of cards or giant Legos. I would buy the $900 Death Star Lego.
Oh,
set.
like not like thick Legos.
No,
You're talking about like a giant,
a
huge
giant set. Yes.
Dude, that would be so much.
You should hire a Lego master to just come to your house and start mastering Legos in your house.
Hey, if that tall drink of water wants to come over to help me build Legos, I'd be all about that.
Legos, huh? All right.
Yeah, man.
From the 469, Hawaii does have cows. It was also amazing during the pandemic because it was empty. So that's.
Yeah, they told us, they go, "Hey, you can come to Hawaii, you just need to quarantine for 2 weeks, and then we'll let you out onto Hawaii." And
Hawaii.
I realize it's not really called
All the
onto
waves
Hawaii.
are to your own.
And I was
This
like,
is my wave.
I don't know how long they thought my vacation was. And they're like, "Oh, we know. That's why we set it at 2 weeks. Stay at home."
A gallon of milk in Hawaii can be $8 to $10 at some stores. There are not many cows on
Hold
Oahu.
on. Are we sure? I really don't know.
Who needs milk that
I'm gonna
bad
call up
anyway?
my father-in-law and tell him he has extra cows. Send him to Hawaii. You're gonna get more money.
Alec, and I swear to God, if this is something about cows, I might flip out. What?
We're the home of the cows.
That's true. What would you do
To reward yourself
to reward yourself for making it to
for making Major League Baseball.
I already know your answer, Alex. See if I'm right.
I mean, I was gonna say buy a cow, but
I feel like he
forget
would
about
buy
it.
every color of the upside down Dallas
true.
hat.
I might actually do something along those lines, like expand the wardrobe. But no, I think I'd probably just like go get a nice steak or something. I wouldn't do anything crazy, if we're being totally honest.
Okay, you know what? That is
Not at that
the
one
saddest
restaurant
thing
I
I've
went to.
ever heard.
Some things are a delicacy to a 22-year-old, Kevin.
I will sponsor you getting a nice steak dinner.
No, I'd go sit front row at Monday Night Raw. That's what I would do.
Oh, now that is a good idea.
That's what I would do.
Even though it's on Netflix, huh?
Yeah, because I don't have Netflix, so I'll just go see it in person.
Remember, we sold those front row SmackDown tickets for March.
We did.
For Peace-a-thon.
On Netflix.
Here's the tough thing that I thought about, and that a lot of guys do have to think about, but not some guys, is what if they send you down the next day?
Yeah, exactly.
As I was backing up third base for the 14th time, it felt like. You're like,
no, yeah.
I'm going back to
It's not
Buffalo.
going to last forever.
So then you're like, dang it, I just bought a car.
What percentage of major leaguers who the first time they ever get called up have confidence? They're like, I'm good. I'll be here.
Evan Carter.
You have yeah, true. You do have a lot of confidence until sometimes you play against major leaguers and you're like, I don't know if I'm good enough yet.
I got some work to do
These
this
guys
week.
are really good.
Aloha, a cow here.
No, that is not a text from a cow in Hawaii.
They can only talk, as far as we know, because they have hoofs. They don't
Talk
have
to
fingers.
text.
We got here on a boat, bruh. Also, not every cow likes being milked.
Like bulls.
Well,
I mean, I bet they like it. Never mind. Never mind. So Evan Carter was just excited to not live in a hotel anymore.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
Wyatt Langford, we can ask him next Saturday when he's in Waxahachie. So we will do that. But that's why I was curious for y'all what your choices would be.
I would get a very nice bottle of whiskey, probably like a very expensive bottle of bourbon, like some Pappy. Just something that I don't. Dude, those bottles can be like $5,000.
I was about to ask,
and that's like,
can they be
I can't just go buy that right
figures?
now. I
Okay.
can't do something. There's no way that makes sense for me right now.
Yeah.
But I would have that to be one of those special occasion pours for the rest of my career. I think I could that's a special occasion pour. Okay, that's what you call it. You get the everyday pour is like a Woodford.
Okay.
And then you have something for the weekends, and then you have special occasion pour.
If you got like the Juan Soto contract,
oh my God,
what would be your cap on the whiskey you would buy? Like, because I'm sure you can buy some like 17th century King,
Wait,
whatever.
so a 1 year, $30 million contract?
The upcoming.
Oh.
Okay, let's say you got the Shohei deal, but you didn't defer any of the money. Would you say like $5,000 is the most I want to spend because that's a lot of money? Or would you be like, no, I want the King Henry VIII special selector choice after he got beheaded, or I don't know, whatever.
There is a bottle of Colonel E.H. Taylor is selling for $21,000.
And I bet you can find
And
more
so
expensive
I would
than
be in that world. Like I would
think his
definitely
son
look
was
in
in
that
world too, and then he's broke.
Yeah, but again, I'm
Oh,
Juan
no.
Soto, so
you'll have more.
Oh, so you're
money.
saying you're good at your sport? The money will keep rolling in?
Yeah.
Man, look at some of these nicer people. I would buy my parents a house. Well, you know Mike wouldn't do that.
They have a house. I still don't get this. They don't need a house. They have one.
Yeah.
They're good.
But like this is your way to say, I love you guys. Here's an even better house with all the things you could ever want. You could have a house, Mike. The whole wall is like panels that he can put his cards on. And like that could be the whole house right there for you.
That'd be my house.
Man, I really like this one. I know.
He's helping us prove the point.
Yeah, he definitely is. I would buy every car from all my favorite movies, like the DeLorean from Back to the Future, the Trans Am from Smokey and the Bandit. That is awesome.
I don't feel like the DeLorean's going to cost you that much.
That's probably true, but like if
Don't
you
do
just
that
have a
already. You don't need to make the majors.
if you just have a regular job, you probably can't just go buy a car for fun.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Can you
unless
just
go to Platinum Chevrolet, and the prices are so cheap.
They're the great prices. But can you get Michael J. Fox in that car? That's how much money
If
I
I have
want.
Soto money, I might.
Yeah, I want to be able to
He's
go
probably
say,
got Soto money.
I want Michael J. Fox to come hang out in the car with me.
State of the art.
I hate myself for reading this, but it is really clever. From the 601, do you think that cows use a mobile phone? Mobile phone. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
You know what? I take it back. I would buy all of you guys your favorite baseball card, the one that you've always cherished.
You don't have enough money.
I would.
You'd rip it up.
I guarantee I would. That's where I'm thinking. I'm making the major leagues, and I'm Juan Soto. And I'm buying all you guys your favorite card.
That would be so nice, Corey. Coming up next.
And ripping it up.
Stop it.
It'd make the other one worth more. What if you bought all the Jackie Robinson rookie cards and ripped
What is it about
everyone
going
up?
to break that you don't care
Now
about?
you got
or
the one
seem
that's
to
most
understand?
valuable.
Yeah, this is really valuable
But there
now.
were only 3 left.
I
ripped up
destroyed
2.
all the other ones.
I have the most important one. Do you guys like what we do at the end of segments? Next on the fan.
No, I don't. It's
to break.
Gridiron Gravy. Is this streak ready to be broken?
Here we go.
Just go to break.
Abe Laufenberg here at Classic.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Second and 2. Gibbs. Good move in the open field. Gibbs accelerates. Gets to the end zone. He's in for the touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yeah, here we go. Snap it.
And let's start.
What if they changed it next year to snap? That's what we heard every time that the Cowboys snapped a ball. That was their cadence. Is a soft soprano snap.
That would be objectively amazing. I would love that.
Or what about this from Corey? All your tools.
Man, that's really, you do a really good cow call.
Thank you.
All right. The Packers have.
It's one of my gifts, Mike.
When you do that in the country, do cows come to you?
They don't move out of my way. Yeah, they don't move out of my way.
The Packers are moving on from defensive coordinator Joe Barry, though oddly enough, Adam Schefter is saying he might still stay on the staff in some capacity. So then he wouldn't necessarily be fired as much as demoted. But as it stands, the Packers, they will or are on the lookout for a brand new defensive coordinator.
Does that frustrate you even more that the guy who pretty
Shut
much
down
stifled
our
your
offense.
offense?
Oh, well.
Until they went into prevent defense in the second half?
Yeah.
No, not the case. I remember at 10:52 is when the Cowboys broke the code.
Well, we were losing by 32 points.
And was that wasn't prevent? It was
Nope.
Or
it
them
wasn't.
just not caring.
That was when the Cowboys ran out of time.
Okay. Yeah, that's frustrating to me, is that there was a dude that was really bad throughout the entire season at calling defenses, and in the playoffs they were like, can't beat that guy, and now he's fired.
How much would you be willing to pay for tickets to the watch party at Ford Field for the NFC Championship game?
Watch party at Ford Field. I don't.
0.
If you're a Lions
I would like for that to be a free thing. And maybe that's just me being selfish there, but I don't know. $40.
Okay.
$40 sounds reasonable.
All right. Good luck with that.
What?
So if you got onto the pre-sale, $10. But for everybody else, $20 a piece. They sold more than 20,000 seats like that. So now scalpers are getting big money for this. This is one of my favorite tweets. Getting these tickets for the Lions watch party felt like Beyonce all over again. Now, they are already selling for about $100 to get into the first 10 rows of a section, which is weird to me because, like, the game's not going to be played on that field. And some people...
They want to be closer to the field.
Yes! And some people are asking as much as $500 for a pair of tickets to the watch party.
And Kevin, I don't know if you've looked or not, but is that when Sunday you said?
Yes.
I mean, it's going to be AM snow showers and 38, almost freezing
They play
temperatures.
indoors. Do we have to throw that lady into the bus again?
Not
Is that
Sunday.
question?
Yeah,
play
Sunday they're
outdoors.
playing outside. So
I'm saying for the watch party. You're right. For the watch party, they will be indoors.
Yeah, I'm not paying that much for the watch party. I'll stay at home and I'll throw a huge party with the people, my friends.
Yeah.
But you do have to say, you saw the Texas Live experience. Derek was down there.
It was cool.
It was insane. People were so jacked to be, we even saw it with the Mavericks in 11. They were filling up the AAC to watch away games and cheering together. So I get it. I'm not doing it, but I totally understand the people that want to go do something like that. It's an awesome experience, something fun to be around.
Now, do you believe the Lions can break their streaks in the playoffs and against the 49ers? The Lions have lost 13 straight road games against the 49ers, dating back to 1975, and they haven't won a road playoff game, as we talked about earlier this week, since 1957, which was also against the 49ers. Corey, I do not believe Mike believes. Do you believe that the Lions can pull off this upset?
Absolutely, I do, man. Why? The game hasn't even started yet. Nobody's been spotted more points yet. The Lions, I seriously think that the Lions won't be out physicaled in this game. If they,
I could see that.
If they get out physical, they'll just be like, man, San Francisco takes it to another level. That's just what they are, and nobody can do what they do. But the Lions are built for that type of mentality, that they can be just as tough as you can, and they can create that. Now, I'm a little concerned for the pass rush against them, but there's a lot of fun to be had. I do think that they can.
They have a good chance as some young quarterback from Green Bay coming to Arlington and winning.
Oh, well, they should be
I'm just
heavy
kidding.
favorites then.
I struggle to see San Francisco losing this game at home.
I get it.
But on the other side, it's like it's Patrick Mahomes. I get how much Baltimore has dominated the NFL late in the season here. And I think that Baltimore is going to win, but it's like I just wouldn't bet on Baltimore winning because Patrick Mahomes keeps doing things in these playoffs that I don't think his team is capable of doing, but he is.
Now, I thought this was interesting. I know obviously they got bounced, but Josh Allen now second in NFL history for QB postseason rushing yards. He surpassed Russell Wilson. He is now 31 yards behind Steve Young. I don't imagine he takes any solace in that, but if he's listening, needs something to pick his day up. Good job, Josh
He used
Allen.
the S word a lot on Sunday, so he's probably not.
Sucks. It sucks.
Steve Young.
You mentioned Christian McCaffrey earlier. I thought this was a really impressive note. He's played in 5 career playoff games, scored a touchdown in every single one of them, and averaged 109 yards per scrimmage per game. So
he's going to break a big play, man, and probably a touchdown, big play to go along with it. You have to be prepared that that's going to happen. Even the one that he broke loose in last week against Green Bay. Have you watched the fact that wasn't supposed to be the play was?
Oh, that
almost didn't happen.
Oh no, I didn't know that.
The tight end was being told by the fullback to move to the other side, and the clock was ticking down at the last second. And Brock Purdy said, "I don't need you to get over there for this play to work. Just run the play the way we're set because the clock's about to expire." So he goes ahead and runs it, and McCaffrey still breaks loose. Didn't even need the extra block downfield.
Now, you guys did very well with Hall of Fame trivia earlier. I have another question for you to put you to the test. Most playoff wins by a quarterback before turning 30. Who do you think would be in that top 5? Most playoff wins by a quarterback before turning 30.
Mahomes.
Yeah.
Mahomes is now the outright leader with 13, and of course, he's only 28 and is still actively in the playoffs at this moment.
People that never watched him play would say there's no way Troy Aikman won
Troy
those games.
Aikman is tied for 3rd.
I feel like Brady's in there.
Yeah.
Tom Brady is 2nd. So it goes Patrick Mahomes, 13, Tom Brady, 12, Aikman, 10, and
Montana?
No.
He was like 50 when he got drafted. So.
Manning?
Like that.
Peyton?
No.
One of these quarterbacks is very good. One of them is
Ben Roethlisberger.
fine. Ben Roethlisberger is correct. Wow.
Russell Wilson?
Oh, and was he the one that was fine or good?
He's very good. This one is worse than Russell Wilson.
Donovan McNabb?
Worse than that.
Worse than that?
Dante Culpepper?
Man, he was really good that one year. On that equivalent level.
Am I in the right era?
Yes, you are. Man, it is a contemporary person that you know.
Eli?
They might still play football right now.
Aaron Rodgers.
Nope.
he will even
Aaron
concede
Rodgers
that Aaron
is
Rodgers
too good. I told you he's not very good.
Okay.
Joe Flacco.
Joe Flacco is correct.
That was tough. That was very.
Before
are you saying he's not any good? He's a Super Bowl champion.
Yeah, no, he's not very good. Is Joe Flacco, Troy Aikman, Ben Roethlisberger all had 10 playoff wins before they turned 30. Tom Brady has 12, and Patrick Mahomes, who again is 28 and actively still in the playoffs, already has 13. So very impressively done right there. Now let's talk about the 49ers. Remember when I said the Packers had tied for the most playoff wins? Now the 49ers are in that category as well. So the 49ers, Packers, and Patriots all have 37 playoff wins, tied for the most ever.
Wow.
And clearly the 49ers could break that record on Sunday. This is also their 4th time in the NFC title game in the last 5 years. Best run since the Eagles 01 through 04.
Kevin, for the longest time, us as Cowboys fans, like we could hang our hat because the Cowboys in the 90s dominated so much. We're in those games. The things that happened in the 70s earlier also were that put us in that position. It seems like it's gotten so far away from the Cowboys organization to be in the equivalent of those. Where, hey, we're tied for the most, or we have the most Super Bowl appearances.
Yeah.
Super Bowl championships, NFC championship appearances.
Today's show is utterly amazing. How did we even get to this cow place?
Cream City?
Yeah, we were talking about cows. I don't even remember like how we got to cows from Cream City, but
You have to have cows to make cream. That's how we got there.
or you can do goat cream.
What?
True.
They have goat's milk.
They have goat cheese. I've never seen goat cream.
I bet you can. What about peanuts?
No. Coming up next, no. Besides just advancing to the Super Bowl, what's at stake in the NFC Championship game? Next on the Fan. Next on the Fan.